Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please, while I
A little
get
bit
ready.
Thanksgiving themed. It's indigestion. So
Yeah.
it seems like everybody's swallowing everything pretty good today. We've got the futures higher. So where's the indigestion you're seeing?
Yeah, well, the big question is, are we consolidating and digesting gains, which is a word I've already used before, or are we seeing some topping formations? I see a few topping formations, but I still believe we're in a consolidation phase. But as we go through it, you're going to feel some angst, and there'll be a feeling of indigestion as we try to move higher going into this Fed meeting on December 10th.
All right. As you're looking at some of the moves right now in the tech trade, Alphabet obviously moving higher, Nvidia kind of wobbly. We also had Bank of America come out with their fund flow last week. Tech stocks are their biggest outflows for the 6th consecutive week, rolling 4-week average when it comes to tech
futures
stocks.
rise. It's down notches,
Lowest
third
since for
winning
about
session.
4 years.
Stock
So
futures
sentiment on
rose
tech
on
broadly
Wednesday
is bad.
with
So like
Wall
people are
Street
picking
looking
winners.
to build back
What are the
on
ramifications of that? Are there?
Well, they are, and guess who's winning? Google, Alphabet. So they're rotating within the Mag 7.
Good morning, everyone. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please disclose your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments.
So we are seeing rotation, and you told me we would get this hit in the technology sector like we did with for the Mag 7, underperformed the S&P 500, yet we are still at these levels. That's reason to be optimistic in my mind, because I don't think Nvidia is done by any stretch, but I am watching key levels here around 175. It held yesterday, going to test it again today, and you know that'll be a good setup once we get through the end of this year to kick off 2026.
All right, you sound a little anxious, by the way, since you're talking about optimism. JP Morgan came out with this global equity strategy yesterday. They see the S&P at 7,500 by the end of next year. Earnings growth 13 to 15% for the next 2 years. Obviously, that includes next year. So they're pretty bullish. Why are you feeling a little apprehensive? I can feel the apprehension from you.
Yeah, and I'm usually one of your biggest bulls on this show. There are a few X factors coming up. That Supreme Court ruling, we talk about the one thing that moved the markets to the downside, that uncertainty around tariffs. You know, the big chart, the tariff uncertainty.
2 weeks from now.
If the Supreme Court does come out with a ruling,
good morning, Mike. Good morning, Zach. Good morning, The Gator. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, Flatton. Good morning, Karma. Good morning, SO. Good morning, Lewis.
If there is some sort of X factor, it would be the Supreme Court ruling against the tariffs and causing more uncertainty as to the direction we go.
Good morning, Cleaver.
The companies
Arthur,
have
Harry,
now adjusted,
Mr.
and
K,
we're seeing
Vinny,
it through
Jordan,
their earnings,
Donna,
how
Lewis,
the tariffs
Kevin,
would affect them,
Shakima.
how their margins would be, you know, shrinking, and how to affect that. So to me, I just think that's the X factor that has me a little on edge. But the Fed, I think they're going to cut, and we're going to be okay going into year end.
Let's get to your pick.
Super bullish. Super.
Joining us right now to talk about this and maybe who's going to get the top job. Peter
Past
Befar,
610.
investment officer at One Point
Created a head and shoulder
Wealth Partners and a CMC contributor. Peter, good morning to you. What do you think of the idea that too many of the folks who are governors of the Fed or the presidents of different Federal Reserve boards are celebrities? They shouldn't be talking. We should move back into the Alan Greenspan era.
Well, on one hand, I'm full agreement with Scott in the sense of the Fed has become this very activist institution over the past 25, 30 years. But on the other hand, if they are going to be in the business of price fixing the cost of money, you do want to hear what they're thinking ahead of each of these meetings. You know, it's a very delicate balance that central bankers have to deal with inflation and the jobs market on either side, sometimes conflicting when it comes to dictating policy.
So when you think about what Secretary Bessent said in terms of what he wants from the Fed going forward, and you think about the potential nominees that we could hear about to run the Fed, you know, a lot of talk about Kevin Hassett. Does Kevin Hassett fit that mold to you?
Good morning, West Coaster. Good morning, Devesh. Good morning, Glock. Good morning, Tanita.
I agree again with Bessent that we want.
Good morning, Love Basketball. Good morning, Brand Vinny. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ashrak. Good morning, Pete Turner.
The appointee of the president, he wanted to cut interest rates by 150 basis points over 3 meetings.
21 seconds.
That's a highly activist Fed. So there's not clear messaging here. I think the bottom line with central banking is the interest rates should be above the rate of inflation. We should read the room right now. The room is filled with a lot of people that have suffered through 5 years of very sharp rise in inflation and their cost of living. Small, medium-sized businesses that have dealt with very intense cost pressures. So I understand that the labor market is weakening. We want to cut rates to alleviate that. But I think that the inflation is the disease. A softer labor market is more the symptom of that.
6,792.
So you say don't touch a thing. Would you raise interest rates?
I grant maybe the Fed can cut one more time. But if inflation's going to still remain around 2.75% to 3%, the Fed funds rate should be above that. And if they're going to cut 25 basis points in December, you're talking about a real rate that is only 50 to 60 basis points. I don't think it should be going any more lower than that unless the inflation rate takes a leg lower. If it does, maybe it gives room to the Fed. But I don't think the Fed, they don't have a crystal ball that's any greater than the rest of us. So take this meeting by meeting and still keep the Fed funds rate above the rate of inflation. Because if they do not, well, then the long end is going to speak up and long rates are going to go higher. The dollar is going to weaken, and then we're going to have an inflation problem all over again.
Hey, Peter, the word yesterday is that it looks like Kevin Hassett is most likely
off a market open.
Or he's in the lead, at least right now, for the president's choice to replace Jay Powell as Fed chairman. If that happens, and if what Treasury Secretary Bessent was telling us yesterday, if they are able to go after the structure of the Fed somehow.
Time is 9:31.
Ideas
no
of things like Fed presidents
except bullish
didn't
push
always
off
make
a market
sense
open.
Because they were coming from New York. They were New York bankers put in other places, which I don't know how much of that is actually true and how much they go after this. Is there a point where the market would say, wait a second, we want an independent Fed and this is too much?
Well, I think that will be reflected in the long end of the yield curve and the dollar. If they don't like the path that the Fed has gone down, I think it'll be reflected in higher rates and a lower dollar. I think Kevin Hassett and I think the other four candidates are highly qualified for this job. I just think that they need to be careful with just coming in and slashing interest rates and thinking that's going to be the cure to our ills. I mean, easy money.
Time is 9:30. Algo range is creating.
Of booms and busts, and doesn't necessarily lead to faster economic growth. We've seen it here. We had 7 years of zero interest rates, but we had a pretty lame recovery after the great financial crisis. Japan, Europe, they've all experimented with easy money, and it doesn't necessarily lead to faster growth. Right now, the biggest issue, I believe, for both consumers and households, consumers and businesses, is sticky inflation. And rate of change is slowing, but the absolute level still remains very high over the past 5 years. And that's what we should be dealing with, because if we can deal with that, well, then a healthier economy and stronger job growth can come from that.
I want to go back, though, to 9:35. Who should run the Fed?
5 minutes wind direction.
Given everything you know, who should run the Fed?
If I had to choose,
who should run the Fed?
I would say Waller or Bowman. They're on the Fed. I think they're seasoned professionals in that job. I'd be happy with each. But like I said, all five are highly qualified candidates, and I'd be fine with each of them as long as they stick to an independent mind of theirs.
6775 puts. I had 4 overnight, and I just added 4 1 minute ago. That's what I said in the WhatsApp group. I'm going to share in the live stream whatever I want from now on, so people that are hoping and people that are looking for, you know, constant live stream bullshit, and they go in and out and they're just going to get it. I don't even fucking know.
We've got Pat Gelsinger here to talk about a fascinating topic, which is
9:35 originally.
AI is such a hot space, but there's a lot of activities to bring other chips and other alternatives into the market. A whole flurry of startups that are pursuing that market, you know, including a couple of mine at Playground. But you know, this move by Google is a very meaningful one because they've built 7 generations of their GPU and their tensor processor unit. But I also think, Andrew, it's super important, you know, they're not a commercial chip provider. You know, they've been doing this for their proprietary use and their proprietary data center. And thus the partnership with Broadcom, you know, who's been their design partner, you know, is really critical if these chips are going to come to market.
I think 610 is going to be an important level today, but it's super bullish right now.
I think it's great news for Broadcom. And ultimately, you know, Nvidia is such a dominant leader in this space. competition is
gapped
good
up and
for
hovering.
all, and it just emphasizes how important AI is to our future.
There's a Nvidia
think,
up.
Pat, though,
Yeah, I saw Nvidia go up overnight.
You've seen this
like an hour or two before market open too. I went back to sleep.
Nvidia put out this fascinating
Time is
tweet
9:35.
yesterday.
One direction is still north.
To make of it. Do you think in the end Meta will do business with Google? I mean, there's also this like frenemy, enemy, friend thing going on, and even some speculation right now, for example, that you could see. I don't know if you'll see Nvidia try to
They're
take
cooking
a stake
puts
in
right
Meta,
now, that's for sure.
Or do something to try to keep that business in some new circular way.
Well, hey, I think Nvidia is an extremely, technological, very
insane fucking
very
pushing.
Impressive company. That said, Google, the TPU and
6,900.
over many generations now, that is a viable competitor. People are looking for alternatives to Nvidia, just as you would
45,
expect them to.
30,
And the
1
idea
hour is
that
insane right
Google
now.
is going to
This
take
shit is
aggressive
fucking
steps to
insane.
make that technology available to others,
It's literally a measured
I
move
think it's
almost.
good for
Fucking
competition.
somewhere
I
here.
think that's part of what the tweet from Nvidia is indicating. We enjoy competition.
Literally a measured move.
Literally
a fucking measured move. Like, that's the fucking craziest part.
part.
I was looking at this shit last night. I was like, bro, what the fuck are these measured moves? Well, like, it's actually insane. Push up was actually insane. Like, what the fuck?
Having done that for 35
Oh my
years in my career, that's a lot of additional
They
work.
push crazy, going up or down. It's insane, man. It's fucking absolute power. Absolute motherfucking power. 9:35.
I want to actually ask you
deciding what to
question.
do on
We talked a
QQQ
lot
and
about
SPY
these circular
still.
transactions
SPY
recently.
rejected at the last
The
minute
most
of
recent
9:35.
one, might
QQQ
involve
rejected at the first minute of
Anthropic
9:35. There's
and
no
Microsoft
confirmation rejection.
And Nvidia. Anthropic is now the biggest large language model that has effectively investments from
insane,
all
actually.
the big three. It's got Microsoft, Amazon, and Google behind it. And what you think of these sort of, I don't know if you think of these equity stakes as vendor financing or not.
Yeah, I just think the quality of the
already at the midpoint on QQQ. All right, the bulls are slightly in danger because this is the 3/3. I'm not saying it can't go higher. All I'm saying is measured move-wise, this is literally the tipping top.
To buy my product. So I think any form of that.
You tell me if you've seen a stronger push-up than this.
Isn't as high. This, I think,
this. What was the news when this came out? Market was what? Super bullish, vertical as most has ever been, right? Bull trap. Right? Advanced level bull trap right now.
I think markets need to decide how valuable is that real revenue, right, as a result of that circular nature that they have. For one, if they become too extreme, I don't think it's good for markets overall. But clearly, moving forward,
right, this is actually might cycle into action. Never mind. I don't know.
Further capital be deployed in the AI sector.
Cycle being created.
Real quick, in terms of just who could win this game, let's take the chips out of it.
Cycle being created in the middle of
these new large language models. We had Mark Benioff said that he's now moved over to Gemini.
It's insane.
It's spectacular. Anthropic just came out with an upgrade. I think
LLD just broke on QQQ.
There's always been this question of, is there a moat around these things?
There's an algo range on QQQ being played.
Are people going to jump from one
direction
to the other?
is now showing south on
where it knows you or has more data that's what's going to keep you in there?
Well, I'm thrilled to see, new innovations here, and everybody has said the recent Gemini
candles just went super high in the 3/3, and we are above 610 on QQQ, and we are slightly pulling back.
I was finding more diminishing returns. I think dedicated
we opened at 677.45 on SPY, an important level to watch. 930 and 930 algo ranging.
A more likely area for next breakthroughs to occur. And I think LLMs themselves, will give way to other forms of knowledge representation, that will be the next breakthroughs for learning, for AI. And I think, the idea of super intelligence just based on bigger models, I think
artificial intelligence.
It's going to be very exciting.
At Amazon, hourly employees earn an average of over 20.
It gapped up, so cycle being created, bear trap, bull trap, bear trap, bull trap, and then deciding SPY at the roof, QQQ at the fucking midpoint. IWM flying up now, so this is the 3/3 going extended higher. It's not even, I looked and it's not even Friday low. It was literally Thursday low and they pushed it up. Crazy. Alright, market deciding what to do. Cycle being created. Divergence in the wind direction at morning open. Man, IWM at 246.20. Shit is on some fucking shit. MACD and RSI different on QQQ and SPY. SPY trying to go to the roof because of IWM, QQQ. Hovered. There's a severe bear trap on SPX and SPY for now. I don't know which direction is real, to be honest. Does IWM run more? It ran 6% this week in 3 days. What was my live stream name on Monday? IWM Strikes Back, and that was the beginning of the 2% run. And then it went 2% the day that day, and then it went 2% yesterday. 940. Testing the roof. 940. I'll go ranging too at 930. Spike above, testing the roof. Cycle creating. Slow, advanced, whatever you want to call this. Cycle is being created, and the cycle is slow. I don't even want to call this. It's super slow. So maybe until it flies up or flies down a little bit, I'll just watch a little bit. I am already in. That's already in, but I'm just saying, verbally saying something. In the cycle, trapped on SPY. In the cycle, time is 9:45 now. Look how fucking goddamn perfect this shit is. What the fuck? Broke the roof into 9:45 now. It is teetering. Super slow, chopping at the roof. We are going higher. It's just, I guess it can't go up super fast. Now time is 9:45 and that's the high of the day. All these bears are trapped off market open. And overnight. Bullshit they're doing. Holiday. Market is closed tomorrow. Do we get a Thanksgiving? Rally. Sure as shit looking like it, but wow. Sure as fucking shit they're showing bear squeeze a fucking trap until I don't know when. Oh my. That fucking gap up candle on QQQ. And this shit is bullish territory. I don't know till when. This must be on IWM breaking out too here. No, it's on something. I don't know what. How fucking high up we are. Breaking above the trend line or something? Spike up above? I have no idea. There's gap up there, 50 points up. Showing people the gap, I guess. Jesus Christ. It is crazy. It's not even moving like it's actually moving like a whole dollar in one candle. It's just, you know, I have it zoomed the fuck out, basically. Cycles are mad different right now in QQQ and SPY. They bear trapped everybody showing these two whatever candles and then flagged it and then bear trap, but also this could be an extension to trap 2, so gap here. Things are wilding. Time is 9:50 and 33 seconds here. This is what really happens in the 3/3 bullish end. It's very, very choppy and fast as fuck moving basically at the top. And they really are holding it up on this though, MACD and volume bullish, so either that is true bullish or they're holding, or I don't know, man. This is 9:50 now. Time is 9:50 now. Every candle making me feel like it's about to fucking nuke up and fly. Oh, wow. Truly. Wow. I'll go range at 940 and 940 as well. Wow. Time is 9:50. We have a divergence at the roof. I'll go range here. I'll go range here. And that market open. I need fucking straight ass lines. Fuck, this shit is pissing me the fuck off. I don't even have OCD, but I'm getting OCD from this. Time is 9:50. QQQ did not flip the roof yet. We are at the roof testing. SPY is hovering at the roof. Maybe a quick little divergence clear at the roof is coming right here. Or they're doing it in 5 minutes. I don't know, but that's what I would like to see. Honestly, a divergence clear first, but I went mad early anyway. Things are looking crazy bullish for the first 20 minutes of the market. Time is 9:50. New HOD. God damn. It is dragging and dragging and dragging. I'm getting fucking scared and scared and scared now. I'm in huge. $680 they're literally at right now. 680 there right now. We were at 606 yesterday intraday, and now we're at 613. So when market goes, market fucking absolute rocket, absolute drops, absolute fucking everything. Oh my god. We're up $3 now. Bulls are in super control here. Into 950. Divergence did not clear on QQQ yet. This is absolutely fucking bullish. Fucking crazy. I don't know if anyone would have expected IWM itself to go literally from 229.2 246. That must have been burned. This has to burn the entire month. It is burning the entire month. This is fucking crazy. Crazy on IWM. SPY, QQQ now too. But it's catching up after the fact that IWM did it yesterday. Today. Overnight. Oy, oy. I don't even know if this is just going to come back at this point. It's so bullish. Wind direction north. Divergence cleared. I'm honestly looking for a dump, but honestly, yeah, I don't even know if it's coming. But divergence did clear into 950 itself here. There's a divergence at the floor now. One-third, two. Let's see if that was a target destination here in the 3/3 bullish case. But also, there's no cycle confirmation, nothing now after we have reached the 950 divergence HOD clear. And there's no more divergence at the roof. Now there is a divergence at the floor. Oh, fuck. Candles are crazy. Stacking north. MACD was crazy. Stacking north. Time is 9:55 here in 55 seconds, and candles are dumping. If the candle stacks here, that'll be a little dump. We'll see. Literal dump. We're at the midpoint. Dump trying. Time is 9:55 and 38 seconds here. This is 950 rejection trying into 955. Either it does go, or it cycles and then goes, or it fucking bear traps everybody here too. Time is 9:55 and 25 seconds. I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. The fucking candle stacking on the 950 rejection to 955. 955 is here in 12 seconds. So if it does not reject, it bounces at 950 and creates an algo range. But this is 940 algo range playing out right now. This shit is 940 algo range playing out right now. We just didn't draw it on SPY earlier too, but we did on QQQ somewhere here. That's what's going on right now. They're algo ranging, they're cycle creating, deciding what the fuck to do with everybody now. Slight bull trap trying. LOD test is most probable. I don't know. We'll see. I think LOD's test is coming at some point today, but I could be wrong. Who knows? Time is 9:55. Candles are stacking. 1, 2, 3 into 9:55. If this thing bounces at 9:55, it will bounce into 10. It'll figure out what to do. If it does not, I don't know. Time is 9:50. Just because candles are big red, just because our candles are big green, does not mean it's going to go more and more and more. If it doesn't go more and more and more, how are you going to fucking sit here and blame the person that's literally calling everything out? So don't. All I'm fucking saying is cycle being created here. Time is 9:55. Dump is trying. Tiny bit. MACD turning bearish. Shit is advanced level. This is almost like some shit I've seen in December, but like they do it in different ways when they are super bullish into close. They can do it sometimes 9:35, 9:55, 9:55, 9:50, 10, 10, 20. Like it's just nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows where the 33rd is. Nobody has absolutely a fucking clue. IWM is in the 33rd. Damn bug. 9:55 is here. 950 creating an algo range on QQQ. Different cycles happening here on SPY and QQQ. Bears are trying, looks like, on the Qs. This line is pissing me off. I'm going to delete this, 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 and I'm going to make them all identical because I'm getting OCD. Nine 40. Cool. Time is 9:55. We are LOD testing, LOD hoping. This is LOD testing, LOD hoping, ND. Deciding whether to go more in the 1/3, 2/3. Deciding to extend or this shit looks like 1/3, 2/3 to me. Candles are just going down. That does not mean it's gonna just bust down the floor, but it is busting down the floor every minute. Busting down the floor, Tatiana Inc. Bust down Tatiana. LOD testing. LOD hoping. LOD breaking? Question mark. Let's see. Time is 9:56. Time is 10 a.m. in 14 seconds. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Time is 10 a.m. in 10 seconds here. I don't know. If this shit bounces at 9:55 into 10, I don't know if this is going to go into 10. It looks like they're going into 10 on QQQ. They are. They're going lower into 10 right now, trying. They did already. This is true LOD testing. This is true LOD testing. Cycle creating before anything now. I'm in all my shit still. I don't give a fuck. It's 6:78. Bulls are still trying off the floor. This is LOD testing, LOD hoping. 1 minute candle. This is 9:55 bounce into 10. This is 10 bounce into 10. Cycles are different on QQQ and SPY right now. There's a divergence at the floor, so the bears might be stronger here. This shit might be a fake candle. Or this could bounce, cycle for 20, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 4 hours, 40 minutes. I mean, not 4 hours, 40 minutes, and then go lower. I don't know. This is a 10 a.m. bounce. This is a 9:55 a.m. bounce. Guess MACD RSI important. Very important to see if the low breaks here actually or not. 677.40. 611.77 did not break as well. Look at that violent 10-minute rejection. Look at that violent 5-minute rejection. Why? I literally said in the 3/3 market does this, right? What am I talking about in the 3/3? The fuck are these people talking about? Not 3/3, you know what I mean? This shit is some shit in December. This could have done this at 9:30. This could have done this at 9:55. This could have done this at 10:30. This could have done this at 10:10, 10:05. Nobody knows. This is bearish now. Full trap. I don't know if 0 DTs are... I mean, fucking 0 DT is heavy, though. This is the 3/3 bullish trap. Alright, this is literally confirmed now. This is 3/3 bull trap fucking confirmed. What the fuck am I talking about? 3/3, at least a gap fill now I'm expecting. And somewhere down here I'm expecting today 6,742 and then flip this bitch down and go to 6,700 fucking today! Fuck! I need it fucking today! I need all that! I need all that, baby! Time is fucking 10 a.m. They're going fucking crazy low. Bears are in full fucking power here. They're fucking dumping on everybody in the morning. Morning bullish run. Fucking I'm not gonna say fake, but I'm literally saying extended. 3/3 bullish. Extended to 9:50. 10 a.m. I'm going to sit through all these fucking cycles. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. They dragged my shit down crazy. I gotta wait here a little bit. Crazy LOD. New money, 0 DT puts, bears, fucking wildin'. Off of 950 though, I'll tell you that much, into fucking 10. Crazy. Why? They dumped off everybody. Dumped off everybody as in people that were trying new money longs, new money bulls, new money tippity toppy. Man. Alright, there might be a nasty cycle create and then something, but I don't give a shit at this point. I don't really give a shit. I'm targeting something higher, so they might fucking bear trap me big on that too. I don't give a fuck though. I mean, I'm literally trying to play bigger cycles, but this shit is straight up hoping. I ain't gonna lie. Straight up hoping on the fact that it was super bullish. Straight up hoping on the fact that there's gonna be some sort of pullback to somewhere here. So we'll see. Time is 10:01. 10:01 is deciding what to do. So 10:10 bounce to 10 at least. If it bounces to 10:05, it's a bounce from 10 to 10:05. If it rejects, it rejects. If it fails, it's 10 bounce to 10 and then 10 rejection to 10:05. We'll see. Oh, fuck. Market moving crazy fast. I'll tell you that much right now. Market moving fucking crazy fast. I always go in mad fucking early or mad fucking something sometimes, but honestly, it's okay. Sometimes this is literally how it be. Oh god. Alright, cycle being created. Time is 10:05 in 30 seconds. This bullshit candle coming in to at least hover here or to reverse or something. Let's see. IWM coming in again. Bullshitting. Let's see. Captain Chaotic said IWM is not dropping like SPY. Good eye. Yup, good catch. Cycle being created. This is called at the floor. With the divergence cleared. This is literally why you know how I sometimes say, you know, a medium term, long term shorting is dangerous with a divergence at the roof. Medium term, long is dangerous with a divergence at the floor or something like that. This is literally what I mean. Because what? They hurt the people with the divergence and then cleared it. They hurt the people with the divergence and then cleared it. So 10 bouncing hard right now. Big time. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but I honestly think by 3 p.m. today, this shit's gonna be like $4 or $5 lower. I think it's gonna be. I'm wilding out here. I might get crushed, but that's what I'm truly thinking. I think there's gonna be some sort of pullback, some sort of how. I don't even know how, but it's gonna be back here and then maybe bounce back up. But I'm expecting somewhere 6.7, 6.4 at the minimum. I don't know how. I don't fucking know how, but I mean. If it goes there, I'm going to hope on more. That's all I'm fucking saying, but I mean, we'll see. IWM pushing crazy north since 9:55 into 10:05. All right, cycle being created here. Let's see, man. I don't fucking know. This is literally hoping at this point. We're in the 3/3 bearish cycle. I'm hoping on more. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish cycle off of 950. 1/3, 2/3 bullish cycle off of when? 9:30 into 9:55. When did this bearish cycle confirm when the low broke? When did the low break? Different times on QQQ and SPY. Advanced level bull trap is what you call it on a super bullish tippity 3/3 bullish ending period cycle. Just remember, I'm telling you, whatever the fuck you're going through right now, just remember this shit. The only reason why I'm saying all this shit, and the only reason why I remember all this shit is because I've literally been through this shit and exactly how I've been through it in December, February, whatever the fuck it was. When we were at the tippity top and we're going higher and higher and higher, and every single week, every single other day, we were going higher and higher and dumping a little bit, higher and higher and dumping a little bit, and it was literally trying to see where the 3/3 is. And then when the market is super, super bullish for 1, 2, 3 days, like at the literal, you know, reversal point, they make it super, super hard to tell. They make it super, super fucking hard to tell so that most of the people get trapped here. Most of the fucking people get trapped here. Why? Or most of the people get trapped here. Because why? The HOD breaks. Usually, it happens like this. Usually, market goes rejection at 950, bounces to 955, get a little spike candle, and then just loses it crazy. That's what usually happens. Because I've been through it psychologically, but they're doing it a different way. How? They're extending this shit. They were supposed to go lower here, but they extended it, made it look super bullish, and then did it. So every single time they do different shit, but I mean, literally. That is why I don't go long in the 3/3 either, but I mean, this shit is not. It's deciding, right, with higher time frame shit what to do. It's not even saying it's gonna reject, it's literally trying to be like, oh, are we gonna gap fill? Oh, we're not gonna gap fill? Oh, we're gonna gap fill? Oh, we're not gonna gap fill? And it's literally, yeah, it's just, you know, back and forth, whatever. Last year in December, dude, they extended it crazy into the tippity top. I don't know if you guys remember that, but they made a little death cross and then they extended it for 3 days and pumped it crazy. And then on like, I don't even know, on the 18th or something, we started going down like right after, you know, some sort of fucking weird ass cycle picture, like, I don't even know, finalized or some shit. It was some weird ass shit. Basically did the exact opposite of what the majority was thinking, pumped it up, and then and then did something. These cycles are horrendous for me, but I'm sitting through it. Like, it's fucking horrendous for me, but I'm literally sitting through it thinking they're gonna go to 673, 672, 671 today. That's what I'm thinking. But that could be a major hope. I don't know. Honestly, that could be a fucking major hope. I'm expecting somewhere down here. I'm not gonna lie, but that's a fucking crazy, crazy, crazy bias. So I'll just say that in front. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? Why? Because we're above the previous all-time high. So there's a gap up here. I'm expecting them to pull back and somewhere be below this previous all-time high today. That's why it sounds crazy. But shit sounds crazy until it happens. So, you know, while it happens, we'll see what happens. But, I mean, it could not happen too. Bear trap showing fully right now off these 1-2 candles. I don't know, man. Shit is fucking crushing. If this shit flips up to all time, like, you know, not all time highs, but literally like HOD. I'd be damned. But this is either bear trap big time, or this is either bull trapping here. But medium term cycle is being created now. I have no idea which one. 1 minute gap on SPY. Time is 10:10, 10:08. We're at the midpoint too of the drop from 950 to 10 now. Wow, coming in with fucking bullshit. That is fucking, oh my god. Oh my god, that literally throws everything off. Absolute fucking unit of a work. Look at this, 2 1 minute gap ups now. 1 minute gap up here. 1 minute gap up here. It's absolute fucking unit. Why? To change cycles, to make people hope on bull and bear, and then fucking this is always how it's done, but it's fucking sick. Oh my god. If this shit flips up, it destroys everything that I have. If this shit flips down, it destroys everything people have from 950 up. That's the crazy part. Why? We're at the fucking 50-point Fibonacci mark of this whole entire cycle. 950 to 10. It's disgusting what they do, man. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. Look at this fucking shit. We're at 0.61. What the fuck is this? You know what I mean? What the fuck is this shit? It's fucking absolutely disgusting. I don't fucking know if this is bull trap or not. This is literally bull trap, bear trap until the HOD breaks or the low breaks. That's all it is. We're in a huge, huge, huge algo range. That's all it is. Like, this is literally a purple purple locked box. Right? When the purple box breaks with the consecutive candle up or down, then there's some pressure that might release. What? Holy shit. I don't know. I don't know. If they go lower, they're for sure making it not look any bearish. If they're going higher, they got everybody trapped at 10. That's for sure. So I think this is our first poll of the day. All right, we'll know the answer in an hour or 30 minutes. Everybody vote what you think is gonna happen right now. We're about to rip up to HOD, or we're about to rip down to LOD. All right, let's see. In 30 minutes, or 1 hour, or 2 hours, we will have. Alright, what the fuck is coming next? What is coming? HOD or LOD? Everyone vote right now what you think. Alright, before the candles come, please. Before the candles come, please. These candles are making everyone think everything clearly. Red candle comes, everyone thinks LOD. Green candle comes, everyone thinks HOD. So let's do the poll before the candles come, and let's try to do the poll unbiased based on your opinion. Cool. 4 people said HOD. 4 people said LOD before the vote changed. 4 versus 6 now in the WhatsApp group. Mike says higher. Jasmine says HOD. Dave says HOD. Lewis says HOD. Flan says IWM up. You think it's going up or you're saying up? J&J says HOD. Macro says HOD is crazy. Good luck. Why? Okay, Cause says HOD. IWM HOD. Okay. LOD. 6v9. Let's mix. How's HOD crazy when we're clearly in the middle? Some people are saying LOD is crazy too. So, you know, this is the reason why we do the poll, because both sides are thinking both sides are crazy now. So that's fucking true. Both sides are thinking both sides are crazy. You know what I mean? Like, this is how it's done. Perfectly at the middle. Going up and then going, I guess, just fucking perfectly. Alright, we have the opening bell. Watch that. 25 people watched it in front of us, so we are the 50th people as a group to watch this bitch together.
It's Macy's celebrating the 99th Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Santa with an early appearance here.
Look at all that green. There'll be way more green.
On NBC and Peacock beginning at 8:30 a.m. in all time zones. At the Nasdaq, it's Almani Industries, a miner of tungsten concentrate. As return to 6,800, will take you past last Thursday's levels.
Yeah, so that's what we've been kind of playing with. Last Thursday's high in the morning before we got that big downside reversal, like 67.70. What I also find interesting about that is it coincided with the early October high, kind of before we got that tariff panic.
Let's get a woohoo in chat, folks. Today is holiday. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving. Go eat your turkeys. Go eat your stuffings. Go eat your mashed potatoes. Go eat your green beans. All right. Go enjoy your holidays, and we will see each other Friday. Today, this week is a holiday weekend. Thanksgiving, turkey rally. We had a turkey rally. Let's see where this turkey rally takes us today.
This particular dip was not led by retail.
This fucking turkey rally.
The dip buys.
Cuckoo. Okay, measured move. This has to be from the tippity run. This has to be a measured move. A little bit higher than measured move. This is fucking absolutely nuts. Market crazy, bro. Maybe it does go higher, but man, it's absolutely fucking nuts. All right, everybody say cuckoo. All right, be a turkey for 5 seconds, please. Thank you very much. Man.
Yeah, that's right, Carl.
Cuckoo. All right, caw. Turkeys are going lower.
We're expecting a number above 40. We end up with 36.3.
That would be the lowest level going back
Bigger
to
cycle
May
trying
of
to create.
24. It's now been 2 years since we've been above 50 or expansion territory.
Zero
November
DTs are scary as fuck, to
23
be honest.
was the last time we were over 50. So Chicago manufacturing doesn't seem
To be honest, because the environment is so bullish, that's what it looks like. Zero DTs are scary as fuck because the environment is so bullish. Multi-day.
We do see the stock market also responding
Scary
in
as shit.
that vein.
That's what it
Now,
feels like to
granted
me.
that this may bring
Zero
an
DT
ease
is terrifying.
to
I don't
the
fucking
stock
know.
market's doing, but I think on the
How they're
side
gonna do
of
this shit.
interest rates, it's multifaceted. Maybe it's the runoff
Octagon said
of the
turkeys
pricing,
gobble gobble, not
potentially
cuckoo
pricing
cuckoo.
in
I
a
don't know.
Brexit, which
Gobble
pushed
gobble,
yields
you're right.
down yesterday,
Gobble gobble.
but also
Gobble 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 gobble.
keep
Gobble
long
gobble
rates
gobble gobble.
down,
I want it all. Gobble
judged by
gobble
the
gobble
fact
gobble.
that we settled
Give me the loot. 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 Gobble 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 gobble. I'm a fucking loot goblin turkey. I'm a fucking loot goblin fucking turkey. All right, give me stuffing. God damn it. Wow. Look at this. We got a lot of bullish news coming out now. It says Thanksgiving week could be the most profitable period of the year for some. I thought it said for retail, it said airlines. Man. Time is 10:16. Rejecting from 10 to 10:16 in a weird ass way, and 10:15 trying to bounce here. I can't even call this bearish right now because the candles are literally saying let's bear trap and then do some shit. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Perfectly in the middle. It's crazy.
Season could not come at a better time for the group. Who knows more about this than Philabo? I would argue
10 did not
no
break
one,
here.
no single person.
They're in a purple box right now. Big time.
Oh, very nice of you to say that. You know, for some airlines,
Shit is trash. If they break it, it's good, but it's trash if they stay here somehow.
For them, certainly among the most profitable, they need a strong week of travel, and it's off to a relatively smooth start.
Bad.
Yes, there's some weather moving into the upper Midwest.
I want this shit to move, but it's staying here and staying here and staying here. So the longer it stays here, honestly, the more it could grab, but still.
Yesterday and Sunday, those are the two busiest days.
I want this shit to go now.
Capacity, it has rebounded from the government shutdown. And when you take a look at airports around this country, you might sit there and say to yourself, well, did anybody cancel their flights because they were concerned that the government
shit is so fucking dangerous.
Have a carryover effect?
My zero DTs are. I'm scared.
Now that's not happening. In fact,
I have SPX, so maybe I'm feeling a little bit fine, but like, yeah, I'm fucking scared.
For what's considered Thanksgiving
I have 1 DT and 0 DT, but I'm mostly in 0 DT right now, and I'm fucking scared they're gonna burn the 0 DT.
The guidance is unchanged for the fourth quarter for almost all airlines. In fact, I haven't heard one yet.
People shorting from yesterday, grinding up, and people shorting today too. Like, I don't fucking know.
The impact is probably between $150 and $200 million. That's the estimate according to Bank of America per airline. Significant.
Please show
but
not bearish and just dump. Like,
I
don't fucking know. I'm scared. That's what I really want, but like, I don't know. If there's so many bears here, I don't know how they're gonna go lower too. That's what I'm thinking too. So
the guidance changing. Take a look at
these candles are straight up.
Southwest and United, they have all come back
straight
a little bit from the government shutdown.
You got to be careful on the Fibonacci tool too, Kevin. They make people hope on the Fibonacci levels, just like price action as well, price level targets. So.
That have just kept these airline shares
sometimes use it real quick and then get rid of it. You know,
earlier this year.
Rely on the main factors.
On airfares. Phil, with
cycle here is horrendous.
And cost of living so much in focus right now.
Yep.
QQQ, not really that much, but SPY is moving big time.
And it's true. Airfares are now lower than they were.
The chart zoomed in, maybe that's why, but yeah, it's
inflation adjusted.
That's what it's looking
like. And I know there will be people who sit there and say, "Well, it's still going to cost me $375 or $400."
QQQ is at 610, evaluating what to do at 610. I think above 610.
Pick your city, pick your routes, whatever it might be. I understand that there will be people who say that's not a cheap ticket, but inflation adjusted, the airlines generally have kept fares in check. Now, where you will see fares or the amount spent on fares increasing are with things like
those gaps below. There are some gaps below in the IWM.
Decided, well, look, I want to go
it's
for a premium
so
seat.
fucking
Therefore,
bullish
I'm
on
going to
IWM.
More. But overall, this gets a lot of attention. It has not had a dramatic change in a number of years, inflation adjusted.
What do you think capacity growth looks like going into 26, Phil?
Should be
Let's
decent.
see the poll.
I mean, the expectation
what did people
is we
vote
could see a
20 minutes ago at 10,
growth,
11?
as we go
7
into
people
the first
said
quarter and the
HOD,
second
11
quarter
people said
of next
LOD
year.
at 10,
the
11.
airlines certainly believe that there's
10,
plenty
11
of room
was
for
somewhere
growth,
here.
especially internationally. There are a number
We're right
of
where
routes
we
that the
we're
airlines
right
are
where we did
looking
the
at and
fucking
saying
poll.
we can either
In the
add
middle of the
more
purple box,
frequency,
they
or
could
we can
fly it
open
up
new
and then
routes,
fake it. They
especially
could drop it
as
up
you
and
look
then
at the
fake it up.
aircraft that are
I don't
coming
know,
out
but the purple
from both
box can be
Boeing and
used in
Airbus,
some way.
which give them far
We're right in
greater
the middle.
flexibility
They could go
than they had
higher and then
15
bring
years
it down from the top. They could go lower or bring it up from the bottom. But I mean, they're right in the
designed to
middle.
help
They
make
could be
aches and
doing something here too. But all I'm saying is until the candles break out and stack, 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 nothing really going on. Until the candles break, and then stack, nothing going on, technically. Sadly. Got doji candles everywhere. Campbell ingredients leaked. That's in news.
Center in Washington, D.C. right now, especially after President Trump's meeting with New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani last week.
I need some
but
good
our next guest says that
affordable
despite
housing.
this renewed
Shit.
focus, affordability is a
cheaper
problem
houses.
that just can't be solved.
Give me a
Greg Epp
200K
is
house
the
in the
Wall Street Journal's
Northeast, bro.
deputy
That's all I fucking want.
economics editor
Fucking
and chief
200K
economics
house in
commentator.
the Northeast.
Steve Reisman,
Like,
by the way, is back with us for
it's like
this
$1 million.
conversation as well.
Like,
but Greg, welcome. It's good to see you this morning. Your column gets at a really interesting idea. Affordability is something amorphous. You can't measure it the same way you can inflation. It's kind of how people feel. And as a result, that makes it incredibly difficult to try and solve.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is one of the things I found interesting about Mamdani's run for a New York mayor, which was highlighted at that meeting Friday. I mean, he did more than anybody else to put the word affordability on everybody's lips. And now everybody's talking about affordability. If you do kind of like a Google trend search, you'll see that number really erupted in interest just in the last year. But what I find interesting, like as an economics guy, is that there's nothing in the data that tells us affordability has gotten notably worse in the last year. It's more or less been the same trend as the year before. And this got me to thinking that really affordability, it's as much a state of mind as it is an economic condition. People are just in a situation right now where they really, really focus on the things that are getting harder to control. You know, a year ago it was eggs. Well, eggs are down in price now. Now it's beef. We just had a government shutdown. That was all about health insurance affordability. And Becky, it kind of leads me to believe that as long as people are in this stressed state of mind, there will always be an affordability crisis. And whether you're Mamdani or Trump, you don't really have a magic key.
I mean, the candles have to stack. That's the thing.
I mean,
bears are not really trying until the purple box stacks.
And by the way, inflation was much higher under the Biden administration, but their way of trying to calm people down was to say, it's not that bad. Things are getting better here. Inflation's coming down here.
Bro, I'm
Prices
young.
For this are coming down.
I would be happy with
President
like a little,
like oil
futuristic,
boxable
apartment if they build it
electricity
somewhere.
prices are higher. And then if you look at mortgage rates,
a little tiny house,
that is a real issue for anybody who's trying to buy a house and trying
That'd
to get
be
into
cool,
something.
like,
if your mortgage is set and you have it set from a
like
long
half
time,
a house for
you're
young
not
people.
feeling that pinch. But there are
below
a lot of
35,
40,
where that pinch comes half a house, and then once they become 35, 40, they can level up to a bigger house.
Show this if people feel like they are
feeling times 2 house.
Right now, I just want to.
I think that sounds reasonable, bro.
There's no
if I was
inflation,
president,
it's all in your mind. Over
Trump,
and over, he and his folks would say, we've brought the rate of inflation down. It was 9%. It's now 3%. That's what it was when he was
but that's what I mean. Telling people inflation is not as high as you think it is.
Some land
it's come down.
Up here in Jersey.
It doesn't work if people feel like they're paying all the time. This is the same thing that the Trump administration is facing.
We got some land
now,
everywhere, actually.
Right, and Trump, unlike Biden, goes
we got land
in
Jersey, a liberal state, dude. We got land everywhere. Texas,
Colorado.
I've been all around this country.
He's frustrated.
You in Mexico, like
people
California,
what they see and think isn't really true. But I think the broader issue
all we need is
that it doesn't really matter what the president says. People are going by their own sort of lived experience.
A boxable
Steve,
little mini house, a miniature cabin.
Well, a couple things. First,
even out there in New York,
it's been out there for a while.
You know,
it was kind of interesting to
Massachusetts,
me. We've been polling on
where the
this
woody parts are, Vermont,
like bro. And finding that
I would love a little cabin house.
It cuts across
all those cabin houses and probably all those houses are expensive.
You can see when we ask our prices rising faster than usual. Even 18% of Republicans, which is a big number,
I think it's a problem. Obviously, there's a political dynamic to it. More
Bears are trying. Let's see where this goes.
Follow
Truly,
the independents.
Purple box is
One
testing
issue
right
that's
now.
out there that's a big pressing concern when it comes to affordability is healthcare, and that's a real issue. That's not a perceived issue. That's not eggs, and that's not milk, and that's not beef. That's healthcare, and you can see the percent who are unsatisfied. A big percentage by party, according to our poll. So that's a big issue. So part of it is perceived, part of it is real. What people don't seem to get, it's the really hard economic idea that
three-third bearish cycle here, breaking the LOD, trying back. The RSI is growing bearish, but the candles are scary.
To the price level, and they've been doing that, by the way.
Scary
what you don't want falling prices, and the reason you don't want it is because if your prices are going down, your income is going down. And I'll just add one more thing. A very slight disagreement I have with Greg is one place where you can, as a government, have an effect on affordability is through your antitrust and your monopoly enforcement. And that is an issue, I think, where we could have some what do you want to say? Discovery of whether or not there's some pricing stickiness or inelasticity in the economy that might be the result of monopolies, at least
What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I find it fascinating that after Trump heard all these complaints about the price of beef, he announced he ordered like an investigation into price collusion or anti-competitive behavior by beef companies. You know, this sounds very much like what Biden and Harris were doing like a year or two ago, right? I mean, it's not my imagination. So, you know, Steve, you're right. I'm sure there are areas where monopolies have raised prices, but let's say in a perfect world those areas were solved. Would it affect the overall price level? I'm doubtful. I mean, you pointed out the health insurance issue yourself. The price of health insurance is going up because health insurance is getting more expensive, and because subsidies that were implemented in 2021 are going away. That's not a monopolistic competition issue.
VWAP flipping either. Like
it's interesting to me, Greg, that
as
we went through the inflation of the pandemic, corporate profits did not suffer. They found the ability not just to raise prices to meet input prices, but raise them further. So I'm interested in that dynamic. I'm not calling it a monopoly. I'm just saying that I was surprised to see how
now
well
they're at the bottom of the purple box.
And that's why I think one of the
things
could
rip that
Wall
shit
Street's
up.
Not concerned about inflation right now. If you get a Fed chair who's going to sit there and going to press on the accelerator, I think the Wall Street feels prices will just rise and profits will keep going.
I mean, you might be right. I'll point something else out, Steve, which I don't think many people have picked up on. It's precisely because the pandemic enabled companies to basically raise prices and then keep those margins. It's one of the reasons they've been able to absorb Trump's tariffs in the last year without raising prices so much. So a lot of companies have basically decided to eat those thanks to the very nice profit margins they built up following the pandemic. And to your point, I think earlier when you were discussing today's data, I think that, again, you really need to disentangle the inflation issue from the affordability issue.
Every single time they come to
As you yourself said, we've gotten pretty
crazy.
good news on
Reason
inflation,
why they
and the bond market isn't terribly worried about inflation for that reason. But that seems to have had no effect at all on people's moods or attitudes about affordability, and that's going to be the challenge for
ultra
Trump.
theta
And I don't think that's putting Kevin Hassett or anybody else for that matter at the Federal Reserve to solve
there, and it's burning everyone to the 0.50 Fibonacci. It's also burning all the
housing
bulls
prices and the affordability issues there.
New money is just saying, what the fuck is going on? Like, they're just going up and down, like, it's kind of bullshit.
That we have seen. We've gotten used to these incredibly low mortgage rates. But if you talk to anybody who's actually involved in what it means, what goes into the home prices, they will also tell you that the biggest issue is the increase on construction prices. That, you know, it's the labor that goes into it, the materials that goes into it. All of those things that are kind of still snaking through the pipeline. And by the way, tariffs don't help on those issues either.
Well, that's true, Becky, but
waiting
just a
until
few
what? There's no
facts
major
for
news coming
context.
out today.
First of all, construction prices, they have gone up, but they've more or less gone up at the same rate as everything else, you know, like, and everything else went up. So I'm not sure that explains why housing would be more expensive than anything else right now. Second of all, the price of a new home, which is where you would expect to see construction prices be the most relevant, have actually been coming down in the last 2 or 3 years. And I think I read somewhere recently that the ratio of the new home to an existing home price is actually back down to its record low. But you made a point, Becky, which I think is so important. people got used to the 3 to 4% mortgage rates that we had in the decade before the pandemic. But that was really abnormal. That was because we were in a period of very low inflation, depressed conditions, and the Fed doing a lot of funky stuff like quantitative easing. And people who only grew up in that period thought that was normal, but it wasn't. I was really struck. I examined the National Association of Realtors Affordability Index. And this is a formula that incorporates people's incomes and mortgage rates and the price of homes. It's definitely the case that affordability is a lot worse now than it was before the pandemic, but it's roughly back to where it was before 2008. So again, this is not much comfort if you're one of those people who's unfortunately out there trying to buy a house for the first time. But what we're seeing on affordability is not crazily out of line with history.
No, but the problem that comes from this, there are two issues. With housing, it's the biggest
I would have liked them by 675.5 already by now. In 1 hour,
that's a much bigger hit than if your dining out bill goes up by 5%. The other issue is, if beef prices go up,
if they don't go lower in the next 1 hour, to the better burn the shit out of me with data. I don't know what the fuck going on here.
If housing prices go up, there's not a whole lot you can do to diversify or say, I'm going to substitute with something else.
IWM holding it up crazy right now.
There's always
shit is so scary.
I think you're
Zero DTs, I think they're about to burn it.
The full spectrum.
I don't know.
One thing I know the Fed is concerned about, Becky, that's worth talking about.
I said that at the tippity top too, literally in the WhatsApp group, man. But I really don't know if my shit's about to get burned here. They're gonna go trap bulls.
That saving on the rate just ends up in the price of the house, because in many markets, not all of them obviously, you have a lack of housing, and so in that situation of a lack of supply, you end up raising prices. So there could be actually an inflationary effect over some period of time from lowering rates because it ends up in higher housing costs.
That's interesting.
Right. So I think the one thing that almost everybody agrees with, and I certainly do, is that regardless of what's going on with construction prices and mortgage rates, there's a lot local and state governments can do to basically improve the supply of housing just by reducing regulations. And one of the things that I'll be watching closely is that there were a bunch of ballot initiatives that were approved in New York City, for example, at the same time that Mamdani won election. And the effect of these is to significantly reduce.
I think he was talking about the CNBC dude. Man, you know, this shit definitely burns. The overnight bears the most right now. That's what I'm fucking feeling. Fuck the bulls up there and the bears, but I'm talking about, like, dude, fuck, I don't know. Gone higher than 1010 here on SPY. Look at that LOD fucking testing and hoping fucking crazy on QQQ at 1025. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Oh my god. Right at the most perfect fucking moment. Looking like it was gonna drop, they extended crazy for 5 minutes. Off the floor. I guess things were oversold down there, but now it's like neutral leveled. Wild work. 10:35 now. Bearish cycle from 10:10 to 10:25, 15 minutes, and then 10:25 to 10:35. Now it's bullish. Algo range touched on everything too. This shit is burning me. Overnight. $6,800. Not losing. They gotta do this shit today and stay bullish, bro. Fuck. It's so bullish right now. 30-minute MACD too, helping everything. This is so fucking stupid. Right at 12, 10:25. They ripped it up from the bottom of the purple box to the top. Absolutely fucking bull. Shit. All those fucking candles. I was literally feeling scared about that, but wow, what the fuck is this shit? Oh my god. Oh. Acting volume actually helping. Man, 50-50. They either blow this purple box up and destroy all puts, or they trap somewhere up here, but it's looking less and less likely they're about to trap up here. Fuck. LOD. Midpoint. Midpoint. LO. Floor hoping. Roof hoping. Midpoint. Floor hoping. Midpoint. Floor hoping. Midpoint. Roof. Hoping. Either roof or roof hoping. I don't know. Well, wow. No confirmation, nothing. I'll go range maybe, but look how fucking dirty they are, bro. What the fuck is this shit, man? Oh my god, I'm gonna draw the cycles. This is so wild. Box needs to be. It's like 70-30 almost. They're about to cycle here and then break purple box higher maybe and then do something, but I don't fucking know. What is so bullish on the market right now? IWM? Like, holy shit. This shit is actually on something. I don't know what the fuck it's on, but it's on fucking IWM is literally on steroids. That's literally what I feel this entire week. This has to be like 7% for the week. This has to be. Oh, wow. 10:40 time is. Guess there's a little algo range here too. What the fuck? I want to see how much IWM is up this week. 1.84 plus 5.7. That is fucking 7.5%. Is that real? 7.5%. The fuck? This shit is fucking crazy burning. Oh my god. 6, 7. Bro. Huh. 6,775. Like I'm literally 25 points away, but I mean, fuck. They're looking so goddamn bullish right now. What the fuck? They're doing a crazy huge cycle too. HOD testing, seeing if it wants to break higher or what. It's fucking crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh, my foot went to sleep. Oh, this is wild. The fuck is IWM doing? 246.36. No cycle confirmation, nothing. That means higher probability of a bear trap after a minute or two. MACD RSI is growing into a rejection. Rejection is trying on the higher time frame, showing now some sort of a arch maybe. But nothing really says until this purple box breaks. What do we say about this purple box? Until the purple box breaks apart higher or lower with the consecutive candle, nothing going on. So ain't nothing going on yet. Sadly, we are still in the box. It's just creating cycles and shit in between it all. Time is 10:45 and 7 seconds. Red Plasma said, I thought I chickened out, but I actually got my calls to, left my calls at the top. Are you talking about in the morning, 9:30, or are you talking about at 10:40? Which one? That's good to hear. That's always the best feeling. Not the best feeling when you think it's going to go more and you get trapped, but low-key the best feeling when you shit perfectly, get out, and you see the thing just revert or do something crazy right after. $10.45 is deciding whether to continue this rejection from 10.40 or not. 678.44. Yeah, 10.40 creating an algo range. Okay, nice. 10.40. Doesn't mean it can't go higher here, but yeah, look, the MACD. That was the tippity top somewhere at 10:38, 10:39, 10:40. It started to get looking tippity toppity on the MACD RSI. I mean, we did visit the roof big time, so I mean, it's not even like the bulls are trapped right now. Since the morning, it's like bears are trapped, and also I guess bulls are slightly trapped with data, but also, I mean, Something bigger going on, clearly. Something bigger from here, too. Something bigger up here, too. All fighting it out. New money shorts, new money longs, old money from yesterday, old money longs, old money puts, all that. Fighting it out. I hate these candles today. I really don't. Dragging down, go up. Dragging, like, this shit is literally all day long. I like this, go. I like maybe up. If I can go up, but I don't like this. Little, down, like, what the you have no idea which candle is gonna do what. Like, it's just literally fucking Casino Royale at this point, gambling, you know what I mean? Candle literally going green, red, green, red, green, red. This shit literally feels like Casino Royale at this point. I don't know which candle is gonna flip up and then fucking bounce. I don't, you know what I mean? It's literally making it feel like that.
This isn't.
Might as well go to Atlantic City or Casino Vegas Royale. Got CNBC News coming out with jobless claims. Let's see this one.
News on the macroeconomic front. Yes, we're catching up with all the data, but the most sort of real time that we're getting is jobless claims, which is the amount of jobless unemployment claims that Americans file from last week. And actually, we had good news there, which was it was lower than expected and actually matched the lowest level
why can't they
since
extend
February.
it more and more?
216,000 jobless claims filed in the week of November 22nd.
Clearly,
better than the 225 expected.
Broke out of this high.
So 4-week moving
Never
averages
visited. We're just
tips
going
down
today.
if you want to smooth it over. So it continues to be the low hiring, low firing economic environment. And yes, there's been a lot of angst around the labor market lately
Look at the
with
MACD
some of the alternative data, the
right
ADP data that we've been tracking sort of on weekly job losses.
So hard
but
to see.
Jobless claims, as filed by the states of Americans filing for those benefits, continues to paint a picture of
bearish.
lack
This
of
shit is
layoffs.
weird as fuck
And
bearish.
it just continues with this mixed picture that we are getting on the economy. Some good signs, some not so good signs.
This is like hiding going lower. This is hiding bearish. Now it's not hiding anymore, but like, what the fuck is this? MACD and RSI going. Oh, MACD is growing. If the VWAP flips here, I would say, if the VWAP flips on the 5 or 15 minute. Why? Because of the SPX 5-minute MACD. 15-minute MACD is still hella bullish. So, and never mind the 5-minute. Yeah, 5-minute and the 15-minute candle. Not these 1-minute tiny up and down, up and down. We're talking about those 5 minutes. Big candles. Up or down doesn't mean anything. And they got Harvard coming out talking about how to beat Thanksgiving anxiety.
Our next guest is going to help us navigate holiday anxiety and lagging consumer confidence, affordability concerns,
Harvard,
and most importantly, maybe some divisive political topics. Harvard professor Arthur Brooks. He hosts the podcast Office Hours with Arthur Brooks. Is of course the best-selling.
We'll see who's right
on
the poll. We are right at the poll.
Atlantic. Good morning to you.
Went lower,
we
higher.
Talk about getting around the Thanksgiving Day table and trying to have civil
1040
discourse.
Is bouncing to 1050.
Arthur, I just want the tips and tricks for the civil discourse when you have some folks that you may not always agree with.
Yeah,
you're
no,
at the middle
it
of the
looks
purple
like you're
box.
on the road someplace. Are you visiting family?
Out.
Is that what is
we failed to break out, but we did test the roof. We failed to break down, and we tested the
I'm always
floor.
trying to figure out how to have that. I need to have the civil discourse in the morning. You know, we do it over breakfast. It's called Squawk Box.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And the truth of the matter is there's a lot written about this. There's a lot of research on this. Behavioral scientists
Let's see
have
how
talked
the cycle builds
not
here.
how to disagree
One
less,
third,
but
two
actually how to
third
disagree
bearish,
better. And a couple
three
of things
third
to keep in
bearish.
mind. For a lot of people who are going to their extended
Small
family,
cycles.
for example, there's Aunt
Or
Marge
it
is going to be
fakes
there.
out and
You don't
goes
see her
lower
but
here.
once a year, and she's going to insist
Candles
on
are
talking about the federal government or
saying
something.
50-50.
And there's a couple
We're
of
saying
two
45,
don'ts that are actually just as important as
55
the
now.
two do's. A couple of things to think
If it
about.
breaks this low,
The
it's
first
going
is
to
to
be
remember that
80-20
when you have a
bearish.
disagreement about something
We'll see.
with somebody you rarely see, a
Why?
contentious
Because of the
topic like
MACD.
politics,
If the
that's
candles go
actually
lower with the
not, you're
5
not
minute,
going to
15
convince
minute, it's
anybody.
95%
What we want to do
bearish.
is persuade when we're arguing.
Not
and
really.
we
75-25 still
persuade
is a
anybody.
low
When
would
you,
have to break. So
when,
never
when
mind.
somebody is shut
IWM
down,
going
when you're
higher and
arguing
higher
with
and
them,
higher.
they have
Never
something
mind.
that psychologists call the boomerang effect. And they actually believe their ideological
See, every single
viewpoint
fucking
more
1 minute candle coming in
strongly
like
than when
that
you
is
started
making it
arguing
think
with
like it's
them.
going
So
to
that's
fly
the
or
first
drop.
thing to
It's
kind of game out a little bit and
5
really
minute
thinking about.
candles.
And the second thing to keep in mind is that every time you talk about politics, this is almost always the case, not just at Thanksgiving, you get less happy. There's a lot of research that shows that the more you think and talk about politics, the
We're
less
hovering
happy you're
at
going to be.
6,800. Crazy. What is this
It's
level
kind of
at
the counteracting
6,800? People
mechanism to
keep
the whole
talking about it.
point of
Oh, we're back at
Thanksgiving. So
6,800.
don't go in ready for a fight.
This island,
and don't actually get into
6,800.
politics. Those are the two don'ts, actually.
Okay, so here's my question. We sometimes at our table, there's like a little bit of a rule with when certain topics go into certain places. Sometimes someone will say, "We're not talking about that. That's off limits. You got to just ixnay that from the whole discussion agenda."
Yeah,
is that the appropriate way or not?
Well, you can make it explicit if you want, but what I recommend to people who are sort of the odd man out, I'm kind of the odd man out in many ways in my family discussions. I mean, all my kids are ideologically different than me and their spouses, as a matter of fact. My extended family, they're more conservative than I am. And that doesn't mean that we can't talk about these things, but it means that we have to not get into a big argument about it. And that requires kind of a skill on my part of leading the conversation into something that's more pleasant, that we all think about as a source of gratitude, as opposed to a source of conflict in the family. Now, we can talk about those things. We've known these differences exist the whole time, but life is short, man. Why would you want to talk about politics when you're around the Thanksgiving table?
How do you do that, Arthur? Do you steer it back to, did you see the art project that my grandchild brought home last week? I mean, is it more subtle than that?
Yeah, well, one of the things to actually be thinking about is to introduce a topic of your own gratitude.
Here's our in danger now
really
again.
Important. To say, I got something I got to say that I'm really, really grateful for, and it'll be a memory, it'll be a shared idea that you all have together. And especially when you're talking with extended family, when you have memories of something, when you reconstruct a memory of something that you all share, that's something that people are really quite interested in, as a matter of fact. So shared values are a lot better than unshared ideological views.
Bro, IWM on some fucking crack right now. Every single time. HOD, HOD, HOD. 1050, 1040. 1050, 1040. IWM and up. Fucking holiday rally. Holding it up. Saying holiday. They're talking about holiday talk now. This shit is so fucking weirdly bullish because of this shit. What the fuck is this shit, man? Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this fucking cup and handle? What the fuck? Wow. Wow. They don't dump $5 here. It's gonna be fucking bad, but wow, man. That is crazy. It's the fucking weirdest pattern chop I've ever seen in a while. They're doing it at the tippity top of the 3/3 too. They're doing it at the tippity top of the 3/3, chopping and holding the island like nuts. IWM on a straight up rally today. Or this week. It's literally up 7.5% this week, so I have no idea how high IWM's going up, but IWM's gonna go up, and then at some point it's gonna not. I don't know what's gonna happen when it doesn't, but I mean it's gonna go this week, and I don't know, it's fucking crazy. I can't believe my Monday live stream was called IWM Strikes Back, Empire Strikes Back. I should have just fucking went long on IWM based on that shit alone. Like I would have been fucking good for the fucking month. Like what the fuck? 7% up is crazy. That shit is literally like, what the fuck? I wasn't even really looking that much. I just looked at the fucking horizontal support I drew on Saturday. I don't do IWM that much, but it fucking flew. It fucking flew on that. And then on this little pullback, SPX touched perfectly something too. Fucking perfectly. This shit right here. This shit is fucking on something right now. Man, it's a Christmas miracle. Gap down and gap filled. This is a fucking Christmas miracle. Burning everything. Wow. I can't believe the fucking, we did a poll. So I think it was somewhere here when the red candle was showing and it said 11 v fucking 6 or some shit. And now that it's actually fucking going opposite, like what the fuck? Tippity opposite. 10:25 in 30 minutes. This is not good. They're about a fucking new HOD. Like, what the fuck? That is fucking cook. Oh my god. Actual cook. On this alone. So fucking messed up. New HOD. That is crazy. 11 a.m. Such fucking bullshit, dude. Wow. Candles are actually breaking out now. They trapped everybody in that shit. Man, they're going so goddamn bullish. Where are they going? Wild. LOD broke once, HOD broke once. Holy shit. I don't understand how this shit's going higher and higher and higher and higher. Is it possible to do 10% today? I mean, fucking this week? Like, what the fuck? It's up 0.8% today. IWM. $247. This shit is actually fucking literal manipulated. Like, actually using IWM. What the fuck? Actually. Time is 11:05. I'm about to go to 680 or some horse. So goddamn bullish. It's crazy bullish right now on the 1532. I don't know how they're doing this shit, but they're doing it. It's the most insane shit ever. Most fucking insane fucking shit ever. Oh my god. Just literally a holiday rally, but to where? Fucking absolute cunts. Fuck is this shit? It's a 1 week nuke. Creating a cycle at the top, I guess, but huh? Like, look at that crazy up. What the fuck? We're getting the same shit right now. Crazy up. Oh my god. fucking 8 puts on this shit. Fucking crazy. Man. Man. It's cooking. It is fucking cooking. It's obliterated. Obliterated. $6.80. Such fucking. What the fuck is this fucking pump? Like, literally. They actually do burn everything. Burn, bull, and bear like fucking nuts, but wow. This is actually the most craziest, dumbest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. But I mean. Ay, ay, ay. $6.80. I'm taking a 6K put here into December 1st. And I'm adding 2K into Friday. Oh, fucking unbelievable, dude. I got drained to literally fucking 7K on my 0 DT, so. Oh. Oh my god. Market's so goddamn bullish. But I don't know. I don't think this shit can keep up. Holiday rally. I don't think this shit could fucking keep up, though. What the fuck? The MACD RSI is through the roof. I can't believe we did 680 after we fucking crapped on 680. There was a line here, and that line I think even broke. It's even bullish than the tippity top of all-time highs. That's what it's showing us right now. My 0 DT is cooked here. Unless they show LOD today. What the fuck is this shit? Going higher and higher right now, so. Unbelievable. Fucking crazy. IWM pulling back. QQQ is going higher now. QQQ is up 0.92%. And the so-called AI trade, the holiday rally, fucking shitted on it. And went fucking crazy. They fucking shitted on it and went crazy. Yeah, I don't know. There's a IWM SPX gap below. I don't think it's gonna hold. We'll see, but what the fuck? Golly. I'm not even talking about the intraday gap. I'm talking about fucking that gap down there. Fucking wild. 15-minute crazy bullish into now. Fucking crazy bullish. Bullshit. Fucking bullish. They burnt overnight everything to 680, and they really did 610 overnight. And they fucking went to 614. Even higher. in kind of speechless mode. It is what it is. Ho ho ho, holiday shopping. That's what people are saying now. It's 680. So fuck crazy. Most likely they're gonna hover here, but yeah, we'll see. Top of the trend line now. This is actually really didn't think they could do it again, but wow. That's why people are saying 6,830, top of the top trend line, but yeah. We'll see. Crazy nuking. Yes. ES is already at 6,830. Look at that. ES and SPX is perfectly aligned. ES and fucking SPX is at the fucking perfect same number. Time is 11:10. Candles are grinding higher every minute. But we are at somewhere here at 610 point something. 610.xx. So do we fly to 680.5, 681, or purple bucks to begin with? That's what's going on. IWM gapped up. This thing on a nuclear mission up. With the market going crazy right now. Super bull control. All these bears used. On something. On something. People are calling this shit the turkey rally. No volume turkey rally. It sure as hell fucking rallied. Holy shit. IWM. I don't even know how much the calls went up this week, but what the fuck? Must be like thousands every day. Man, this shit is sad. Divergence at the roof. This shit is sad now. They're doing a divergence at the roof now. Leaving the opportunity to blow up and clear the divergence, but they're doing that little thing again. Divergence on the roof. 5 minutes. Man, 680 though. We'll see. Hit the thumbs up button. Thank you very much. Shit grinded. Ah. Market going higher today. There's no fucking waiting, just going higher today. This is 15-minute rally up too. One whole dollar. Every single candle. Chaya said call price barely moves. You're lying. How is call price barely moving? You must not be in close dated or something. How the fuck does call price not go higher on this? Everything's burning. The fuck is this shit on? This is the old future chart I used to use too. It's not updated, but wow. The fuck is that shit on? 330 extended. Fucking super high. Still. Time is 11:20. I'm gonna mute up for a minute.
This isn't really hot.
Just out with a new study about AI and productivity and just how many jobs could be at risk. Mackenzie Sagalis joins us with that story. Market pays attention to these MIT studies on AI.
Yeah, that last one on 95% of enterprise, adoptions of AI not working out. Now MIT has built agent clones of 151 million working Americans, essentially software counterparts to real people, in order to identify which jobs are most at risk years before layoffs hit. Now, it's called the Iceberg Index, and it uses these agents to map more than 32,000 skills across 923 occupations in 3,000 counties, revealing exposure to AI displacement in every state, not just coastal cities. The report shows that while only 2% of AI-driven wage disruption is visible
medium term, long term bears are in super danger.
A hidden layer of exposure
All
that
bears
is
are
5
in danger,
times
to be
larger
honest,
than what we see today, cutting across industries and geographies, hence why they call it the Iceberg Index. Now, findings indicate that AI can already take over tasks tied to nearly 12% of the U.S. labor market. That's about $1.2 trillion in wages, especially in careers tied to healthcare, finance, and professional services. For lawmakers preparing billion-dollar reskilling and training investments, the index offers a detailed map of where disruption is forming down to the zip code, and crucially, a way to run what-if scenarios before they commit real money and legislation. You've got states like Tennessee, Utah, and North Carolina, also co-authors on this new report, that are already using Iceberg to test everything from new training programs to skills-first hiring rules before they formally commit to policies and spending. Guys?
I'm amazed at this story, Mackenzie, and this money quote that you use, where they argue that we're basically creating a digital twin for the U.S. labor force.
But researchers do stress that this isn't a countdown clock to layoffs. It's more of
how is it forming another W here?
Policymakers
Oh
can
my
move money
God.
and training
Diversion's
before
cleared.
the shock hits. And so the coolest component of this report is the fact that the Iceberg team has built an interactive simulation environment that allows states to actually experiment with different policy levers from shifting workforce dollars and tweaking training programs to actually exploring how changes in tech adoption might actually affect local employment and GDP. Tennessee has been the furthest along with this. They've actually built their own AI and work dashboard that tracks occupational exposure and wage effects across the state, and that's helping currently to guide its policy and spending decisions.
Divergence cleared, but
All right, well,
still.
let's hope Elon Musk is right.
I don't know
then,
how
that
SPY is
money,
grinding
we want more money
higher.
or jobs.
Because work is optional?
When the goddamn higher RSI
growing
looks like
vegetables.
that.
Yeah,
It's
that would
just
pair
going
nicely with this.
for
Thank you,
all-time
Mackenzie.
highs, I guess.
The Tempur-Pedic
700s, here we
Adapt
come.
mattress was designed to help make
Fucking by December fucking 4th. Like, what the fuck are we actually on? It's fucking pump mode. We're at 680. I mean, there must be people thinking 685, 690, 695, 700 into next week and fucking the week after that now too. Like, what the fuck? Wow. Straight up fucking pump. That's straight up fucking pump. It's just so fucking crazy. No volume pump. Low volume pump. IWM going fucking nuts. The fuck. Literally up. Fucking 6.5%. 7%. It's on something. It's 11:25 HOD clear. Divergence clear. Fuck, they're going higher and higher. I'm just hoping that they make a top pattern here and they dump $4 or some shit. That's what I'm fucking hoping now, but wow. This is 3/3 bullish cycle and they're going crazy, 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 crazy with the IWM going 7% for the week, and it is literally just pushing, pushing. Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's the 4th day. 1, 2, 3, 4. Into 3/3 pushing crazy. On something. They're on that special zinc sauce today. The 8K on 0 DT. That is fucking disgusting. Left. Now I'm literally in huge on 1 DT and into fucking December 1st, but that is fucking crazy. 8K on 0. They literally ate all my fucking Nvidia profits yesterday too. And I'm getting dragged down red for the week. It's fucking crazy. I don't think I'm gonna do 0DT anymore. I'm just gonna fucking do Friday if anything, but I'm fucking already in huge. I don't think 0DT even has a chance of coming back. That shit literally went from 100. I don't even know. It was like when I got in, it was 20 something, $20 maybe. On Friday, that bitch was at 153. So it went from 153 to 20 to 9 to 5. On the way to 5. Fucking sick. I can't fucking. I could see 610, sure, but 680. If they pull back massive now, like that's some bullshit. But honestly, I can't fucking. Oh my god. This 45-minute MACD is actually insane. I was looking at this shit, looking at this high. I don't even know if we broke it yet. We did break it slightly. Now this is bigger than this now. This shit is a huge counter rally, basically, but to wow. That's fucking crazy. Man, I was low key expecting this maybe like end of week, next week maybe, but now that we are here, what's December gonna bring? Honestly. Fucking wild. I need a $5 drop. Oh my god. I don't know how IWM is gonna fly up, but I mean it's been flying and flying and flying and flying and flying, so 1, 2, 3, 4th thing. If it goes higher, that's the 5th day into Friday. Maybe it goes fucking bullish on fucking high WM into Friday. Shit. That's so crazy. I wish I was an IWM 7% up. That would be fucking life changing. I'm not gonna lie. IWM fucking 7% in like 2-3 days would have been fucking life changing. Fucking bloody 10K would have been like 200K, I think. Like what the fuck? Oh my gosh. That actually is like some once in a lifetime opportunity counter rally type shit. Fucking trap the entire month. Only possible because the market went down all of November, but that's absolute. I was feeling big FOMO yesterday thinking about the Monday live stream channel title too. What the fuck was it called? Alright, rejection trying. Fucking IWM Empire Strikes Back. Now I'm in tiny ass 2K 0DT right now, but I'm gonna scalp this shit, hopefully. By VWAP, but I'm in huge on 1DT and in 2. Monday right now, December 1st. I'm in fucking huge. Why? I'm targeting some gaps below. I don't know about no gap down there, but I really am targeting some gaps below. Motherfucking market wild, and I just don't know about 0DT today either. This shit's fucking crazy. Makes me fucking shiver. Time is 11:30. Fucking dragged me up crazy. This shit is literally man, it broke this, and bro, what the I thought it was gonna channel our players somehow, but no. IWM just leading fucking crazy. Some bullshit, literal. That shit stinks crazy. Now go counter pullback. A little bit. Fuck. The MACD and the RSI turning down, but the candle is green. And no volume. Fuck is this shit? It's so sad. That put's got used for that fucking move up. That's so fucking sad. The MACD's so fucking bullish on the 4. The god and goddesses of bullshit. Candle creation, candle bullshitting. So fucking crazy. And good. Wow. I'll go ranging. This is not the best. Chances of this being the top, I don't know. One cycle, it's been not even a cycle, so super low, I guess. There's no divergence at the roof, though. $6.10 to $6.15. This shit is no joke. 678 to 680. No joke. I just can't believe it's going this high, to be honest. But it is because it wants to, and IWM is. So what the fuck can I do? But it is unbelievably. These candles are literally different. Not even going into 2080 EMA. It's different. Completely different. So goddamn fucking bullish. What the fuck? Oh my god. This is something. Yeah, if this shit doesn't turn down $3, like, that's a fucking major issue. Major fucking issue. If this shit goes higher and higher. QQQ and SPY pushing higher too. Test the algo range and break above or something, but yeah, this shit is fucking different. It has to algo range fake out here. If it doesn't, I'm toast. It'll be like 10k or more, but yeah, I need this shit to turn down $3 here. Not even fucking today. End of today, but like if this shit doesn't turn down right here, right now, it's showing literally 681.5. Like it's showing 620s. Holy fuck. Do we go another bullish day into tomorrow? On Friday, not tomorrow. Someone said hover. You think hover here for at least an hour on this? It's on something right now. On something right now. It's best to just let the cycle create. I'm gonna let the cycle create and then talk about anything.
Bring in Evercore ISI head of internet research, Mark Mahaney. Has a buy in Alphabet 325 price target. Been quite a run here, Mark. I guess my first question is, do you keep owning it here? The multiple has moved up a bit.
Yeah, we've had a phenomenal run in the stock. It's whatever doubled over the last 6 months. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the dramatic recovery you had in Meta and Netflix's stocks 3 years ago, except those were stock recoveries off of what were kind of broken fundamentals. That's never been the case with Google. Their fundamentals have been pretty consistent. It's just that the market was so negative on Google
is no fucking fundamentals here anymore.
And because of ChatGPT,
I don't fucking see a goddamn
market was way too negative.
Anymore.
The stock was oversold at 15 times earnings. Is it overbought here at 29 times? No, but I think that the pitch you make for it's very hard to see a material re-rating in the multiple, the multiple going materially higher from here. But fundamentals look great for the company, and this big broad pitch they can make of We've got the leading AI model. We've got the broadest way to monetize that of any company in the world. Oh, yeah, and we've got the lowest cost infrastructure because we're vertically integrated up and down the tech stack. That's a very powerful pitch. And so I think this stock is now a high-quality compounder. It can largely hold a multiple, though watch for some negative catalysts coming from ChatGPT in the next 12 months. But it can largely hold the multiple, and the stock can go higher from here. I think there are better candidates from here, more dislocated opportunities. But, you know, all the credit goes to Google, and I think the stock can still compound. I think you can still hold it.
Yeah, I have made the point many times. The narrative has shifted so dramatically around this name, as you point out, in a relatively short amount of time, when it was all about, my God, their monopoly in search is going to go away. And then to your point, of course, the upcoming DOJ at the time. But then the remedy from Judge Maida was virtually nothing. All right, that's not a question, but this is, which is, you just mentioned ChatGPT. I mean, this race is not over yet. And there is a view in some ways that it might be winner take all. How do you see it?
Oh, it's not winner take all. You're going to have a couple of large winners, and you know, I want to make sure we don't lose. We haven't heard from ChatGPT in a while, but we will. We're going to get that billion DAU announcement or billion WOW announcement, weekly average user announcement. I think that probably comes in the next 2 to 3 months. And then I think it's almost inevitable that ChatGPT, OpenAI are going to launch an ad model next year that they may not call search, but it's going to look like, feel like, smell like search. And it's going to be a paid lead generation model that won't impact Google's revenue anytime soon. But, you know, that will give them a run for the money in the next, you know, call it 2, 3, 4 years. So those, you know, we haven't ChatGPT is still out there. Let's not forget that. And in the meantime, though, I think what's wonderful about Google right here and now are the fundamentals. I think you're going to have accelerating search revenue growth, accelerating YouTube growth. Google Cloud
this shit
growth
is so
going to stay.
like, they're extending the range so goddamn high.
And then Waymo, we've had
and we have a half a day on Friday, like
in Waymo rollouts to different cities, and they
I'm
by
feeling
far
this is never gonna come down. Friday's not gonna come down. Like I don't know what the fuck.
So I just think the fundamental setup on Google is super strong now, and the valuation, you know, largely reflects that. So
is flying right now?
It's still a buy for me. I'm sorry, it's not just a hold. It's a buy for me because I think it's a high quality compounder, kind of in a way I thought Meta was. But now I think that the risk reward between those two stocks probably shifts a little bit and makes me think a little bit more about Meta here. It's maybe more attractive than Google.
Build a website you love.
What the fuck?
With Wix.
This shit is actually fucking terrifying. We're already at 681.5. Like, what? We're already at 681.5 in a blink of an eye. Like, what? Okay. This is the most bullish I've ever seen IWM. That's literally the most bullish I've ever seen IWM. That would have been life-changing. That shit gets me fucking mad, actually. Oh my god. Small caps get me fucking mad right now. $11.45. This is. This is so fucking crazy. The purple box actually broke out above, well above. Oh my god, from the bottom. I actually got cooked at 10:25, bro. I got cooked. Fuck. I had a fucking feeling, but wow, I literally got cooked on IWM. This is a cook on IWM, right? Either with IWM or against. This shit is literally no in between. No motherfucking joke. Once in a fucking year shit. Fuck us, I don't even know. 7% IWM is crazy in 3 days. 3 days. Does anyone else think 7.3%, 7.4, 7 point something, 8% in 3 days is not crazy? I think crazy beautiful, but also crazy. Like, do you guys not think that? Like, IWM. Oh my god. I wish IWM. Fuck. I remember literally on Monday when the live stream was about IWM, people were like, "Oh, IWM isn't even bullish. It's QQQ." That day, they were literally masking it. The news was saying QQQ was bullish and IWM was like literally going up with it. But like I literally knew it was IWM small caps bouncing crazy, and then it was reviving SPY and QQQ. That's what the market update video said. It's literally. Don said Santa Claus is coming to town. Alright, we about to start singing, alright? Santa Claus is coming to town. No, you're right, bro. This shit is Santa Claus. Let's see what happens here on the Santa Claus rally. Turkey rally. This shit was Turkey rally in the morning, and then now this shit is Santa Claus rally. So Christmas came early. 677 to 681.5. So that's a pump. 610 to 615. So that's a continued pump from yesterday, along with IWM. That shit is a Christmas holiday rally. Fucking just a month earlier. Oh my god. I cannot. Oh my god. This is the most craziest thing I'm telling you. This shit is, I think it's a once in a lifetime thing we're seeing happening on this shit. I wasn't even playing IWM that big, or I never even played IWM. But this is what I was literally saying. I was like, we gotta see if this holds or something. And then on Monday I was like, oh, IWM strikes back, the Empire strikes back. That day IWM ran 3% still after this little crazy ass rally. Crazy ass sell off from the top. Crazy ass pump. Crazy ass pump. Market is crazy ass pump. Pumped up. Hyped up. For the max energetic, max chaotic, tippity top.
Mark Lehman, Vice Chair of Citizens Commercial Bank. How are you feeling about the final few weeks of the year into next year?
I'm optimistic. I think a lot of the AI trade that has been the talk of the town and talk of the market
a lot of bears against this
is going
trend,
to drive the market higher in 2026. We've seen a lot of market cap move around, obviously with Google and Nvidia in the last few weeks.
Look, we're going to draw the extended cycle from the floor. All these tiny cycles, actually, we can draw this cycle from the middle of the purple box, broke the purple box, candle stacked crazy and went crazy high.
I think a combination of that, you will likely see a rate cut. We've had lots of talk on that the last few weeks, whether we went to 50%. Now I think it's higher.
This cycle could be drawn into 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 2.
The overall economy is strong. We're still trying to figure out how the deflationary trade of AI plays out in the markets, just like we saw the deflationary trade of the internet 25 years ago. And that will be thematic.
Tippity. Look, someone in chat said it earlier. Who remembers? Someone in chat in YouTube chat said, "Oh, all the order flow is at 6,830, right? I remember someone said that 45 minutes ago, and it literally had 6,830 perfectly. That is fucking crazy.
And what that does to the job market is very much in question, but it will definitely lead to lower costs of goods sold.
Yo, go up in chat 45 minutes ago. I swear someone said 6,830 is where all the fucking things are sitting at order flows.
Do you have ideas as to where unemployment goes from here? I mean, we've already gotten some good numbers on young college grads, age 20 to 24.
Some people drop golden fucking nugget facts. I'm telling you, reasonable golden nugget facts in chat sometimes, bro. It's actually crazy to see it after the fact that they say it, but you know.
Kind of lament back in
this is literally 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from the morning, 9:50 to 10, 10, boom it up.
And obviously that's not the case. So jobs are changing. The nature of work is changing. We also, a few years ago talked about that we don't have enough workers, right? We're aging out of the demographics are going to age us out. So there are some trends here that the labor market has to contend with. I just am not so pessimistic that we're just going to have everybody sitting home and on ChatGPT. It's just not the case. It's going to make us more efficient.
One single cycle
We're
happened,
the absolute most
9:45 to
productive economy in the world, and it's being proven every day.
Deciding whether to slide a little bit more into 9:51,
Goldman's got a great chart today,
9:55,
looking at labor productivity in the U.S. going back to the 90s. Or 2x other advanced economies, and a lot of that is just the way we put the pedal to the metal on IT.
I'm wanting a little bit of a slide with the MACD volume, but cycle is being created here.
The fears now is, are we betting on the right horses? Are we going to have enough energy to produce this? Are we over-investing? All great questions. Which will lead to better productivity, which will lead to better stock market gains. It's going to be really hard to pick one or two stocks, but it's going to be really important to bet on this market and bet
there's
on the
literally no single time
is there a
where the
time
goddamn
frame?
thing
is
is
there a market
releasing.
Expiration point where all of this AI spending
No
needs to be
fucking joke.
absorbed and adopted by enterprise for it to pay off in a way that the market expects?
We deal with that as citizens every day. Who are the winners? Where we want to invest our capital, where we want to invest our talent, where we're putting the companies that are going to go public. And we're going to see some of that, Sarah, in early 26. I think the question about bubbles and the question about overinvestment is the right one. I also think you get a room full of executives in and they say, is there a bubble in AI? I think everyone would raise their hand. That leads me to believe we're not in a bubble yet. I like the contrarian play in that.
There's a 1 minute gap on IWM.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. We're getting you ready for the trading day and a look ahead. Peter Tuchman, senior floor broker here at TradeMoss, joining me now. He's known as the Einstein of Wall Street, and he's here to give us his thoughts of the morning. Some of your quick thoughts for this morning.
Yeah, my quick thoughts for this morning are that we've got so much nice clarity around the fact that we've spiked up as per Mr. Bessent yesterday, talking about interest rate cuts for December, right? We had gone down to a probability as little as 15% earlier in the week, and that's what sort of put all that pressure on the market last week and into the beginning of this week. Now it's clear 85% that we're going to get the cut. The market's telling us that that's really all they're concerned with, right? We saw that when it looked bad and we weren't going to get a cut, we went down 1,000, and then when we got clarity on getting one, we went up 1,000. So for whatever reason, whether it's a lot of the big funds or that have very highly sensitive, interest rate sensitive positions that they're into, that's where we're going, and that's exciting. We also, we're also, what they also talked about yesterday was the fact that Mr. Trump may in fact announce a new Fed chairman before Christmas. And I think that sort of sets the stage for a lot more cuts and a lot more of a dovish approach by the Fed, and I think the market likes that.
Yeah, we saw in Polymarket the likelihood of Kevin Hassett being the #1 front leader by far. Yep. I think it was like 30% to the 6% of Waller and such. So we see that as the most likely candidate. There's still people who think Bessent could swoop in at the last minute. But with that, JP Morgan actually said, and in that Polymarket, by the way, for next year, they don't see as many cuts. They're not betting, while they see the cut for December, they don't necessarily have I think it was about 30% for more cuts in the new year. However, However, JP Morgan said if we get cuts, we'll be above 8,000 by the end of the year next year. What do you say?
The bears are weak right now. There's
I
no
think
volume.
that we're on the road to a 50,000 Dow and a 7,000 S&P. Surely by year's end, I think that there's no way for them to really. I'm not hanging my hat on Polymarket as my deciding factor for whether they're going to be cuts next year or not. I think it's really a lot more
rally.
who he puts in the spot and what basically the economic data tells us. That's the most important thing.
Records by the end of the year, 50,000
That's where I'm going. I got the hats already. I got the hats already printed up. I think the runway is clear, and that's where we're going.
That's pretty exciting. So what are the catalysts? What drives us? What sectors are number 1 and 2?
So as I said, I think it's clear that the largest catalyst, besides the fact that Palantir and Nvidia had absolutely spectacular earnings, like beyond everything else, and that we obviously are seeing, so much money being put into AI, which is still, clear. Look, we had that insanity that when Palantir came out with earnings and stock sold off, even though the earnings were spectacular, the stock sold off 8%. Mainstream media decided to start talking about AI as a bubble and that this is all smoke and mirrors, which was ridiculous. And then, that was just almost disrespectful to the new retail traders and to the whole investment community. So that was what, and then we saw the interest rate story, which also made no sense at all. Dan Ives actually jokingly went on TV the other day and said, even when it looked like we weren't going to get a cut, that the probability of not getting a cut was the same as me playing center for the New York Knicks in the 25-26 season. So all that being said, I think that is going to be the biggest factor. I think just setting the stage for that coming into the year end, I think we're going to have good retail numbers. Look, there is some inflation fears. We still are trading a little bit and driving a little bit blindly relative to the economic data, which we're not getting. There's been a little bit of gaslighting as far as that goes, or gatekeeping is better term. So we don't know a lot of that stuff. But, we do know that the bad news is good news for the market, and that cutting rates is surely going to put the fuel on the fire necessary to take us higher.
AI bubble ridiculous is what you said. It's
beyond ridiculous.
So, one of the CEOs came out and said it's not for 3 years at least. I think it was the Alibaba CEO who said that.
Yeah, but the CEO of SoftBank said that Nvidia at trading at $200 post a 10-for-1 split after its last June earnings is still undervalued. You have to realize that Oracle, Meta, Google, and every one of these the Mag 7 stocks companies are putting hundreds of $billions into data centers 5 years out.
All right, Mr. Santa Claus.
That Nvidia obviously has trillions of dollars still to be put into this marketplace. So the fact that it's not a 1995, 98, 2000 moment at all, that just seems crazy. And to think that, that after all the fact that story was spurred by the fact that Palantir came out with great earnings and sold off 8%. Everyone needs to understand, old adage on Wall Street, you've been here for a long time, buy the rumor, sell the news. The 7 days leading
no
into
confirmation
the
rejection on
November 7th,
IWM here.
The stock went up until
nobody knows where the 330 is.
When that happens, of course,
IWM is saying, come up.
Nvidia sold off for 3 weeks into the earnings, and they had sell earnings, and they went up. That's not to infer that tells a story of some kind of a bubble. It's crazy.
And earnings season was pretty good overall.
Spectacular.
When you think about the quarterly numbers for most of these companies, not just tech, but
IWM just going, no cycle confirmation off of 12.
Is there an outlandish thought that you want to just squash right now? Or an outlandish thought that sort of sits in your mind and you say, oh, I wonder, or it keeps you up at night?
Well, that story alone.
IWM just going off
morning. You have to realize too that we are
this shit is so
consumer confidence. Okay, the number hit yesterday hit a low that we have not seen since April of this year. Well, since February of this year, when we were in the middle of that economic Armageddon caused by the tariffs. Correct, and I find that a little bit curious. We need to understand too that there's the market and there's the economy. Right, and they are not trading in concert at the moment. We know that there are people out there struggling. We know that there's a lot going on, and we know that, look, government workers were not getting paid, or they were struggling for a while too. There are inflationary fears. There are layoffs. Challenger announcing a million layoffs that we didn't even know about. So, that is a fact. We're going to know a lot more over the next couple of days. Obviously, everyone needs to know that that retail virtually get 75% of their profits in the next 4 days, right? I mean, that's what Black Monday, Black Friday, whatever it's called.
And it's still looking pretty good. I mean, for the holidays, for travel.
Wednesday.
I actually saw for this week, they're expecting over 19 million travelers in this
like
Thanksgiving week.
Record numbers.
Records, 3 million on Sunday should go through TSA. The retail numbers are looking good. The estimates are between 3 and 4% growth year over year for the holidays. And using AI. I saw a lot of that using AI to help you shop. How do you feel about the holiday segment? Black Friday to the end of the year.
You know what? Look, my gut is that it's going to be good. I mean,
you guys want to do a
what
poll?
It feels like there's sort of a positive sentiment around. I sort of have my ear to the grindstone a little bit around retail traders who are out there, and it's been one of the most robust years. It's been a profitable year for a lot of people. At Wall Street Global Trading Academy, we've got tens of thousands of new students coming in. Santa Claus is here. Tens of thousands of new students coming into the market. Everybody is focused on this market, not just tech, but trying to make some new disposable income. And so there's enthusiasm around, I feel.
You spend a lot of time doing education.
Yes.
What are some of the tips, if you have 3 tips, or what are some of your trading tips that you go to?
I would be happy. Now, these are the tips of my partner, David Green, who was a former market maker here on the floor back in '85 when I got here. He retired 10 years later after a big buyout here on the floor. The best tips are this. As a day trader, when you get into the first thing in the morning is have a plan on how much money you want to make in your day. When you hit your goal, turn the machine off and stop trading. You do not want to overtrade. Number 2 is have a stop order on every trade that you have. Okay, you need to identify your downside risk. I'm willing to risk 50 to make 200, but I'm not willing to risk 200 to make 50. Never turn a winning trade into a losing trade, which means start taking profits when you can, right? The minute the stock goes up in your favor, start taking profits and do what's called a trailing stop so that you can take advantage of the stock going up, okay? Know when to stop trading when you're making money, know when to stop trading when you're losing money. If you have 3 max loss trades, okay, turn the machine off and go home. You're having a bad day, you'll come back from a bad day. What you won't come back from is revenge trading, right? And just be disciplined and consistent. People need to understand that you have to start taking profits immediately in trading. This market, we're only 1 tweet away from crazy times.
That's why he's saying all that.
You know that, right? You can be in a trade for all the right reasons, right? And then a tweet comes out and the market goes down, 70 handles. And so it's just discipline, consistency, and then following those rules. David Green, one of the great teachers in the space, and and we've had a lot of success with it. And people
give me a high five for those. Those were some great tips.
There's no confirmation rejection,
great
literally.
Tips. We'll have to cut that up and get that out for
Check
folks.
it out. Wall Street Global Trading Academy, David Green, he's the man.
SPY is holding
All right,
strong.
Einstein of Wall Street, Peter Tuchman, thank you so much.
Stupid.
Don't compromise quality insurance for saving.
Fucking Einstein of Wall Street? Like, what kind of fucking stupid ass? Wow. Oh, they're saying green day for cannabis. Dow jumps on strong forecast as well. Ugh. Is that nasty rejection coming off of what? Nobody knows. Off the algo range, 681.47. But wow, I mean, I don't know who's behind the power, just able to push this shit go up and down. But I mean, someone's out there. so above 680. Oh my gosh. I really need a decent pullback. If not, it's nothing. Like, oh my gosh. IWM bouncing still. I want to know who's behind the power of small caps right now. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. One wrong mistake. And that fucked me, literally. I should have just went with IWM. I should have just went with IWM. Off of Monday. It's the most redonkulous thing I've ever seen. Most redonkulous thing I've ever seen in my life. So this is literally what you call a counter rally. Why? Because people probably shorted the market with their entire fucking goddamn life savings into 1 month out, 2 months out, 3 months out, 1 week out, after the fact that everything happened for 3 weeks. And they fucking counter rallied that bitch in 3 fucking 4 days, and then everything's back at fucking 680, back at plus. We were literally at 606. Remember on QQQ yesterday, we are literally at 615 right now, almost at 619. Like, IWM up 7% in 1 week. That shit is once in a lifetime, once in the year type of thing too. Crush motherfucking everything. People that fucking did short or whatever the fuck with 70K or whatever the fuck at the bottom or whatever the fuck true bottom. There's people out there. Why? Because they don't know what's going on with the market and they literally just chase the tippity something down there. I fucked up and shorted here. I fucked up and literally. Why? Because the IWM is so goddamn strong. Off of Monday alone, IWM. Right? I don't think I had this drawn or some shit on ES somewhere. Where literally it did this perfect bounce here. It was like a horizontal I think it was this perfect bounce here. And then also IWM bounced perfectly and just went fucking again 3%. So straight up literally a once in a lifetime opportunity type of thing going on. Get this even listen, they dropped the whole fucking month. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. And they pumped the whole month in what, 4 days. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 4 days. Alright, you trying to make me into Spanish. 4 days. Alright. In 4 days. Alright. They fucking goddamn bounced the whole shit to the fucking moon. The moon. They fucking went to the moon. Crazy work. Why did they go to the moon? They wanted to steal the moon with fucking Gru, man. It's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days. Crazy.
Well, move over Black Friday. Cannabis has carved out its own holiday shopping rush, and it's called Green Wednesday. Our Brandon Gomez joins us with that story. Brandon, we were talking about this hit in advance, and it kind of makes some sense.
Hey, Carl, yeah, that's right. We've been talking about the trend, but look, turkey isn't the only thing getting baked this Thanksgiving. Turns out today has become one of the biggest.
I don't know who's out there with the power to do this shit on the market, but
behind
someone
only
out there.
April 20th, of course, that's 420. And this year,
680 evaluating what to do.
I checked in with some popular brands. THC-infused beverage maker Can tells me November typically brings in a 40%
Nobody knows. Oh, IWM turning bearish on the 5.
Nowadays,
nobody knows
also seeing
because
the
there's barely any
cycle
cycle confirmation here.
37%, making it their biggest month for business. And dispensaries are celebrating too. New York-based retailer The Travel Agency logged its second biggest day of the year last Green Wednesday, double a normal day.
Bullish.
45% day-over-day gains,
slight
mostly
pullback
from
imminent.
in-store traffic.
Trying.
Now, some big brands like Jif,
If
Taco
IWM
Bell, and Hidden
continues
Valley
on this
Ranch
journey.
have even winked at the tradition in recent years, marketing towards consumers prepping for their, quote, cousin walk. Now, that's a new buzzy trend for a no doubt age-old tradition where younger family members step outside before a big Thanksgiving dinner or to break up stress
or bear
brought on
trap
by
here.
relatives
1/3,
to
2/3, 3/3, 2.
And Carl, look, it sounds silly, but this really speaks to a broader trend we've discussed. Yes, alcohol still dominates year-end celebrations with a similar spike in Q4 sales, but cannabis is quickly claiming its place in the cornucopia on those Thanksgiving tables. Carl.
Totally get it, Brandon. I am curious what you think of MSOS, the ETF, which for years...
Brain dead. They're fucking talking about brain dead shit. They're talking about fucking shit so people fucking retail could get fucking interacted and interested in it. No volume, bear side dancing. I don't know. MACD going bearish on QQQ or not. IWM slightly. SPY the least. Or maybe IWM the least. How much is that? $1, $2, $3. Am I hoping here? Probably. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Come on. Bears are finally pushing it. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Come on. Please. 1210 is everyone in the world is probably thinking bearish on this candle though, not gonna lie. MACD can't even break this 1210 that fast. It's so slow. Is this shit faking or what? Gap. IWM has a gap here. That is not good. That is not good. They're gonna bear trap that at some point. I just don't know when. Could push down lower and come back to it. They could push down and never come back to it for 2 days, or I don't know, leave it up for 2 days or 1 day, but there's a gap. Most likely it's gonna fill intraday, but they're going lower with it. QQQ's stopping going bearish. Things are getting risky out here, man. It's been risky as shit, but it is literally don't know because IWM is bugging out. SPY made a top at 11:45. QQQ made a top at 11:45. MACD is turning down on the 1. MACD is turning bearish on the 5. Bears are here. This is the 3/3 bearish. I'm adding 2K0 DT right now. This is 3/3 bearish. I'm in 4K0 DT right now. Just want fucking VWAP $3 down. Holy shit, please. Don't make me hope, man, please. Just do it. Time is 12:15. This is the 3/3. It could trap in any of these candles. That's just a reality. Nobody knows how much this is going to go. Nobody knows where this is going to stop. Bugging out. IWM bugging out now. Fuck is this gap, man? Oh my god. It's not even 3/3 bearish. This shit is fucking crazy and crazying now. No cycle. No cycle going lower on IWM and gap plane. So we're about to see something crazy happen. Either gap fill and then something, or go, or pop back up. I don't know. Usually right about now is some big name does something, but I don't know what. Nothing. Tesla or Apple or something. Nvidia up or down. Nothing right here. Holy crap. It's so fucking dangerous. Oh, my head's about to getting stressed out from this price action. Gotta like crack my neck and shit. And twist my fucking head. Oh my god. It's the most craziest shit ever. Alright, bottom gap filling. Bears are pushing lower. Trying. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle. Candles aren't. This is 12:20. Break the fucking low. Come on, 12:20. I don't know why it's doing it so goddamn slow. Look at how fucking slow this shit is. No volume holiday day. This shit is crazy. The candle is just literally flopping. Flopping up, flopping down. Like, what the fuck is this shit candle? Teleporting. Teleportation. Teleport to VWeb. Teleport to fucking VWeb. Is that wild or what? Maybe. Guess we're about to find out in 2 minutes here. Teleportation thing. Trying. Lower to VWeb. Or what? Man, that candle alone says like 75% wrong, 3/3, but I'm hoping in the fact that it's 25% right. 12.20. $6.80. Okay, coming in with the most prepared bullshit 1 minute gap fill I've ever seen, but it's doing it. Gapped up while doing this as well. Did not gap fill. There's another gap here. Things are getting nasty and wild. Prepare for something. What is this? Reload to go lower or reload to go higher? Damn, I'm hoping like crazy now. Fuck, I don't know. Gap did not fill. This gap filled. This gap did not fill. This is the game right now. Something crazy going on with IWM. It's leading everything. Uh-oh. Look at the news coming out. The Nvidia of China readies IPO. The fucking Nvidia of China. What the fuck is that?
Homegrown GPU company, More Threads, now readying a public debut in Shanghai, founded by some former Nvidia employees who are now looking to take on the U.S. chip giant. Our Deirdre Bosa has some details in today's Tech Check. Hey, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So investors, while they're gaming out the Google TPU threat to Nvidia, the real blind spot may be on the other side of the world. China, yes, it's building its own GPU stack, and More Threads IPO, it's 4,100 times oversubscribed. That's the next data point. Now, of course,
this thing could go higher on IWM if it wants to.
Nvidia chips to blocking some of its
deciding
biggest
what to
tech
do
companies
with this
from using them in new data centers.
11:55,
Instead,
12
forcing
p.m.
them to shift budget and engineers to domestic chips. Now, for American investors, it's a clean read that China isn't just a lost market for Nvidia. It is becoming a competing GPU ecosystem with state-backed capital and now retail money building out a parallel AI chip stack. Now, More Threads is the headline today, but it sits alongside other names like Huawei and Cambricon and rising startups like Byron and MedX. They're all building different pieces of a system designed to make the country less dependent on American chips. Now, to be sure, there is still a long way to go. China's industry, it's incredibly fragmented. It is subsidy dependent, and they, as of now, lag American chips by generations. The More Threads prospectus, it details how hard this is. Sales are still small, and losses have piled into the billions. Yet Nvidia itself is warning investors to pay attention, saying that export controls are pushing Chinese companies to adopt domestic accelerators. And even if those aren't as performative today, they're good enough to start replacing some U.S. systems inside China. So put another way, guys, China is building an AI stack that is accessible and good enough, and good enough scales. If most of the world can't afford NVIDIA-level systems, they could turn to Chinese ones. So for NVIDIA, this may be a two-front challenge. Google TPUs at home,
oh my
China
God.
stack abroad.
The fuck are these candles?
Which I guess is a question that we would only ask this week.
Oh my God.
What's the latest on whether Nvidia can sell in China those chips?
Look at how they're cooking the 3/3 right now.
I heard is that it's under consideration and that they may be able to sell more powerful chips than the H20s.
Right now.
It's kind of remarkable what China was already able to do with
I
the
think this is the
H20s,
reload,
right?
or
That
fucking
led
this is
to
a
deep
whole
sleep.
ass
But
bear
since
trap
deep sleep,
again.
there's
But
been
wow,
a bunch of
what
other
the fuck
really
are we
good
doing right now,
models, like
man? This is so
Alibaba's
stupid.
Qwen, like Kimi
Is this
K2
how it is
from
on a
Moonshot
holiday? Like
AI,
really?
Chinese
Like what
startup.
are we doing
So,
right now
you
at the
know,
end?
what can Nvidia do? They can keep pushing Washington to allow them to sell their chips, but if it takes too long, it may be too little, too late. The Chinese are already
I'm
being
in
forced in some
6825
ways
and I
by
can't even
Beijing
get
to
nothing out of
work
it.
on
This is actually
domestic
bullshit.
accelerators, which I want to get this straight.
I'm actually
Carl.
fucking
They are
bullshitted
no
right now, man.
means, not even close
There's no
to as
fucking
powerful
volume
as what
rally
we're seeing
today.
out of Nvidia
There's no
or
fucking
AMD.
volume rally, man.
But they may just be good enough, and the Chinese are finding ways to
IWM
sort of
fucking just
cluster them
doing
all
everything.
together to create something
Unbelievable.
powerful enough to continue
IWM
their
just
AI
fucking
rise.
crazy, dude. QQQ and IWM together, sorry. IWM and QQQ together, but yeah, sorry. That is something. QQQ is up too. Decent amount today, 1.1 point something. It's like they prepared this bitch to go to 11:55 or 12 or something. It's like perfectly planned. Prepared. All day long. This is something. Can't even get a rejection anywhere. No confirmation, really nothing. Okay. This week would have been fucking golden. Alright, just on one thing, IWM. From Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday. Anything else would have fucking sucked. SPY QQQ was kind of hard to see yesterday. It was delayed with IWM, but I mean, if somebody went on an IWM alone going, QQQ and SPY fucking followed too. And then overnight, QQQ went from 606 to 610. SPY went from somewhere to 675 to 677. So, and then hit 680 today. To these people, almost I could say it was perfectly targeted and perfectly price level targeted, but that is a crazy pump with no cycle at all. Just a little morning dump, shake off, and then pump. Morning dump, shake off, and then pump. Why? Because something crazy pushing what? IWM and QQQ. QQQ. The fuck is this rally up on QQQQQQ2? Crazy pushing these candles, no joke. Crazy pushing candles, 1025. Crazy pushing candles. Off the floor. Look at how goddamn bearish it looked at the tippity bottom of 1025. And they tippity boomed it up. Unbelievable work. What work it is. Man, my literal market update video said market will catch most off guard, and my fucking Monday fucking shit. And my market update video was talking about IWM, and even I got caught off guard, so this is literally most caught off guard. CNBC says, oh, we have a lot of young people now coming out of college that are trading now. That is literally what they're saying, so. La la, Christmas rally. No volume, just pumping. Guess it works. Everything except SPY, just volumed. Oh, yay. POC is at the roof too. Just like yesterday. There's another gap here. Gap filled. It's so perfectly fucking set up. My lord. What has control of IWM like this perfectly? Someone reverting it every second, so. This shit is literally just called hot potato pushing. I don't know about no fucking technicals. I don't know. There is nothing but hot potato pushing at this point. No fucking technicals. This is not. This is just pumping to whoever wants the fucking hot potato at the end of the pump. And then the fucking, who knows where the fuck the end of the pump is, but end of the pump, hot potato it is, for fucking sure. Nasty though. All my shit is data grinding right now. It's fucking crazy. All my shit is data grinding right now, unless IWM dumps, and like IWM is literally up 7% this week. So what the fuck says it's just gonna dump? Like what the fuck is going on? Imagine it hovers here until December. Is that what's going on? Are they gonna push IWM to 250 and then it's a new? Oh my god, we're gonna be at fucking 690 then, and fucking 520 on QQQ if that ever happens. But what the? I'm seeing a lot of my work go to red. Unless they flip down here. A lot of my November work, I'm not gonna lie, shit is fucking booming up like crazy, so. This shit is bad. I need VWAP. I don't know how everything is pointing fucking north and north and north. I need fucking VWAP so I can get the fuck out and profit, or at the fucking minimum 79.7. Like this shit is fucking bullshit. Data fucking burning. 0 DTs that I joined too. Right when I joined too. Somewhere fucking 12, 15, somewhere like 12, 13, somewhere. Like this is literally 3/3 cooking perfectly. Most perfectly. It's like as if Mozart himself fucking came here with a fucking goddamn like concert, dude. Market just literally dancing on a fucking dumbass fucking pre-recorded concert. Holy shit. This sucks. This fucking sucks. It's showing so goddamn bullish, dude. QQQ. Opened at 613, 615. If I get VWAP, I'll be positive, but I need VWAP. I'll be positive for the week if I get fucking VWAP. But they're fucking dragging me on this data shit, so this is real bad. Real bad. Higher time frame shit going on. And mini games going on at the same time. Why are they so wildin', dude? Look at this fucking wildin' shit. Look at this 1 minute gap they created, filled, gap filled, gap filled, gap created, filled, gap. You see this shit? Who remembers they created 1, 2, 3 1 minute gaps? They filled instantly, right? Doing what? Creating a cycle. It's wildin'. Alright, let's see if this bullish MACD gets used to go lower or what. Was this a reload to go lower or stay higher? Looks like a reload. To go lower a little bit. I'm gonna hit the bathroom 1 second. Damn, I'm cold. This shit is evil. Look at that fucking teleportation candle. Like, this shit is fucking evil. I don't know how they're creating so many gaps right now. Maybe the order flow is so damn bullish they could just at any moment gap up, gap up, gap up, gap up, gap up. I don't know. This is fucking insane. Something. Really? My 6.825 is getting squeezed crazy right now. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Actually. 0 DT, they're fucking eating today. Eating all day though. Eating. Literally since Monday. IWM bullshit. IWM alone. Literally put 200 points since then. Like, what the fuck is this shit? $200 points. SPX since then. Oh my God. Making me shiver. I'm cold. So once in a month, once in a lifetime fucking rally. 3-4 days, dude. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Damn. One time miss and done type of thing. No market is no joke. You either on the wrong side or you on the right side. And quick as shit too. Fucking no joke. Wow. I don't even show bullish right now. Order flow, I don't even know order flow or what, but it's selling. Huh? Flying up, flying down. This shit is fucking sick. It's actually so sick. Wow, man. This shit is so fucking sick, huh? Oh my God. Just market just going up like this shit feels so fucking manipulated. Like, this shit makes me feel like it's so fucking manipulated. I don't know. Some powers out there. Ew. Fucking ew. I'm getting cooked on this fucking 0DT too, like 6825. Like this is the most bullshit thing ever. I ain't gonna lie. So fucking bullish into 11:45, and now we're just fucking hovering. Oh my god. It's the most craziest fucking shit. MACD on SPY looks crazy bullish, but it's like not even that bullish on SPX. Look at that crazy fucking gap up. One, two, three, four. They burned all the bulls almost every single day. And then they burnt all the bears in 1, 2, 3, 4 days. What the fuck are we doing? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Everybody cooked. Everybody cooked. Oh my god. It's the most insane fucking volatility we have ever seen in history. That was the news too. Insane volatility last week, and market is literally volatile as fuck the month. This month.
Tomorrow's a holiday, half day on Friday, then we have the last month of the year. The action we've seen in November so far, do you expect that to be a sign of what to expect going on for this last month? Healthcare and leadership, investors being a bit more picky.
Man, I was in profit earlier too, and I didn't leave at the bottom at 10:25, and I got fucking cooked.
I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult, a little bit more complicated, a little bit more idiosyncratic. I think we're going to
I had so much 0DTs, it got fucking
cooked. What has been a very strong thematic trade surrounding AI.
Fuck me.
And
I need
look at what the valuations might be and say, okay, we're more comfortable with something that has a reasonable valuation. But I think in the near term, over the last 2 weeks, we stepped on the animal spirits. It looked like we wanted to take the market lower.
Closed tomorrow.
In fact, we actually held the 100-day moving average. Where are you today? You have a VIX below 18, which is its best level in the last 2 weeks.
VIX
so
below 18.
It looks like in the near term,
from 24,
we're
22.
Kind of pointing back towards that all-time high for the S&P.
Oh my god.
And I think what I like about what I've seen so far this week is the participation is broad-based. The participation, once again, it's not like you have to pick between, do I want to be in the S&P or do I want to be in the S&P equal 8? They're both rising right now. We're seeing various sectors that are appreciating as well.
Look at where they went on QQQ. Literally the tippity-tippity top.
Of improvement in sentiment.
Like what in the f are we doing, sir?
Yeah, to your point, all sectors, week to date, it's a holiday shortened week, lower volume, but all sectors are in the green. So Liz, really the same question.
Lower volume. Haha, lower volume.
Investors picking and choosing when it came to AI. We may be seeing Alphabet take some leadership. Is this a sign of what's to come for the rest of this year?
Well, so the rest of this year, what we're doing then is setting up for what we're looking at in 2026. And
lower volume, haha, got them
for the markets. But what
lower
I found
volume
interesting after this pretty strong breakdown in beta that happened over the last month or so is how the leadership has shaped up coming out of it. So when
how
you
is it possible if it's lower volume?
Thursday, we had that big turn from being up and then down. from last week's lows, the sectors that have been the strongest coming out of it, we've got healthcare, materials, and consumer discretionary. Tech is not on that list and one of the strongest coming out. So now I think investors are searching for, number one, as Joe mentioned, more attractive valuations. So you can think of that however you'd like to, whether that's value-based sectors or things like growth at a reasonable price. And then looking at more opportunities for beta opportunities going forward, what's going to produce some of that return. Healthcare has been such a bright spot, even since August, if you look at performance of healthcare since August. So I think that will continue for investors searching for ways to make money outside of a lot of the darlings.
Yeah, to your point, healthcare by far the best performing sector this quarter. For multiple months, it's been kind of moving higher. I want to talk about something else you're talking about here, the rotation out of tech. If you go look at what Bank of America put out last week, when it comes to tech, rolling 4-week average of tech outflows,
rolling down,
IWM flying all the way back to 2021. Jason Snipe, with that in mind, last week at least, investors were getting out of tech. What are you expecting going forward, again, for today, holiday shortened week, but also for the month ahead, for December?
No, I think seasonals could be at play. I think, one of the things we haven't mentioned yet is obviously we heard some Fed speak this week from Daly and from Williams that were more dovish in tone, which I think has been accretive to the market and some of the movement. Also, the price action has been positive. We saw regionals move, transports move, home builders move. The Russell 2000 is up 5% in the last 5 trading days. So to Joe's point, I think breadth has been positive. And healthcare,
it's like 7 now.
I mean, healthcare being the leading sector this month, up over about 10%, which I think has been positive in terms of the cyclical rotation. So I think this is all generally good. I think we needed to take something off the boil as it related to tech. And, now we're getting a little bit of a bounce, and I think this is all healthy for the market going forward.
All healthy. By the way, Morgan Stanley out with a note, and Weiss, I want to bounce this off of you when we're talking about tech and some of that, the bond issuance and everything else. They went on to say, I'm just going to summarize, we're not going to show the whole thing. The primary risk of the AI CapEx boom is a failure to deliver productivity in a timely manner so that leverage rises faster than output. We were all here when some of these bonds were issued. We kind of talked about and debated it. Snipe, you were here too. Yep. I mean, really, is that the risk going forward, that we're going to see more of these bonds?
Can't even get a $3 pullback for fucking 4 hours. This is the most shit.
First of all, I want to point out one anomaly too that has me greatly concerned. Joe's ties askew, his collar's unbuttoned. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And
I just want fucking VWAP at this point. Like, I want to leave the 0DT.
That's just the latest one trying to come in.
I don't even want a $3 pullback. I just want VWAP, to be honest. Just fucking braid that, I'm not going to lie. I just want to be done.
Hole in the AI trade. Now, we're not.
I don't know.
You've got to be.
I feel like this is fucking crazy.
If you're not seeing productivity gains already from AI, and we hear about it every day.
What even is this shit?
Balance sheets,
the market is literally teleporting. IWM teleported 1, 2.
That would be in technology because
1,
of their cash
2,
flows, their free cash
3,
flow generation,
4, 5, 6 1-minute gaps right here. Something's insane.
With capital-intensive businesses, granted they're much lower.
Either chopping here or very, very
higher there because of the various.
Either it's a magnet or it's a point of instability. Instability. Doesn't even know if it wants to go higher or lower. It's just jumping up and down.
So that dialogue's got to go away. Now, some companies, like the CoreWeave, or maybe
confusing
because they've taken
SPY,
such a degree. Maybe that's a different issue. It is a different issue, but it's not an issue with any of the other tech trades. So I wish that would just die a quick death. So I think that the market's going to revert to where it has been. We're having the same conversation that we had in April. Is this it? Is it over? The answer is it's not over. Valuations now more reasonable, but I expect them to once again lead next year.
All right. Joe, last week we were talking about this, kind of the correlation between equities and Bitcoin. Apollo's towards the stock out with a note today. Some other people out with a note looking at the divergence. NASDAQ and Bitcoin usually highly correlated. There's been a divergence, kind of Bitcoin moving lower, the NASDAQ able to move higher. What does that say about this final month of the year or investor sentiment? Has some of that margin buying been washed out? Is that what we're seeing here when we see the NASDAQ able to move higher even with Bitcoin moving lower? Is there something else taking place?
I think it's indicative of that there were technical forces at play, whether that was reducing leverage and obviously seeking liquidity in the marketplace.
Either this is a massive bounce or
this is a big ass. It wasn't really about fundamentals. So all you really needed was more stabilization.
We'll find out.
A reversal and a move back higher in cryptocurrencies.
We'll find out into Friday.
To say, okay, we can now continue the prevailing overall bullish trend, and I think that's what's happening. It's interesting because in the technology trade, and I think Steve makes some really excellent points, just because Oracle has a debt-to-equity ratio
Everyone
of
type in chat.
550%.
Dead
That
cat
does not
bounce
mean you overall assign this universal
or
negative viewpoint on the
super
usage of debt
fly
by others
bounce
in the
or
AI
bounce.
trade because their debt-to-equity ratios are much lower. So, if Amazon's going to go
Everyone
out and do a
vote right now.
$27 billion
What you think is going to
private
happen
deal,
into
if
the
Alphabet's
first week
gonna
of
do
December?
$25 billion, if Amazon's going to do it, that's fine. You can be comfortable with that because you're talking about reasonable
that shit is
debt-to-equity
literally
ratios. In the case of
flying
Oracle, Scott has been asking us on a daily basis, and I applaud him for doing so. Okay, we all know
It definitely
you're in
rallied.
Oracle,
So
but right
this
here,
bounce,
what
this
would you
rally,
do? And the
right?
answer
If
to
it
that
sticks
has
for a
been
couple of
no.
days, if it sticks
looks
for a
like
week or
it's a
two,
falling knife.
definitely
Well,
a bounce.
now
If it
you
doesn't
have
for the
this
next 2 3
4%
days,
rally today. You have a
into
little bit
next
of a
week,
gap
first week
higher.
of
You have
December,
that low at 185
then it's a
from
little
the other
dead cat.
day. So if you have not entered into Oracle yet, and you want what can be a low-risk trade with a point of reference attached to it, you're utilizing that low at 185 as a stop-out point, maybe to go in here and buy some Oracle.
So you mentioned Scott's been asking that question, what do you do with Oracle? You own it, Jason, you own it, so we might as well ask you one more time where it's at right now, up over 3.5%. What would you do with Oracle right here? How attractive does it look going forward for this last month of the year?
Yeah, no, to Joe's point, I think it is attractive.
No one's
here.
saying real bounce.
Of course, this is a $570
So maybe it is going to hold for the next couple of days or week. If it
is
is a real bounce, it would hold this.
Listen, it's
if it's a dead cat, it would go back below previous day all-time high, previous all-time high. That's how you would know this line right here.
Talk about that RPO number quite a bit.
We have it.
Quite a bit.
For good reason, right?
So,
because of the price action. But I think this is an interesting place to enter. We'll
bounce
see how
means
they deal
we
with
stay
this
above
OpenAI
previous
deal, if they're
all-time
able to
high.
hit these
Dead cat
commitments.
means we pull
But I
back.
think with
No
Larry
volume
Ellison
right now, so
behind
nobody
the
knows. If
helm,
you guys want to
I
vote
think
what you
they
think
can
in the
be
chat,
successful going forward, and that's why
man.
I
Nobody
think this
knows.
is an attractive point here.
Candle fucking flying right now in IWM, so. Super bull control right now down to 3/3 extended, 3/3 extended, extended. I don't even know if I'm looking at IWM. It makes me look like I'm not looking at IWM, but I am looking at IWM. This shit is just crazy. Look at this fucking gap. Like, what is this shit? Gap down, 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 gap. Like, what the fuck is this? What is this? Derek says, big, beautiful bounce. All right, so one person. Vinny says down red, so dead cat. Timmy says dead cat. Dale says, when 675, it needs to drop. Well, I thought you were saying 685. So I thought you were saying like drop and then fly, like pull back and then go. But okay, drop. Man, it's wild. Somewhere out there in the world, a person out there on the NASDAQ trading floor, probably as a broker, taking care of IWM. They're like, oh, boop, beep, this, that, button here, this, there. Freaking just market orders. Man, what is this?
Mr. President.
It's Monday. These fucking candles. Yeah, you guys ever seen the movie Jumpers? Teleportation movie? That's literally IWM right now. It's the movie Jumpers. Go look it up. Jumpers Jumpers. It's like a fucking teleportation. Nobody knows what the fuck the person is. Just going up, down, nobody knows. Gap is fucking everywhere. Gap here, gap here, gap here, gap here, gap here, gap here. just teleported. Insane work. Hovering, chopping. Fucking insane, man. Don't even want to look at this on the 1 minute. I really don't. I gotta look at this on the 5 minute, I think. It's the worst.
Asset ultimately would be a good choice when it comes to economic, monetary policy, market stability, all the important things for the Fed chair?
I think all 5 candidates on the short list are qualified, experienced, and I think we'd use the concern that we once had that you will get a purely political appointment.
Everyone's saying dead cat.
Because that was the concern with Hassett, and I have to
Mike
say,
says I
based on
think
my
it's
own
a good
reporting,
bounce, but
talking
pull
to,
back today slightly,
bank
then go. In my opinion,
and hedge fund executives, they would have probably
nobody
preferred
is
a
thinking
Waller,
it's going to hover up here.
or maybe not.
Maybe
not
that is why it's going to hover up
has
here.
been more politically
30-minute, 40-minute, so bullish right now on the MACD it is possible.
At the White House right now, and you can follow some of his comments in terms of
like it literally broke.
And there's those who would have preferred Kevin Walsh, and there are those who have preferred Rick Reeder. So, you know, there are different preferences, and that's a reflection of how well people know the candidates. I think what has emerged in the last few weeks, Sarah, is the recognition that the chair may be a necessary but not sufficient condition for the president to get what he wants. To make it sufficient, you have to have content, economic content. You have to be able to convince your voting members that you understand not just how the data is evolving, but critically sell them on a vision. That's what Greenspan did. That's what Bernanke did. That's what
can't believe they got me like that on IWM though. Like what the fuck?
Unfortunately, Chair Powell has not done, and that's why we have these incredible possibility of 3 dissents on one side, up to 5 dissents on the other side, and we have this volatility in market expectations.
Yeah, you sound like B of A today, Mohammed. They say for Hassett, if the economy is as resilient as we expect and there's limited turnover on the committee, Hassett might struggle to make the case to bring rates, in their view, maybe markedly lower than 3%. One last question for you. New York Fed did a nice chart this week of mortgage refi applications, and the rejection rate, it's the highest it's been in more than a decade. I wonder if you are thinking about, yeah, we can bring rates down, but if the employment backdrop withers on AI or whatever, the qualifications do we end up starting to talk about pushing on strings?
Yeah, so I'm really glad you raised this. You see this also in car loans issues. The lower segment of the household income distribution is really under pressure. And it is this word affordability. And affordability has 2 elements to it. Has the price you pay, the mortgage rate you pay, and it has the income with which you pay.
This is fucking dumb.
And we know that for a very long time, prices have been a major concern because people look at the price level and say it's way too high, and it doesn't really help me if inflation's coming down. If it's still positive, the price level is way too high and going higher. What's new is that there's now employment concern. There's now concerns about income stability. And that is why
can't even get 28 EMA.
Being more cautious because they have this thing in the back of their mind. What if something that's been really solid for a long time, employment weakens? What happens to income? And you're starting to see this
I don't know when. 1,
of
2, 3, 3:30, 4 power hour. I have no idea, but it can't even get below the 20 EMA. That's the most craziest part right now. Every single time since 1220, IWM has been yapping, gasping, and breathing. Got new HOD. It's been bullshitting. Not letting the market go lower. Actually making the market go higher. It's fucking on some bull. Bullshit. All day long. And it's still doing it. The market is so goddamn bullish it can't even go below 20 EMA. Where my put is at 6. Literally my 0 DT is at 6825 and it's fucking with me. For 2 hours. Just because I got in at 12:10, 12:15 somewhere and I didn't leave at the 12:15, 12:20. It's fucking with me. All my fucking puts into Friday and also Monday are at that level too. It's fucking crazy. All at 6825. Like, this is all fucking brain dead. This is actually POC at the roof. No volume up but the north. No volume but the north. What the f does even low volume even mean? Can somebody even tell me? Institutional low volume? Retail low volume? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck does even low volume even mean? The fuck is this bullshit too, man? Literally. Did it break the roof on QQQ? No. Did it break the roof on SPY? 681.70. Yes, 681.69. There's a divergence at the roof. Shorting long term, medium term is dangerous. They can even reject for 2 days, 1 day with a divergence at the roof. But they can come back after an hour, 2 hours, 1 day, I don't know. That's all that, oh shh. That's all that means. Sad. Below 6825, but this shit's sad. How are they doing this shit the entire day? Every single people in the world. Oh my god. How are they even fucking doing this shit right now? Look at the MACD, just full on bullish all day long since 9:30. Oh, dump, 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 rug pull, rug pull, rug pull, rug pull. I'm at 6K. Rug pull, dump, 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 IWM dump. Dump, 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 VWAP. Oh my god. Yes! Dump! Oh my god, yes! Oh my god. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god. Fuck yes. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. I was having a heart attack. Oh my god. What the fuck? Dump. Dump, 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 dump. Go dump. Oh my god, please. 28 EMA touch? Nah, bruh. No. Don't tell me that's it. Oh my god. Crazy. Dump, 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 dump. Oh my god. Dude, IWM came in first and then SPY and QQQ followed. Crazy. What the fuck? Time is 1:10. Please don't be it. I didn't leave shit. Time is 1:10. Please don't be it. I didn't leave shit. Come on. I did not leave. Dump. Fuck. Nah. Come on. Come on. Dump. Actually dump. Actually dump. Please. Please. 678. Please. I'm praying right now. I'm praying right now. With my fucking hands clasped in a fucking praying position, please. MACD volume trying. That candle crazy. Dump more, please. 1 or 2 more red candles, please. God, please. Please. Please help me this one more time. One time, please. Please. Fucking contracts went to 6.8k for 1 second. Holy fuck. 0 DTs. They were literally at 2.5k. What the fuck, please. 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 What the fuck was that? That was so fucking fast. Thank God. Yes. Thank God. Yes. Please. VWAP. Please. Yes. Please. Hit it. Please. Please. Fuck me. IWM. Oh my God. What the fuck is this shit? IWM. Oh my God. Flash crash. Bounce back. All those bulls shot to the top now. Oh my gosh, what? 0 DT. This is fucking crazy now. Getting dry mouth. What the fuck? Candles are wildin'. Big boys are playing. I was fucking typing IWM dump in the WhatsApp group. I don't even have fucking time to react in the fucking Robinhood, to be honest. I literally switched to Robinhood and the SPY and QQQ chart, and it literally had, I had 5 seconds, and it literally just... Wow. VIX is spiking back up right now. There's so many fucking bears here now, though. Oh my God. There's a divergence at the roof. Oh my God. I'm in huge right now. 0 DT, 1 DT, 2 DT. South side market bouncing right now. Oh my God. Wow. What the fuck? Turning into a 1-minute candle. What the fuck was that one candle? There must be news. There must be news on that one single candle at 109. Wow. The contracts did 200, 300% real fucking quick, and they're reverting. Oh my God. Wow. Alright, let this bull trapping go lower now, but oh my lord. This bounce is doing crazy work, and that drop fucking crazy work. Pentagon said Alibaba should be on the list for China military ties. Is that really on Alibaba though? Baba. God damn. God damn. Baba. Baba. Woo! Fuck me. That was fucking scary. Baba. Bears are coming. Bears are here since 11:35. Bears are here since. Fuck. 11:35. There's a divergence on SPX and SPY though. There's so many fucking bears here at 110, that spike candle, so. Oh my lord. What was that shit though? What the fuck is Alibaba a part of? QQQ? IWM? SPY? Like what the fuck is Baba a part of right now? My 0 DTs are at 4.4k and I got in for 3.95. I did not leave at 6.6. I didn't have the fucking time at 110. Fuck. Baba. Man, IWM I think was one of the biggest plays there. At that level right there, it rejected. But it flew too. Like what the fuck is this shit? Look, if IWM went lower at the same time, it would have dumped. But now QQQ is going lower on Alibaba and SPY as well, or something pushing. And there's a 1 minute gap here on QQ. There's another 1 minute gap. Something's pushing QQQ down, and IWM is holding at the roof now and going towards the nuclear roof. Off that push crazy low, and somebody bought that shit back and fucking super nuked it so. What is right? What is right? I want another big ass red candle here. I want a measured move. That's what I really want, to be honest. It sounds fucking crazy, but I really do want it. 179. I'd go fucking nuts if it does right here. There's no way, right? Time is 1:20. Round 2. Round 2, bears are here. Oh my god. I'm actually gonna try to fucking exit on this shit though. Oh my god. Time is 1:20. Come on. Round 2 this bitch. Round 2 this hoe with the 5-minute MACD volume and the candle stacking. Come on. Round 2 this hoe. Give me that knockout punch. Give me that. Whoosh! Lose 680. Give me that. Whoosh! Lose 680. Come on, please. Oh my god, please. fuck. Support. Major support to watch. I think it's gonna rip down right here for a minute. I'm getting ready. Fucking beautiful. Time is 1:20. I'm at 5K, 5.2. Come on. Come on, please. Just one time. 679 me out. Like a fucking stamp on a fucking... Oh my god, beautiful. Not beautiful. Oh, fuck, I was hoping crazy. Oh my gosh. 120. Wedging. Am I fucking hoping right now? 6825. Fuck. Oh lord, that candle is huge. Look at this level IWM bugging out at right now. Oh my god. Nah, dude, this is insane. Who is in control right now? Bulls or bears? Nobody or everybody. That is fucking horrendous. Oh my god, wow. Wow. This is fucking bull. Shit, dude. Oh my god. Oh my actual fucking god. There's no way. There's no fucking way, right? Oh my god. They're gonna trap that entire fucking thing? When it's the most goddamn bearish looking. It's a fucking divergence at the roof. Oh my fuck. I can't stand today. Literally cannot stand today. I'm not taking profit. Like, this is actually fucked. Like, relying on this bitch to cook it, literally. Like, what the fuck is this one candle? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, oh my god. Fucking the top is not the top. Like, what are we doing right now? This is some fucking bullshit. Literally a divergence on the top of SPX and SPY right now. There's a divergence on SPY and SPX right now, guys. There's some major confusion going on, but like, I'm actually fucking pissed. I'm pissed! I want 670 fucking 7 now. Like, I'm fucking pissed. Oh, every goddamn time today. Looking bearish and bounces crazy. It's so fucking nasty. I don't even know if it's gonna drop anymore here. I'm literally just straight up fucking trapped hoping now. This is so crazy. Via POC, like... The fuck is this Alibaba drop? Like, what the fuck are we doing right now? We're chopping here insane. 125. I really thought we were gonna go fucking fly and break the HOD. Why? Because I've seen this shit before. The divergence on SPY and SPX, and then, I mean, it's possible as fuck. MACD coming in bullish right now. It's possible as fuck here. That shit is so sad. I did not take it because I was fucking typing and shit. Fuck. Pump. That is the most fuck shit ever. Dude, this is the most fuck shit ever. It's not even like, dude, they're eating literally chasers. Like, what the fuck? I'm actually. How? I mean, the environment's so goddamn bullish today. I don't know how. This. I really think if IWM dropped here, it would have went. But what the fuck is this pump? At 110 into 115. 115 drop into 120. Dude. Fucking scammer. Candle. Literally, candles are running. That's weird. That's one of the most strongest divergences too. SPY and SPX. So there's a divergence on SPY and SPX right now. I don't. It's like a 20% possibility they dump again here with the divergence and this fucking crazy cycle 5 or 10 minutes before. There was an 80% probability of breaking the HOD at 130, but they're rejecting, so. Using the POC as something here, minigame. Oh. All these bulls. I don't know, dude. It's getting wild. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio right now in the group chat. It's sick. There's a lot of calls that are starting to go under on this move. Fucking sick. And they put all the calls under since 110 into 130, so fucking wild. Another round. This is so crazy. Just on the SPX put to call ratio alone, they're burning all the fucking bulls up here since 11:45, 12:50, 1:30. Using this little dump that I don't even know, man. They're burning everyone, to be honest. This is fucking crazy. You can't lie. This shit's fucking not wild. What the fuck is this shit? IWM bouncing. Look at the MACD on the 5. 15. Starting to be bearish, trying. What do you guys think? I'm fucking hoping. I'm hoping on VWAP. Dump off all this bullish MACD. Fucking just go. Candles are digging lower. MACD is dying bullish instantly. Time is 1:35 and 40 seconds. Things are expediting into 1:35, looks like. 5-minute is going bearish again. IWM is crazy working. Time is 1:35 and 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. 1:35. Gap filled after it gapped down. Dump! You dumbass market. Low volume market dumping. Low volume dumping. This is shit fucking crazy. Low volume dumping. They're going slow so that bears come in. Changing the SPX put to call ratio. This is a low volume dump. If VWAP crosses here, I can see 678 with low volume. This is shit. It's so disgusting right now. Crazy spike down candle and then spike up and then bull trapping them all. Damn, Alibaba, Baidu, and BYD is all added to the companies that aid the Chinese military. That's crazy. Baba has to be fucking dumping on that. No. 135 is continuing to dump. Flip the VWAP. Flip the fucking VWAP. Flip the fucking VWAP. Oh my god. What is this cycle though? Oh my god. Horrendous working. Give me a measured move down, man. That's literally all I want. A measured move down. Just once. I already fucking did it, so. Give me another measured move down, fuck. Time is 1:40. Just having such a hard time in the low volume dump. Low volume dump. What the fuck is this shit? I'm at 5.4K. I'm getting ready to leave in a candle or two. Thank God. Just want a little bit more. I want under VWAP, to be honest. I waited so goddamn long for this shit, so please. Little under VWAP. I want $2 under VWAP. No cycle going lower. Wow, no cycle going lower, and they're bouncing. On the bullshit again. They need to create a cycle because there's no bulls or bears. SPX calls. Let's need something to work with it. Oh God. Hope candle coming. Make it or break it coming. Oh. I really want a VWAP flip so bad. Like I really.
But we're going to start with stocks rallying for a fourth straight day on the hopes of a rate cut next month. And while investors are focusing on the Fed as the next major market
$2
catalyst,
below 680 right here, right now.
There is another one out there, and it should not be overlooked. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act kicking into gear early next year. Join me now with his thesis is Bill Stone, the Chief Investment Officer over at the Glenview Trust Company. Bill, you're talking about taxes and regulations being that big macro driver.
Come on.
Why is it going to be as big as you think it's going to be?
Well, I think, certainly the economy at the moment seems to be in a, we don't have all the data yet, but seems to be in a bit of a soft patch. But we're going to see quite a bit of stimulus coming in through a number of tax cuts, both on the consumer and the business side. That should give us a shot in the arm. So as long as we can
major
kind of
cycle
hold it
at
together
110
until
to
then,
130 to
economically
140. What
speaking,
the fuck? Come
at
on.
least I think that gives us an even better chance to get it kind of restarted
140
and get
algo
going
ranging
again,
here.
particularly if the Fed does follow through and cut rates as we expect here in December.
Where will we see the biggest impact, Bill, of the regulatory easing that is anticipated with regard to the tax rates that could be cut that will be beneficial to certain parts of the market over others? What exactly is going to be the outperformer when it comes to the market, given that one big, beautiful bill act catalyst?
I mean, I think you could see the consumer, again, have more money in their pockets, which should help drive spending. And we all know a big part of it is obviously the U.S. economy is driven by consumer spending. And so, it's a win-win on that side. So we may see certainly an Amazon and some others benefit from that. And maybe, hopefully, we hope the housing market as well.
Now, it's also the regulatory side of things is one big view here, but it's also about whether or not we see the economy doing better because of it. You mentioned consumers getting maybe some relief, corporate entities maybe getting a little bit of relief on their tax bills as well. How exactly does that play out in your mind for the macro economy in the first half of next year? What kind of growth expectations are you maybe factoring into your models at this point?
Well, I mean, I think it's more for us is thinking about whether we can avoid recession, because stocks are currently pricing in, since the sell-off in late October, I'll call it a pullback. It's not much of a sell-off, which is a good thing. But, they're still not pricing in much of a chance of recession. So I think that is part of what would support stocks if you continue to kind of move away from the chances of recession. If you continue to have to price in more chance of recession, then it gets a little harder in terms of how things work out next year.
What's the market view then for next year? What are your expectations for the S&P 500, for that big AI tech trade, given that backdrop you've laid out?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm hoping we see a little more broadness in the market. We really, at the end of October in particular, got extremely narrow to just some of those big tech names. You talked about
said the word
just
hope
moments ago. The small caps starting to pick up. I'm kind of hopeful that they'll finally show up, because I think a lot of what is laid over the top of them has been worries about the economy at times. Also, frankly, the growth has all been, in terms of earnings growth, has all been in those tech names. If we see some sort of spreading out in terms of growth rates, maybe you finally get a little life out of those.
Oh my God. Doing the IWM Gap Island thing again. Doing the IWM Gap Island one more time. The IWM 1 minute candle, Doji candle, island reversal down one more time. Crazy work. 3/3 bearish. VWAP flipping. VWAP flipping. 3/3 bearish. I'm at 6.2K 0 DTs. Let's go. All of my fucking Fridays, Mondays up. I need way lower. $2 lower. $145 time is. I'm out on 0 DTs. 7.1K. from 4K. 30K profit. I have all my fucking 1 DTs and 2 DTs now into November 8th. 6825. I'm gonna fucking just hold it all. Bounce is coming. 145 is bouncing. Thank God. Okay, now let's see what they do into the end of the day. Fuck, that was the craziest cycle ever. What is this shit? Look at this 2080 MA and go, oh my gosh, now what? Come on. I need, wow, give me 610 on QQQ, give me 675 end of day today. I will literally go home and go fucking cry and go sit enjoy. 675 crazy. 677 today. Yo, give me a little more. Alright, bounce is coming though. This is 0 DT cycling, so. Oh my god. Yeah, they dragged it to fucking 2.6K at one point at the tippity top. Oh my god. 6825. Fucking kept squeezing it, and go higher, higher, and higher. Is that it? I'm holding my Friday and Monday. I'm thinking at the minimum we go visit somewhere here. So at the minimum somewhere here. Not today, but Friday, but yeah. There is no confirmation rejection. There is no confirmation top technically either. This is the 3/3 extending, so. $145 bouncing to 150. It is what it is. Market bounces before it does something, but I am still in huge 1 DTs and 2 DTs, and there's a divergence at the roof, so it's not really the best two still here. If they go 678, I'll be up for like literally the week. I'll be done, but I am still kind of. Joined too early on the 1 DTs and kind of took a hit on 0 DTs, so. Oh my gosh, where do we come to? The purple box? Okay. Wild. 5-minute bouncing. Wild. Right on VWAP. I was expecting a little bit lower, but honestly, it could have bounced right there, so I left. But it's fucking crazy bouncing off of 5 minutes, so that's wild. Creating a bigger cycle. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Bounce in 5 minutes to burn off the 3/3 as well. MACD RSI just comes in so goddamn vertical bullish when it bounces like that. Like, look at this shit. So super oversold or not oversold. We're bearish too. Doop. Bearish too. Doop. Bearish too. Doop. Like it's because of this bullshit. Like, look at this. This is still, dude, something is crazy. Like, it's the environment is IWM just keep popping, dropping, keep popping and dropping, keep popping and dropping. Someone keeps dropping it, someone keeps buying it, someone keeps dropping it, someone keeps buying it. I don't know who the fuck buying IWM at this level, but honestly, fucking crazy. IWM is up 0.96% now. QQQ is pulling back 0.99%. So IWM is still flying, man. While the market is trying to pull back, IWM flying. SPX put to call ratio shows no bulls and bears. Every single time it goes down or up, and they just have to reset it, and they have to entice people to come in a little bit upside or downside and get the puts and calls. Max shoots like right now, sending the SPX put to call ratio right now, and then they figure out what to do. Never more, never less. There's a lot of calls here. There's a lot of puts here. Why? Because the market just went up and down crazy 3 or 4 times. Right? A lot more calls and puts than there were 25 minutes ago at 1:30. Look at 1:30 right here. When I sent the SPX put to call ratio, we were what? Destroying puts, and all the calls were over, right? All the calls went under, all the puts went over, and then now there's all calls, all puts, and they're in the middle. SPX put to call ratio shows on IWM cycling too right now. This shit is true lotto, but like they're making it fucking, casino, filled brim, and then lotto. I need them to go more lower. I'm wanting them to go more lower. I'm thinking there's going to be a rejection off this top of the trend line as well, and start a 1/3, 2/3 trying, but it's also not showing. This could expedite into the end of the day. It could expedite into Friday. I have no idea. It could not as well. That's also true. One day still super bullish, but we've been pulling back since 11:30, 11:45 in the morning. Doesn't really look like it until 1:30, but I mean, that's what it's been doing. It actually looked like it was going to fly 11:45 until 1. Then at 1:10, it faked out everything, changed everything, destroyed the 20 EMA holding on the 5-minute, and then went into the 28 EMA, and then started the bearish trend with all these people trapped at the top. So I don't know what they do here, but let's see who they trap now. SPX put to call ratio up on the roof. That's the only reason why I think it's 50-50 and could be bear trapping too, but still.
Today,
I don't know. All I know is the SPX put to call ratio is looking wild. We're talking about small caps, so we will look at this on small caps. Should we do a poll? Right, who thinks POC is coming, or who thinks VWAP is coming? It's the last poll of the day.
The Russell 2000 is up nearly 5% in 3 days, and our next guest now says the stage is finally set for those gains to actually continue with some momentum. For more, let's turn to portfolio manager of the Needham Small Cap Growth Fund, Chris Retzler, who joins us here on set this Thanksgiving Eve. Chris, thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's talk about the small cap trade. You say that it does now have a setup for continued momentum. What exactly has changed in the last 6 months that now says it can be?
I think everyone's about to vote VWAP off of candles.
Well, we certainly have the Fed behind us, and we've gotten through another correction here in November, which began to feel a little bit like the spring, but it feels like we've come out of that in the last few days. But what we have, Fed cuts. I think looking to 2026, as your previous guest just mentioned, we're looking at tax cuts that are going to be for businesses, for consumers. So we begin to see and hope that the market will begin to expand out, the breadth will, expand, and we're going to see more money going into investment, which begins to help more the mid, small cap companies. And if they can get that top line acceleration with their revenue, we think that drops to the bottom line for a lot of companies.
Now, Chris, small cap stocks have been viewed, conventionally speaking, as quote-unquote riskier from a relative basis.
So it's not going to be that
also
easy.
Means higher returns,
there's
higher
a lot of puts
at
at 6,800 for some reason. 6,800 is a crazy
towards
level.
More risk appetite to go into those small cap names with more certainty.
So with the Fed cutting, one thing that we think is there's going to be liquidity coming into the market, and small caps should be a beneficiary of those dollars coming in.
We need to see.
You've had the Mag 7, a lot of dollars have flowed there really over the last 3-4 years,
not that far
outperforming small caps. That's been a cycle with the Fed raising rates. We're now at a critical point where if they get low enough, are you willing to accept that in your money market rates, or do you have to go out on the risk curve? We think that begins to happen. They trade a lot less liquidity, so it doesn't take a lot of money to flow into the asset class. We just were in California the last week, met with probably 40 companies, and if you had turned off the news, you wouldn't know that there was any slowdown in the tech world. They're looking to meet capacity. That's their bigger issues. The orders keep coming in. We haven't really seen a setup like
puts
this,
and calls,
I think,
and also
since
entice
kind of
more,
2019, 2020, when small caps had a really big move.
Small caps, a really big move.
Oracle shares are higher today after what's been a very brutal few weeks. The AI darling that made Larry Ellison the world's richest man is now down more than 20% just this month alone. Fears about its debt and exposure to OpenAI is weighing heavily on that stock. But none of this comes as a surprise to our next guest, who launched his coverage of the stock, Oracle, as a sell-rated one back in September. Those shares are down more than 30% since that call. For more, let's bring in Alex Heisel of Rothschild & Co. Redburn. So, Alex, this is an interesting call. It was very much non-consensus. What exactly made you make that call at that point, and are you willing to stick with that underperform or sell rating right now?
IWM is flying still.
First, yeah, thanks having me on the show again. We stick to our sell rating. We in September we said it's a risky blue sky scenario that the market is pricing in. Right now it's still an optimistic scenario, so we do see more downside from here. The reason we have launched in September is because we were expecting a large RPO number because we've seen these target announcements. So from a timing perspective, we thought we have to wait to get this RPO boost out of the way. And the reason haven't really changed because we continue to see this GPU deployment.
How much are IWM calls are up today?
And I just want to
200%,
put some numbers behind this. We think that for every CapEx dollar you spend on this GPU deployment,
someone check.
You only generate 20 cents in NPV, and that's like a fix compared to the traditional cloud. And what we have seen over the past couple of weeks, obviously there have been more cautiousness around the overall AI trade, but also if you see how consensus has moved, we have seen some EPS upgrades. The 2030 moved up by 15%, but at the same time, it cost them 50 billion more if I just take consensus. And it just reaffirms our view that the costs to grow are significantly higher. And from an Oracle perspective, the problem is also that they have to fund the bulk of this with that.
All right, Alex, you mentioned the RPOs, those remaining performance obligations that Oracle has. It was, by the way, one of the biggest reasons for the bullishness in Oracle going into the peak that we saw recently. How has the story around those RPOs and the growth prospects shifted or changed in your mind from an investor standpoint, given the fall that we've seen from the recent highs?
Thumbs up on the video before you head out.
Yeah, I think overall, at this point, it doesn't really matter if we see an increase in the RPO
Scott.
or not, because there's just too much risk associated, and it also means you need more money to fund
I want to thank you
all
for
of this
everything
growth.
you're doing going live.
The other problem that you really face is whatever deals are being signed now won't drive revenues, let's say, in the next 2-3 years. So it's really like
Gary said 200% on what?
So the focus is clearly shifted.
On
a lot
calls,
of conversations
puts,
we have
what happened?
Maybe would have been better having
Oh,
a lower
IWM
IPO
calls
and
are up
less
200%.
The stock could potentially be higher without some of these, big deals they've signed.
Man, I'm so glad I caught the bottom on this in 0DT though. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about no balance. I don't know about no lower into Friday, but I'm so glad this fucking lower came into VWAP at the fucking minimum. Because I've been not taking profit today and it's been fucking killing. And at the minimum, I can book some profit. I hope this shit doesn't rip up and destroy me, but wow.
After a volatile retail earnings week, the group now heads into its next big test, where the demand holds up beyond Black Friday. Courtney Reagan joins us now with much more on what to expect. Hey, Courtney.
Hi, Frank. So the next 5 days are the most important stretch of the year for retail.
After this pullback.
Says 17% of total online holiday spending will happen during Cyber Week. But physical stores remain a big part of the equation, too. The National Retail Federation predicts
1.11% on IWM, doing the same thing as yesterday, almost again, flying and flying every single candle, trying again. 1.13%.
Spend about 60% of their budget online and 40% in stores over these next 5 days.
Crazy market,
Most retailers are not opening stores on Thanksgiving Day, but will offer doorbusters
drops on Alibaba, flies on IWM, does both on QQQ.
On Thursday. And even with the rise in online shopping, Black Friday still matters. It's forecast to be the biggest in-store shopping day of the year, according to traffic counting firms in Cermatic and Retail.
This may be easier because of the divergence at the roof. SPY and
Adobe
SPX.
forecasts U.S. e-commerce sales will grow 8.3%
by
on
one
Black
candle,
Friday
but
from
that
last
divergence
Black
could
Friday.
hold
And
as a hope factor as well. It could not mean
Monday
anything.
and sales last year
681,
and will
65.
again this year. So some debate,
681,
but it's
69.
still
It could literally be a hope
Retailers
factor
save
to
deals
hope
for Cyber
bulls to
Monday,
go and
and
cause,
consumers know it.
cause,
Possibly
and
the best discounts of
destroy
the
them.
year for
Nobody has a
electronics,
clue.
apparel, and computers,
I'm not going
with
to say
total
there's
online
divergence
sales
at the
expected
roof.
to
It
grow
literally means it's always going to
6.3%
break the
on Cyber
roof.
Monday.
I'm
Now,
literally
consumers
saying
may feel
these
less
1 minute
confident
gaps
this
that they
holiday season
create,
based on
they
economic
what? They're
surveys
hope
and what we've
factors.
heard from
Hope
consumer
for who?
confidence, but
Both.
they're still
They
buying.
make people hope on
According to
calls,
many retail
destroy them,
CEOs,
make
over the
people
last
hope
few
on
days,
shorts,
even if
destroy
doing
them,
so
make people hope on
choicefully,
something,
which is a word
destroy
they're all
them.
using.
Make people hope on puts, go longer, destroy them,
And in value,
until when, I
that's
don't
more
even
than
know,
just
but
price.
it's
For
literally
instance,
always a
Dick's Sporting
setup,
Goods executive
something's
chairman
always
Ed
going on.
Stack says, when I'm talking about value, I'm talking about an item that also perhaps helps my performance if I'm an athlete. Frank?
So dangerous.
Right,
I have
Courtney
no
Reagan
idea.
live from the NASDAQ. Courtney, thank you very much. Got quite a bit of retail ownership here, but Liz, I wanted to start with you. The consumer, we had a lot of questions about the consumer going into the holiday season. Bank of America out with the note saying last week we saw holiday spending up 4.5% year over year. Seems like a kind of bullish sign going into the holiday season.
Yeah, I mean, and Courtney's data
It is
shows
crazy
us
to see
more
the
bullish
market fly
to
for
be
5
excited about it.
minutes
So
at the
I mentioned
minimum,
this
but
at the
still,
top of the
this is
show that
literally
consumer discretionary
155
has been one
flying
of the
into
strongest sectors
205, so
actually
10
out of
minutes,
this
but still.
volatility that we've just seen, and I think
Zero
that's a good
DT
sign.
gaming
A
they
lot
are,
of times
clearly.
you look at discretionary versus
Pushing off
staples
of
as
what?
a signal of
IWM.
cyclicality.
Bouncing off of
We'll
what?
see what this holiday season
Something.
holds.
Rejecting
I
off
imagine
of
that
what?
there's
5
going to
minute
be a lot of
MACD. Rejecting off of
news
what?
about
Something. It's just weird.
discounting and incentives and all
Things
of that.
different every
But
single
into
5 minutes,
26
every single
again,
little cycle here and
expecting
there.
some stimulus, right?
Very,
Expecting
very
some
cautious and
tax
very, very
refunds that are
important to
going
pay
up.
attention
I think
to
the
the SPX
consumer
put to
has
call
a
ratio,
chance here, and
as
they're
well
going
as
to have to
every
fight
single
for it
small
because we're
cycle
still
that
up
they're
against some
creating,
inflationary
every single
pressures.
setup
But
they're
I think the
creating,
consumer has
so
a
that you could
chance. So I
understand and
wouldn't count it
appreciate
out.
the
And
risk to
discretionary
reward that they're
staples have
doing.
been
Because
really
the
poor
market is
performers
fucking
year to date,
absolutely
relatively
dangerous,
speaking.
even until
So
close.
if
Time
that
is only
cyclical
2:05 and they're
recovery and
doing this shit.
reacceleration
They're
does
using the
start to
SPX
take
put to
shape
call
in
ratio to
26, I
destroy
think
all calls.
discretionary might be a nice
They're
place.
destroying
it depends
all
where you are.
overstaying
So we're
puts
talking
too.
to
It's
number
not.
of,
Nobody knows really.
freight
It's going.
companies, number
It's
of
channeling
4PLs,
down now on
3PLs, et cetera,
SPX.
that handle it. And
It's fucking
I'm hearing
channeling down now on
consistently that
SPX.
volumes are down 10
Right.
to 20%, which
Let's
means
see.
the order books, the
IWM
retailers
flying
are down
while the
10 to
market is
20%.
channeling down.
And I
Make
think
that
you've
shit
got
make
a
sense,
bifurcated
please.
economy, which is that
Make
people
that
are
shit
under
make sense,
pressure
please.
from inflation,
Ow, QQQ
from
going
housing
lower,
costs, from
SPY going
price of
lower,
food,
IWM going
which
higher.
The White House has now
Bulls are thinking
identified.
it's going to go higher with
That doesn't leave a
IWM.
lot for
Bears are thinking it's going to
discretionary
go lower hour with QQQ. Market's going up and down, up and down, up and down, doing both. And it's tricking out, bullying, literally bulls and bears.
Pushing back. But Frank, one other important thing.
Since 115.
Texas about my jacket.
That shit crazy. 109, right? I literally said before here, though. I literally said before that they're going to do this and go into the 28 EMA, and they did. And after the fact, they're going up down, up, down, up, down, down, up, down, up, down. To entice more people to get into the SPX put to call ratio, as people leave, more people entice them to join with candles. Cycle creating.
Consumer discretionary
in the middle of it all. Volume, liquidity, all creating here.
A very low success rate. It
Middle
seems
of it
as
all.
though over the last 5 years, it's been a series of fits and starts. It looks like the momentum is beginning, and then the momentum trails off, and you end up and you find yourself in a different place. Let's take Amazon and put it off to the side. Let's take Tesla and put it off to the side. I'm talking about the airlines. I'm talking about a lot of the apparel names that you've mentioned previously. The only places right now that it seems to be working is in off-price. So TJX, really good. Ross Star, really good. But then you hear from Burlington the other day, and we own Burlington, and it was awful. They're talking about warm weather impacting traffic. So it's, you know, the warm weather is okay for TJX and Burlington, not okay. Rather, it's good for TJX and for Ross Stars, not for Burlington. So it's very, very idiosyncratic. It's very difficult to kind of establish any degree of strong momentum. We've got it right now in eBay. You have it in Las Vegas Sands. It fell apart in Ulta. It fell apart in Williams-Sonoma. Garmin was a name I talked about frequently. DoorDash was a name I talked about frequently. And the momentum is reversed there. Very, very difficult to play momentum in consumer discretionary.
You know, we got to go, but really quickly to your point and Weiss's point, not about his jacket. Did you realize that TJX has 4 times the market cap of Target? Just kind of speaking of that shift, it's kind of a big shift in the market when it comes to retail.
Time is 2:10. They're really waiting until power hour for all this.
Step into a new 2020.
Dead eyes out here wildin'. What is gold at these days?
Remaining bullish on Nvidia, writing, Nvidia is the indisputable Rocky Balboa champion of the AI revolution, and that is not changing anytime soon on the chip front. Pleased to say that Dan joins us now. Dan, great to see you.
Great to be here.
Okay, I want to ask about the post, because you had that post of them saying, like, congrats, Google, but we're better. They also responded to Michael Burry's takedown of the depreciation thing. It kind of gives a feeling that, like, Nvidia cares about the fact that their share price is falling, and they're trying to fight back against it. What do you make of this sort of PR push they're doing?
Yes, I view it a little differently. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, like, there's one godfather bay, and that's Jensen. I think Jensen, right now, it's the recognition that they're transparent. In other words, like, Nvidia is not trying to hide anything. They're ultimately saying, like, hey,
in the
we are
WhatsApp
out
group,
there
if you're still
front
bullish,
and center,
you would have to wait
it just
until
comes down to demand and supply is 12-1 for their chips. I mean, I saw that being in Asia for the last 3 weeks. So them congratulating Google, AMD, and others are going to be successful.
Said 685 next level, and I said, if you want that, technically, you would have to wait.
But the reality
chances
is
of
that
your
they are
probability
not going to
increases
sit
if
there
that
and
breaks. But
hide
right now, we are in a
behind
bearish
some
downward
PR
trend.
when it comes to,
Slightly.
you know, whether it's
People
Burry
just
or
can't
anyone
see it,
else
and
calling
they're
it
also
a
getting
bubble. I
trapped
mean,
on the
Jensen is
divergence
going
on
to
the
be out
roof.
there front and center because, in my opinion,
What is
it
true
continues
is
to
this is
only
a
be
pretty dark bullish
10:30
cycle, which they
p.m.
can
that
extend,
AI
but we would
party
need to
that
watch.
goes to 4 a.m.
But, you know, this makes me think a lot of Intel. Back in the day when we were all rushing out to get the 386 and then the 486 and maybe the Pentium, right? But then Apple was like, why are we giving them these margins? Let's make our own chips. And so did everyone else. And now Intel obviously needs a sort of government bailout in the form of a stake purchase. Why isn't Nvidia vulnerable to the same kind of, you know, vertical integration at these, if Meta, if Google, if Amazon all make their own chips, as they are doing?
It's a great point. And I get the comparison. They're 4 years ahead, in my opinion, of really anyone else in the world, including Huawei, right? So it comes down to, like, now will there be a gap narrow? Big tech's going to continue. They're going to go and make their chip. You'll see that they'll vertically have that ecosystem. And that's a great thing. Because the reality right now is like 12-1, demand and supply. In other words, Nvidia doesn't have enough chips to ultimately meet demand, right, relative to what we see. But it speaks to my point. It's about the second, third, fourth derivatives of AI playing out. You have $3 to $4 trillion that's going to be spent in the next few years. To call this a bubble, it's wrong. Someone like myself that covered tech stocks in the late 90s. This is
We did a poll though at 155, last poll of the day.
Not in 1999
2 people voted
tech bubble
POC against 5 people that voted VWAP. It was Shiv and Simone Dunn.
Of
They
spending
actually,
get funded.
I mean, it did go from 155
famously,
to
Sam
205
Altman
to
was
POC
asked
near
on stage
the
a couple
VWAP.
of weeks ago how he's going to
Technically
fund his
speaking,
$1.4 trillion
the 2
in
people that
CapEx
voted
plans with
POC
only
at
13 billion
155
in
was
revenue,
right because
and
155 to 205 they went higher and they showed, oh, we're near POC, right? So technically speaking, whoever is the minority, whoever is thinking about, you know,
right now I think
the minority side tends to be the right because they show bearish or bullish to go up or down, and then when you know what I mean, 5 or 10 minutes once we're there and things change,
personal account, but
then it changes. But like that's what I tend to notice too sometimes.
Massive amounts of revenue. 35 million people are signed on, and it could turn out to be like the Friendster or even maybe the MySpace of AI.
Time is 2:11. Candles are creating very tiny cycles.
It's still enterprise. You know, like when we think about the enterprise, only 3% of companies have gone down the AI path. So when you look, and that's just in the U.S. Globally, that's just actually starting with sovereigns, what we're seeing in Asia. So when I look at OpenAI, I view it as, it's not just going to be at ChatGPT. It's about what that's going to be on the enterprise, consumer. The consumer applications haven't even started relative to
But it has to come quick, right? I mean, remember when the dot-com bubble burst, it took years and years to make up the revenue that we needed to pay for the fiber outlay in the beginning.
Yeah, and I think for OpenAI, for every dollar that they're spending in terms of the stakes that they're taking, they're just like Nvidia, they'll get $12, $15, $20 back in terms of revenue.
If we're, though, talking about who wins the enterprise race, I mean, wouldn't that be Google, though? They already have relationships with 40,000 companies. And then when it comes to consumers, they know that name so much better. I mean, increasingly, obviously, they know about OpenAI and Sam Altman and ChatGPT. But especially with that enterprise relationship, who's to say that OpenAI wins out on that horse race?
We're not going above it. We're not going below it. We're just hovering right at it.
On the chip side, when you talk about Microsoft, where they stand on the hyperscale, Oracle, and I think that stock's been way oversold here. But look, the reality is, you go back earlier this year, the New York City.
I'm scared I'm getting trapped. There's so many bears here, and what if they rip it up and clear the divergence?
Because it's my view, it's not just on enterprise with GCP, with Google Cloud, with what's happening on chips, along with Broadcom, but also you look out. They're going to ultimately have that Apple deal. I mean, Apple is going to have to bet on Gemini as their AI partnership, which is another benefit here. So I think it just speaks to our views that it's not just about Nvidia. And I believe Nvidia ultimately the stock that goes much higher here, 225, 250. But it's about the second, third, fourth derivatives playing out across, I think the world. And for the first time in 30 years, the U.S. is ahead of China when it comes to tech.
So Nvidia at the lowest in the month, is this just like the most incredible buying opportunity that we're going to see for this company?
Every time this sells off, you own it, because it's my view, it's $5 trillion and ultimately it's $6 trillion. Because look, there's only one godfather, right? And that's Jensen. And there's one chip in the world fueling the AI revolution. And that continues to be Nvidia. There will be other, like anytime if there's a DeepSeek moment, you'll have Google TPU. There's going to be other things that happen, but nothing is going to get what I view as really this Rocky Balboa of the AI revolution, which is, Jensen and Nvidia.
You must have the most fun Thanksgiving Day conversation around the dinner table. I'm trying to get invited over to the Ives household. That sounds like a good time.
Look, and again, the goal is a lot of food, a lot of sports, and maybe some AI talk here and there.
What more could you want?
Does Penn State playing this weekend?
And we play Rutgers, and then we'll have our new coach by early next week, and then we start the upward climb, which I'm very optimistic.
Defense is more.
Jedi's optimistic.
After a volatile retail. Joe, we're looking ahead to 2026 right now. To the earnings growth, is that going to come from tech? Is that going to come from comm services? Is that where you need to put the money as we go into not only the last month of the year, but go into the new year?
So obviously, the last several quarters, the overwhelming majority.
I feel so much from IW every time I see
intelligence and therefore communication service and technology names. But I also think you've seen strong.
I don't think it'll go away for a while.
Sectors as well, and as you turn the calendar into 2026, into a year which I believe is going to have elevated volatility and is really going to be about idiosyncratic stories, and it probably means when I say elevated volatility, I think you have to understand your positioning might be a little bit different in 2026. You might not be able to extend some of the leverage very comfortably that you were able to do in 24 and 25 in anticipation of what? The beginning of an easier Federal Reserve monetary policy cycle. I think at 2026 that probably sunsets at some point, even though we have further rate cuts in front of us. But I think you're seeing an awakening for the quality factor where momentum absolutely dominated it in 2025. I think over the last several weeks, the market's saying, yes, we want the quality of healthcare. And I think it's reflected in what we're just seeing today. Look at the list of 52-week highs. We've spent the majority of the show talking about technology, rightfully so, but there are other names today making 52-week highs in the financial sector, regional banks, Cincinnati Financial. GM, General Motors, is making a 52-week high as we speak. Las Vegas Sands, Medtronic, Monster, TJX, Prologis, Rollins in the industrial space. So there's other places you could go, other opportunities. I think that's an important theme in 2026. It's going to get harder in 26. I can't see how it can't. That doesn't mean it's a lower market. It's just going to get tougher.
I think you make an excellent point about how the dynamics are going to change in 26, so I just want to spend a minute on this. We've had a couple rate cuts by the Fed, looking now again like we're going to have one in December. In 2026, the thesis seems to be that we're going to have some sort of cyclical reacceleration. Productivity is going to come into play in a big way. GDP growth is going to stay healthy. The labor market might stay stable. If there is a reacceleration, to Joe's point, the rate cuts will stop at some point because they would just have to. And we've seen this movie before. So if there's a reacceleration, maybe it's driven by technology and the optimism and the spending around technology. But at some point, inflation starts to either come back a little bit or at least plateau, and the Fed has to stop, right? In that reacceleration, the sectors that tend to do well are not typically the high flyers and the growth sectors. You have to start thinking about some of the more value-centric names and the sectors that would benefit from cyclicality. So I think financials is still on that list, healthcare obviously on that list. You have to think about maybe even materials in some ways. And then add to that 2026 is a midterm election year, usually pretty tough for the market. So if we're looking at places to hide from volatility, again, things like maybe even consumer staples coming into play, healthcare again coming into play. So I think there will be a much different leadership picture in 26, and the market will start to set up for that at the end of 25.
That's a great point, because if 9 months from now we're talking about we need another rate cut, then you're not going to get the double-digit earnings growth that's expected right now for 26. That means there's a bigger problem in the economy, and that's going to affect earnings.
You know, Liz, to your point, by the way, Bank of America out with its 2026 outlook, 7,100 S&P price target is about a 4% higher move from where we are right now. Overweight staples. So a lot of people seeing it the way you're seeing it.
4% move higher from right here.
Nvidia, the company down 16% from its high 2 months ago. Despite the strong earnings that we saw last week, shares continue to trade lower. Joining us now, Samuel Kerr, the global head of equity capital markets at Merger Market. Samuel, thank you for taking the time to be with us. You know, my last guest, Don Kaufman, was talking about, reignited concerns over an AI bubble. He thinks they're overblown. You know, I'd love to start with your thoughts on are we in an AI bubble?
I think
let's go look at the higher time frame. This is insane.
Definitely something that more investors are concerned about with an AI bubble. You know, I think not only are valuations very high in AI stocks, the amount of capex and the amount of spending that's going to have to take place to sustain those valuations are looking increasingly challenging. And I think with bubbles, right, they can often be self-fulfilling. And the amount of talk that we've had over an AI bubble is certainly prompting concerns among investors that we're certainly looking like we're in one. I think the reaction to Nvidia's results last week, which were pretty strong, really, if you think about it, big earnings beats and such on all their numbers. The short
that is a whale hook if I've ever
seen
one
by
in
a very
my
big
life.
fall. Intraday, I think shows you certainly that investors are now very concerned that that's the state of play, and that's where we are.
Everybody.
And we've certainly
1, 2,
seen
3,
this
4, 5,
shift.
6,
It's almost
7,
felt
8,
like a
9,
shift
10,
in the last
11,
couple
12,
weeks.
13,
What do
14,
you think
15, 16,
shifted
17, 18,
sentiment
19,
that made
17
it
days.
so those fears could no longer be overlooked?
IWM looks
I think
way
whenever we
worse
get
than
naturally to this time of year, you start to get a bit of profit taking. Thanksgiving this week over in the US, that's going to certainly maybe focus investor mind a little bit more on protecting those end of year returns. There has been a very big, riding of this sort of wave up to the top of the market, and most investors have been very invested in the market, particularly in AI stocks. So I think that first thing is it seemed to be the right time to start taking money off the table and to profit take. I think also that there are growing concerns out there about the sustainability of Nvidia's earnings going ahead. The financing relationship it has with its hyperscaler clients has been a big concern and has been pointed out in quite a few pieces now, and it has been a point of public commentary. And I think also there does seem to be now a shift in the narrative.
That's why I'm feeling
AI
FOMO on IWM. That's
rather
literally
being sort of AI being a trend that lifts all boats to one of there being specific winners and losers.
If I put in 10K, 2K on IWM calls, I think that shit would have went to 2K to 20K.
The narrative that's going to
4 days.
perhaps dominate the next few months or years of AI.
I think I'm being fucking conservative with that number.
So you bring up the battle lines conversation yesterday.
I'm pretty sure I'm being conservative with that number.
Potentially emerging as a competitor to erode some of that market share for Nvidia. What does that mean for investors, this sort of battle lines that we're starting to draw now around this AI race, when it seemed to be sort of a one-horse race for a long time?
I think what investors are thinking about when it comes to this is the pure computational power that Google's got. It has a data center advantage over all of effectively Nvidia's clients when it comes to what it can do with AI and its computing power that it's got, mainly just built in through the years of dominance it had in search and in data processing. So I think that gives Google a real big head start. And if you look at, say, Buffett taking this massive stake in Google that he took recently, that certainly seems to shift investor minds that actually, if Google can move away from Nvidia chips, which obviously was some of the news the other day that Gemini chips are now, not using the Gemini is using Google chips rather than Nvidia ones, and Meta itself moving to Google chips as well. That does potentially lead to a big crisis for Nvidia, because obviously if you have Google as the clear winner of AI and producing through Gemini potentially an LLM that does win that battle, when you think about sort of ChatGPT versus other sort of LLM models, that would be a real existential crisis potentially for Nvidia as far as investors are concerned. Now it may not be, but it certainly would lead to a little bit of a revaluation when it comes to their value.
And how influential do you think the flip side of that is? You mentioned Berkshire taking their stake and some of these positive headlines. On the flip, we've got Peter Thiel pulling out his stake in Nvidia. We've got Michael Burry shorting Nvidia. We've got SoftBank exiting their position. How influential was that to the narrative as well?
I think the biggest one was Thiel, right? Very few people are as pure play in AI involved as Peter Thiel. And I think if you get to a stage where someone like that is taking their money out of Nvidia, that's going to make a lot of people ask questions. And I think that probably was a little bit of a prompt. Some of the selling that we saw was for someone who owns Palantir, which is one of the biggest players in the space, to take their money out of Nvidia. I mean, that's certainly maybe more than Michael Burry or SoftBank, right? That's certainly that's a big sell indicator for lots of people, I would think.
And Samuel, the last time we talked, we pretty much focused on IPOs and this IPO boom that we've been seeing. But with this AI sentiment shift, I'd love to get your thought on how that's affecting some of these AI IPOs that we've seen, and also any that were coming, particularly with the downturn we've seen in the crypto markets.
Yeah, I mean, because those were the two big themes driving the US IPO market this year were AI and cryptocurrency. And we started to see a bit of a pullback in both at the same time, which is almost like sort of the worst case scenario, I think, for the sort of general IPO sentiment. Obviously, we've got a few crypto filings for cryptocurrencies cryptocurrency sort of aligned
Such
companies
a
to do
bullish
IPOs in
fucking
the States,
push. Like,
most notably
what?
Grayscale and Kraken have both filed for IPOs. But with Bitcoin cratering in the way it has
This
recently,
market, what?
It would be a
Pushing
very
up
difficult time,
like
I think, to bring
nuts.
those to market. And if you look at the sort of successful crypto IPOs of this year, Circle and Bullish,
Broke out of
they've
the
lost a
trend
lot
line.
of their post-IPO gains. And then you have others like
Spiking
Gemini,
up
which are
nuts.
well underwater from their IPO price. So I think that's certainly something that's going to be in investors' minds when they're looking at cryptocurrency IPOs and whether they think this market run has a
20 points
much more
away from the gap,
sustainability.
man.
I think in general,
Market
if we
running
do
up
see a
nuts.
pullback of from AI and cryptocurrency, you might start to see a shift in the IPO investor
Cannot make
mindset.
this shit up.
Back to perhaps
IWM
more
at
sort of traditional
248.
industries which have strong
Fucking
revenue growth, strong
crazy.
top line margins. Something
anyone
like
predict
Medline,
this?
which has been in the market for a long time. That's a sort
248
of high quality
IWM, say
defensive
me.
investment that perhaps would gain a lot more traction in a market where there is less appetite.
Say me. Who knew 248 IWM? Say me right now. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna DM you a cookie. You fucking captain. 248 IWM. Who knew 248 IWM when we were at 240, or literally when we were at 228, or when we were at 230?
Before you go, Deirdre, Alibaba shares are on the move today following a Bloomberg report that says the Pentagon is suggesting putting the company on a list for helping the Chinese military. What do we know about that story?
They brought everyone from the bottom of that candle too.
The pattern that I have just been talking about. The industry, Beijing, it's concerned about being restricted to U.S. tech, and it knows that it has to rely and build up its own AI champions like an Alibaba. So the U.S. is increasingly viewing China's entire tech stack as strategically aligned with the Communist Party, and that's raising concern in Washington, potentially putting the likes of Alibaba and Baidu and BYD on a list that would restrict them from selling or even operating here in the United States. Now, this is interesting because we're not just talking about Huawei anymore. Huawei is a private company. Concerns have long swirled about its connections to the Communist Party. We're talking about Alibaba and Baidu. These are publicly listed companies that have quarterly earnings, and in the case of Alibaba, has American board members. So it's a really interesting development for sure, and we'll see if they actually make
American board members. That is terrible news for the company. It's a terrible look for the company. Market broke out of the trend line and is hovering top of the trend line right now. It is more bullish than not as of right now.
Comcast business restocking.
The Chinese company name is More Threads, China's first GPU maker. Nvidia's POC just shifted. Competition.
Our domestic GPU maker, More Threads, is readying a public debut in Shanghai. Now, it was founded by former Nvidia employees now trying to take on the chip giant itself. Deirdre Bosa has
crazy.
More in today's Tech
Former
Check.
Nvidia
Deirdre,
employees.
this is all about GPUs and just what it can do in the domestic Chinese market.
Yeah, and it's about a story I know we're going to talk to as well as China securing its own supply. For Nvidia in particular, this could also be a two-front challenge. Google's GPUs at home, and then China's stack abroad. It's telling that China's hottest IPO this year is a GPU startup at the center of Beijing's push to break free from Nvidia and American technology. Now, More Threads IPO, which is 4,100 times oversubscribed in Shanghai, it sits inside of this larger trend. Beijing went from hoarding Nvidia chips to blocking some of its biggest technology companies from using them in new data centers. So that means forcing them to shift budget
hey guys,
and engineers
please
to
do me a
domestic
favor
chips.
and
now there's
smack
More Threads,
the
but there's also
button.
Huawei and Cambricon and rising startups like Byron and Medax. They're building different pieces of a system, all designed to make the country less dependent on American chips. Now, to be sure, there's still a long way to go. China's industry is fragmented, it is subsidy dependent, and they still lag American chips by generations. Yet Nvidia itself is warning investors to pay attention, saying that export controls are pushing Chinese companies to adopt domestic accelerators. And even if those aren't as performative today, they're good enough in many cases to start replacing some U.S. systems inside of China and potentially at other countries that can't afford or can't get access to cutting-edge GPUs, Dom.
All right, Deirdre, just how long will it be before the supply chains really shift? I mean, you said generations behind, so this isn't realistic in, say, like the next year or two.
No, I don't think so. Depends. I mean, I think that progress has probably surpassed what many experts thought it could do. So I think it's moving quicker than many had thought because Beijing is pouring so many resources and focus and capital into this push. We'll see. I don't know how long it takes to catch up in terms of generations, but it's not just that. They need to catch up on the whole ecosystem.
If they break up higher on the higher time frame candles on the 5 or the 15, then the bulls are in control to go test the HOD and rip off the HOD. IWM is getting ready to fly.
So it could take 5 years. It could take 10 years. They may never get there, but they're certainly trying everything they can.
But the risk is there because this is the 3/3 top.
Comcast Business helps turn businesses into seamlessly restocked.
If it rejects here again, the thing is, though, there's a divergence at the roof. So maybe the bulls are more advantageous here, right? Advantageous here. But the risk is there because the 3/3 says that if it rejects, the rejection is going to be not coming. QQQ is going bullish. It could be violent. That's all I'm saying. Burning the crap out of my position right now, though, for sure. At the HOD. Man, I really was thinking more than VWAP, though. I literally did not leave everything at VWAP, just my 0 DTs, and they are cooking. Fucking nasty ass red candles to be all gobbled up. Following IWM's gobble up technique. Gobble up all day low. Low. Gobble, 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 gobble. SPX just did it slow. Gobble up, gobble up. QQQ gobbled up as well. Neutral ground. I'm going to update the SPX put to call ratio.
We've had a lot of information hitting the tape this morning. We've had some jobless claims out. We've got 216,000 on that. Of course, we are passing over some earnings as well. Let's get to Alex Coffey, who joins me this morning from Chicago. What is your takeaway from what we've got as far as some of the companies that we've heard from today, Alex? Good morning.
Yeah, all in all, Sam, when you look at some of the data first and foremost, I think it pushed back a little bit on the less than rosy picture that yesterday's data painted. Durable goods were better than expected. You just mentioned jobless claims.
A lot of 0 DT SPX puts under right now, but there's a lot of calls up here as well. 0 DT SPX puts or calls.
7th-month lows for the initial fire
so
for jobless claims. Continuing claims
still
have remained steady, just shy of 2 million, so that's not climbing, although relatively elevated still.
We are in positive gamma.
Earnings, I thought it was a good time to take a step back and just look at the entire earnings
Anything
season
above
that's
6,000,
been so far. Now that we're through about 99% of the the equities that make up the S&P 500, just less than it's like 97%.
I can't believe IWM ran this much, dude.
Figure,
that is some fucking
82.3%
superhero
beat rate by an
power
aggregate
shit.
surprise. Basically, if you took all the earnings, you added them up into dollars, you then took all the estimates.
I would have been done for literally the month on IWM alone, literally from fucking 240 to fucking here. But like, who the fuck can tell it's just gonna go to 248 like that? Like, what the fuck is this shit?
And on the growth side, that figure is even greater. It's 13% growth aggregate period over period, with 75% of companies showing earnings growth.
Superpower.
From a price movement standpoint, much of this earnings season, you actually saw the one-day price reaction for the average company negative. towards the end
Fake
now.
out, breakout is possible.
Just above the
Faking out,
unchanged
breaking
line,
out is happening.
but pretty much fought to a draw. So despite the fact that it was historic in terms of beat rate, it's a very, very small positive number, which basically said for really
Just going
every
back to how I literally did say
you
if it
saw a
does reject, the
down
rejection
move,
will be violent,
which
right?
goes to
This is
say
what I'm
maybe
talking
we were
about,
pretty close
right?
to fully
Rejection
priced
violent as
going
fuck.
into those earnings. When you look at the NASDAQ, the picture
I don't
doesn't
think it's over.
necessarily
Rejection
get better.
violent.
If anything, it's a little bit worse, but still pretty nice. 78% beat rate, 1% aggregate surprise. The growth rate, of course, really impressive at just shy of 15%, 14.9% through 95% of the NASDAQ 100 reporting. But the one-day price move, Sam, is quite negative for the NASDAQ 100 stocks, which does add up to kind of the, I guess, feeling around many of those names. You remember Meta, you remember Netflix, even Nvidia turning around. The average price move down 0.4%. So certainly some negative pressure for some of those tech stocks around earnings. But you mentioned names coming into today. Well, Dell was one after the close I know you guys talked about. That stock's up 4%. So not all tech stocks struggled in this earnings season. And certainly for every negative story, there's usually a positive as well.
235 ejected, 235 bounce, creating an algo range.
Sort of willing to look past the mixed quarter because of what they're
I don't know why we keep getting these weird ass drops here. We keep getting weird ass drops here at 680.3. Every time we are here. That's weird.
I just want to stick with the whole tech theme because obviously we've been on $4 trillion market cap watch with Google Alphabet this week. I believe the number
almost
is
on purpose here to hover and waste time or something. But
it is coming off a bit this morning while Nvidia is actually up, no doubt off the back of some Nvidia bulls out there sort of defending this name as well. I mean, you've had Nvidia actually even posting from its newsroom just
what do you guys think?
Sort of praising what Google
Bull trap
has
or
been
bear
able to
trap?
do. But as we look at this debate over the course of the last couple of sessions, the
they
TPUs
clearly bear trapped off of 145 into 235, but
what do you make of
I'm talking about this cycle creating.
Feeding into the performance today. Interesting. I think it's important to highlight as well.
Burn off in bulls in this 2-minute candle, but they could burn it off at even more and then burn off bears, or like burn bears now. We are right in the middle of 1250 and 145. That's for sure. I don't even want to bring up the Fibonacci, but we will, I guess. We are right in the middle.
Yeah, well, at first, I think you did a good job of kind of summarizing. There's a lot of things going on at the same time.
This is so crazy.
So this is certainly not happening in a vacuum.
Using the divergence at the roof as a hope factor as well, but also burning off puts from the floor of 145 small cycle.
And I think we've gotten more of that.
Vinny says sideways for a while, then bloodbath because IWM holding this up. Okay. IWM, that is continuously. This I can't believe this happened right here. 245 lower, and then it bombed. That is something.
You look at a name like Oracle,
What time was
Deutsche
that?
Bank, seeing opportunity.
109. 109. It stopped us right here from flipping VWAP, I think. And then
that this
pop back up and down.
Any credit for what they've been building and what they have going with OpenAI. You look at Dan
top
Ives,
of the trend line touch, then
the ever bull, but talking about the foundation
bounce.
for
So
the
unless we
AI
go lower than the
revolution and
support line at
godfather of AI and
680.65,
all these
we are not
positive
flipping it
things
down.
around Nvidia. And then I would also point out that if you're a massive portfolio manager,
Vinny says, I really feel a dramatic dump past VWAP,
because there's
and
actually
you're getting
some
me
supply
hoping.
to rotate into.
Not hoping, but thinking about higher time frame setup. Me too.
We've seen a lot of Nvidia
I'm thinking about a dump
rallies
into market
be
close
met
somewhere
with
here.
selling.
Sounds crazy, but somewhere
if your
here.
new home is potentially an Alphabet or a Meta, you'll probably be waiting for a little bit of weakness to buy into that. So there's again some supply to buy into. So I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the day these stocks work their way maybe back towards unchanged just because of that trend we've seen, but anything's possible.
Yeah, it certainly is in this environment. And obviously we've got trading a little bit thin on the ground as no doubt people are pushing off earlier for that holiday. But I'm just looking across what we're seeing here as far as the sectors are concerned.
678,
I mean, we've got up arrows,
678.
Communication services and healthcare right now, which is just on the line. I'm just wondering what else sort of stands out to you as we're just over half an hour into trading
That's
right now.
possible as fuck,
what we've
honestly.
Seen the last
Like
days is there's
I might be
been
hoping
that,
big time,
for
but like
position. There's been that
I want
rotation amongst the AI trade.
by
But
market
for the
close,
most part, as you point
678.
out, there's
Like,
been a broad nature
that's really
to
what
the
I want.
performance in
I'm
this
not in
you know,
any zero
multi-day, three-day
DTs. I'm
advance
fucking
now,
huge on 1
going on
DTs and 2
4
DTs, though.
that we've seen for
That's
equity markets. Just
678.
shy of 80% of the S&P 500 is
Actually,
higher.
6.7.
Two-thirds
So
of
I
the
can't even
NASDAQ
talk.
100 is higher.
6.825
So if we do
SPX
finally get a day
and
where
higher.
Alphabet, Meta, Nvidia, Palantir, Oracle can move in tandem, you could see, you know, a real run at those all-time highs again, I believe, in short order. That's a big ask, though, so we'll see if that ultimately happens. Then I guess I'll leave you, Sam, with a PSA. You mentioned sort of the cutting out early, maybe the lighter volumes, the thinner nature to the market. But I'll tie that to your opening statements around some of the geopolitical meetings that are happening and the headlines that could come out there. Our job is to look for where the surprises could come from. Some things are impossible.
Why can't
to
we get an
forecast,
early power hour?
but if some sort of headline, positive or
Like a fucking early power hour. Just like how we had an early little Christmas run, turkey run.
And our expertise in perfect harmony.
God. What the fuck? What the fuck was this?
Modest decline in growth, one reported growth overall. Consumer spending declined further, though high-end retail, as we've heard from some of the retailers themselves, has been resilient. Some retailers saw a negative impact from the government shutdown when it came to consumers. Auto dealers saw declines in EV sales. Remember that there was the expiration of the tax incentive there. Manufacturing increased somewhat. That was good news, but tariffs and tariff uncertainty were headwinds for manufacturers out there. In fact, there's a lot on tariffs in this beige book here. The ongoing recovery, there was an ongoing recovery noted in the office real estate market. I believe that's something Diana Olick has been talking about. But this is on the sad side here. Community organizations did see increased demand for food assistance, due in part to SNAP disruptions. I don't think I've ever seen anything about food assistance in the beige book here. Employment declined slightly over the period. Half of districts reported weaker labor demand. Wow. That's a large amount.
What is that candle?
Employment was limited using hiring freezes and attrition, though, rather than layoffs. And we did get confirmation of those low layoffs again in the jobless claims number. And now here we go. This is pretty interesting. A few firms say that AI replaced entry-level positions or made existing workers more productive enough that it allows businesses to curb new hiring. And employers did have an easier time finding workers.
It literally did it right at that trend line.
It was tough. Wages, something the Fed watches closely for inflation pressure from the labor market. They generally grew at a modest pace.
All right, pull time, folks. Bull trap or bear trap. This is the true last pull of the day.
Labor costs. And then the important part on inflation. What
is this spike candle a
input costs,
bull trap, in your opinion, or a bear trap?
Widespread in manufacturing. And that was
everybody vote right now.
Also, and that was largely due to tariffs. Pass-through of higher input costs, however, did vary, and many companies. Brian, I don't know if you're seeing this in the company reports.
I think in classical ways that should be a bear trap, but like I don't know, that could be a visual fake out too. That is so weird.
To raise prices were mixed. So a lot going on there, Brian. In the background, when it comes to saying effective AI through there, but also these effective tariffs, we don't hear or talk a lot about it because it seems to be going on in the background on the balance sheet of companies' books who are dealing with these tariffs. Brian?
Yeah, and the food assistance, let's hope that's a one-time thing because it was right around the time of the government shutdown. Steve Leishman, thank you.
Sorry for that. Literally, somebody just started watching the live stream and started trolling in chat, so you get a 30-minute chat ban, brother. Just because you're having a terrible time doesn't mean you have to ruin everything else for everyone else, alright? Just relax. Everything will be okay. Some of these alt accounts coming in crazy, bro. This is increase. What was that spike candle? Dang. Someone said look at Google. Why does it explain the spike? Does anyone know why this spike happened? Alibaba, maybe? I'm looking around. Baba? Interesting. Baba spike down is being completely reversed on. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. And divergence at the roof. With SPX and SPY. So this candle spike could be a spike candle too. Zigzag, 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 and go up and test the HOD and then clear the divergence into market close and then reverse. Or this spike candle, some different type of villain candle. Because that's an HOD on SPY. So unless my chart is bugging out, unless all our charts are bugging out, they're showing this on purpose. We are seeing this. Just don't know why. They're doing this shit all on my put level, man. This is so fucking bad. I did not leave everything into VWAP. I'm getting cooked now. For fucking 1 hour. 1 hour. I've been up there for literally 1 hour. And they had a spike down for 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and then they reversed it. So, unbelievably. What? Spiked it. 235. Man, this week has been just one-sided bullish with IWM, literally. Is all I want to think about. FOMO, IWM, but fuck. Now what? Can't even pull back? Just grinding higher. Which is okay, but these candles are coming in so damn confusing. Like, what am I even supposed to do here to make this HOD, or is this the HOD? Like, I don't know. This gapping down, magic jumping now. This is the most important thing happening right now. SPX, top of the trend line. Do we get a little drop here or what? Candles definitely tells me don't think that, but I mean, MACD, if the MACD and volume goes, it won't even matter on candle. It'll just be a massive fucking candle, but I don't know. It's not the best how these candles are literally gapping down every minute. Just look at these candles going right now. with 2 1-minute gaps coming in on SPY. Yeah, it filled on one trying. And they really are churning it. Holy. 1 minute candle. Filled all the 1 minute algo range gaps. Not algo range, but the 1 minute gaps. I don't really know how to decipher this candle, so I'm not really deciphering it. I'm looking around it. Time is 2:50. Little power hour starts at 3. The true power hour is now 3:45. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Look at this purple box though. Didn't really break out, didn't really break down. Hard to tell. Then he said, make our own power hour, baby. Yeah, well, I wish. I wish. Is the market just holiday bullish and we fly? Or did it already and is getting ready to close it off with the bulls trapped up here? Kind of trapped it all since 11:45. Kind of went nowhere. Since 11:45. After we reached 680. 680 broke through big time. 680 1.72 and 679 681. Wish I could teleport back in time. You sadly can't. I wish time was 1:45. I wish time was 1:10. So I wouldn't be stressing. That's the fucking truth. Bears are trying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Candles are so ass. But also this cycle is ass, and that gap down, triple gap down, 1 minute candle is ass. Riding on the top of the trend line on SPX. If that loses the top of the trend line, then something. If it loses 6,820 on SPX, until then, it's grinding and halting and flying and halting and doing nothing. It's glued on 6,820. On that spike candle, people were 50-50 bear or bull trap, so fair. More leaning bull trap, but yeah, it's everybody trapping. What is this? Down, 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 up, and then up, and then down. Like, man, make up your mind, right? Make up your mind.
Mortgage applications jumping to a 2-year high just this last week as interest rates held largely steady. But at the same time, sellers are pulling the homes off the market at the fastest pace in nearly a decade. So what's going on in housing right now? Joining me now to make sense of all of it is Redfin CEO Glenn Kelman. This is a ridiculously interesting story right now because if you didn't really know what those metrics were, you would have no real idea that people are just not happy about keeping their house on the market for that long. What exactly is driving the staleness in the housing market right now?
Well, we've just had a massive shift from a seller's market to a buyer's market, the first shift in at least a decade. And everyone is just taking a moment to adjust. There are some sellers who can't sell and pay off their mortgage. That also is something we haven't heard in 10 or 15 years. And so the whole market is going through a massive transition.
The transition that's happening right now, do you have any kind of visibility on how long that transition lasts? When can we expect maybe, I guess it's all relative, but quote unquote normal behavior for, say, a spring selling season?
Well, I think it will come in the spring when the market changes over the winter. Many people decide just to pack it in, celebrate at home, put up the tree, and then try again in January, February, or March. So around the time of the Super Bowl, we'll see what direction the housing market is going to take. But until then, I think we're going to be in a limbo. There's macro uncertainty just around the whole economy. We've seen some high-end demand take a hit just because the stock market has been volatile. So people have really been worried, and when people get worried, they sometimes don't take that 30-year bet on a new home.
No, of course they would not. It makes perfect sense. I guess at this point, Glenn, what exactly would you need to see in the coming months that would get you saying that maybe buyers and sellers can get more comfortable? It's easy to say interest rates have to be lower, but it maybe isn't that simple.
Well, lower interest rates will always help, especially if rates drop below 6, which is always possible. But I think the other factor is just home prices. So we have had a correction without a correction where sales volume is down as much as 50% in some markets, but prices are about the same. And so sellers are looking for some kind of indication that they aren't going to be able to get the price that they want. That is the only reason that they will invest more in repairs or drop the list price. And meanwhile, buyers think the time is on their side. That if we wait until the spring, these buyers will get a better deal. So that's why there's a standoff right now. If there's no change in home prices, but the economy remains uncertain, I think we're going to see low sales volume because sellers are going to hope for the best and buyers are going to wait for a better deal.
Glenn, you've also got a very interesting bird's eye view. The data that you collect across home listings gives you a unique view into what's happening with individual pockets of the housing market. So where exactly are the cold spots right now? Where are people pulling the most listings? And where exactly are we still seeing a lot more activity on that relative basis, geographically speaking?
The cold spots are the hot spots. So in places like Florida, where the weather is nice and people were moving like crazy during the pandemic, we now see that more than 70% of listings are stale. Where there has been the sharpest increase has been in the Washington, D.C. area, probably because of DOGE and uncertainty over federal jobs. Many people there are trying to figure out what to do because they can't sell their house and they can't lower the price. If they lower the price, they're not going to be able to pay back the mortgage. So a couple of spots where people are really in a jam. But I'd say Texas and Florida are where we saw the biggest run up, and now we see the most stale listings.
This shit sucks. It's grinding and grinding and grinding. Oh my god. How the fuck is it perfectly cooking calls and puts? At different rates, different times. It's unreal. We went nowhere since 1250. Like, we went absolutely nowhere. Not even lower, not even higher. Just the same spot. Scalper's world.
Welcome back. Big week for spending as Americans shell out on Thanksgiving travel and kick off the holiday shopping season. But our next guest says the country is dealing with an affordability crisis that shows no signs of slowing. Joining us is Mark Zandi, Moody's Analytics chief economist. Mark, agree there's a lot of concern about affordability and the gap is growing between high income and low income. And yet, what we hear from some of these retail companies and seeing some of the data is that overall, it's been pretty resilient, and their expectations of a strong holiday shopping season.
Well, it's been okay. I mean, if you look at, you got retail sales for the month of September, that looked pretty tired. But abstracting from the ups and downs of the monthly data, it feels like real consumer spending is kind of 2%ish, which is kind of right down the middle of the strike zone.
Wow.
But that hides a lot of differences. The folks at the top end of the income and wealth distribution are doing quite well. Spending is very strong.
Pump after pump after pump on IWM.
Lower parts
so
and lower parts of the income and wealth distribution, not so much. I mean, Sarah, just to give you a statistic, looking back since the pandemic, if you look at the spending by folks in the bottom 80% of the income distribution, it's just barely kept pace with the rate of inflation. So their real spending, their real purchasing power has gone nowhere. All of the action has been at the high end, the top 20%. That's where all the growth has been. So Yeah, the aggregate number's okay. In the middle of the distribution, you don't see a whole lot, but if you look at the distribution and the tails of the distribution, you see some pretty big differences.
So what do you see as the primary reason or driver?
Well, I mean, the affordability crisis has been long in the making. I mean, I think the pandemic and the Russian war go a long way to explain the higher prices for everything from food and healthcare, rent, childcare, elder care. But I think the thing that's really brought this back to the fore as an issue
Double top on
is the acceleration
IWM.
in inflation that we've seen since the beginning of the year and the
Little
weakening
POC
in the
action
job
on
market
SPY
and
at
income
the
and
same
wages
fucking
since the beginning of
spot.
the year. And I think that all
From
goes back to
109.
deglobalization. It goes back to the tariffs and immigration policy.
I mean, as you say, it's a trend that has started well before that. You know, inflation certainly rose a lot coming out of COVID. So what's the policy response to this? I mean, clearly the administration is paying attention. They're starting to roll back tariffs on everyday items that you get at your supermarket that you can't necessarily grow in the U.S.
Yeah, you know, coming into the year, inflation was decelerating, job growth was strong. It felt like
I'll update the SPX
going
put to
in
call
the right
ratio
direction.
one last time.
Based on our modeling, it looked like inflation would have been, if there had been no change in policy at the beginning of the year, it looked like inflation was going to be back to the Federal Reserve's target. You know,
Thank you. Those that have hit the thumbs up
with by now, you know, by the end of the year.
We all have a beautiful,
of course, we're
beautiful
getting something very different as a result of the policy. So if we want to get back on track, I'd say let's
have a
follow
beautiful
through
time with
on,
your family.
you know, cutting back on the tariffs and kind of rethinking immigration policy and how we can get some reforms there. That's, I think, the quickest way to restore some semblance of affordability, getting inflation back to something we feel comfortable with and getting growth back into a gear that we feel good about. So those are the policies that would make the biggest difference most quickly. Now, there's lots of other things that could be done, but they're hard, you know, on housing, on healthcare, on education, childcare, elder care. There's lots of different policies that can be implemented, but they take a long time to come to fruition. The quickest thing is just backtracking on what has got.
Come on, let's see a fucking $4 dump on SPY. Close off the day. Call it a power hour dump. You're like done with GG's. Gimme.
While AI is indeed going mainstream, many shoppers prefer that more personal approach, as Julia alluded to,
time is
when it comes to things like shopping and gifting. So joining me now to discuss this is Shika Jain. She's the lead partner for consumer and retail over at Simon Kucher. This is interesting. Again, the whole idea of agentic AI changing the paradigm by which we shop and spend money. Is it going to be revolutionary?
All these bulls in danger.
And if not this holiday season, when does it become really full
Flip
steam?
the VWAP now.
Thanks for having me on the
Time's
show,
only
Don.
3
So
minutes, so
Simon
an hour
Kucher's
left.
7th annual holiday
Not
shopping
power hour.
report
Power hour
that
is
surveyed
3:30,
3,000
3:45.
consumers found that 54%, so a slightly lower number than the one we just saw, of consumers will be using AI for this upcoming holiday shopping season. Similar use cases will be looking for product reviews and comparisons, searching for the best prices, tracking deals, and so on, and also generating gift ideas for others. So among the 46% that said they won't be using it, it is because of that human touch element. They want to be responsible for the personalization aspect of gifting, which is meant to be more of a connection and relationship thing. The other reasons why consumers may not be using AI is because they don't trust it, the recommendations, or they don't know how to use AI. But 2025 is the year where AI has gone mainstream and tied to the Q4 holiday shopping season.
Shika, just how much are demographic shifts and demographic nuances responsible for some of those statistics that you just cited? The people who trust it, don't trust it. The people who know how to use it, don't know how to use it. How does it break down by, say, age group or by generation or by cultural background? Are there any details about how that plays out?
680, so strong.
So similar to all technology, younger people tend to be more adopting and have affinity towards newer tech. So we do find that Gen Z and millennials are the ones who will be more open to using AI this season, whereas Gen X and baby boomers are a little less likely to be using AI this upcoming season. So that tends to be a trend that holds no matter what it is. But again, a lot of even younger people we are finding are saying that loss of that human touch, that human element is what's preventing them from using AI so frequently and for almost every use case for this upcoming holiday.
Krista, this is like the third year you're
No
45.
breakdown,
Screen
bullish
for colon
breakout
cancer already.
reversal. This is so. What a game. It looks so perfect. Wow, what a fucking game. It looks so perfect to flip it right there. Finally. 250 looks sus. 310 looked good. Okay, well. This purple box is being used to go up and down like nothing. It's POC barcoding. So strong. What a fucking burn, man. Like that spike candle only comes in on TradingView. And now we're trying to run up to the top. How? Is that not sus as fuck? Like, why is that shit coming in like that? IWM is on that bullshit, bro. Got me fucked up. Tired. Divergence didn't even clear. Shit is making me want to say the word. Bullshit trap bullish, but like, wow. This shit is literally truly all because of 0 DTE. Everything. Everything gets thrown and changed because of 0 DTE. The game is so different now, though. Since 2020, 2018, like 22, like everything's fucking different now. It's a completely different world. Just makes every day be able to be popping down like fucking nothing on news. News, no news, presidential, no presidential. HOD divergence is clearing. That's what they're doing right now. They're fucking burning off all puts, 0 DT and 1 DT. They're clearing the divergence. Trying. Using IWM, which they did yesterday as well. The continuous go, 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 go. Either with IWM or against them. They're fucking continuous go, 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 go. Top of the purple box is trying to break out. Divergence did not clear. It is pretty wild. 320. Oh, this is fun for market makers. It's fucking going back and forth. Divergence did not clear at the roof. What are these candles? Divergence still trying. Showing. IWM can do anything. It's already 3:20. Oh my gosh. It's already 3:30. Getting closer and closer to. Wow. Bullish and power hour. Wow. I don't know where they're going. They're just at the top of the purple box now. It's up to them to decide where to go. This VWAP shit is the saddest shit ever. Inching towards 249. If you can believe it. Oh my god. It's the most bullish I've ever seen IWM in my life. This is the most bullish I've ever seen IWM in my life. My entire life. Continuous into end of day as well. Didn't even stop at 12, it did double. Wow. This thing's a beast. Absolute unit. They really about to fucking drag me lower. Just a moment of truth. Lotto hour coming up. I wish I took VWAP, man. How the fuck does IWM just does that, dude? Like, I wanted to short this shit into Tuesday, but like, I'm not gonna do it. I can't even fucking think about it. Like, I mean, if the market goes, IWM goes, well, like, this thing is actually something. Like, wow, I want to do it, but I don't want to do it. 250, so fucking goddamn bullish. Market about to close. Bullish all day. Fucking Russell. Even this little pop-up since 145 has been Russell. $6,800. Let's see it, man. This is not good. Man. This is not good. It's half of what it was at fucking VWAP. Fuck. God damn. 678 closed. Wow. Actually, 20 minutes left. 30 minutes left. Fuck. Wow. Lotto hour. Lotto time. Top of the purple box is deciding. What to do? Oh. IW 250 from 221. 250 from 221 in 4 days. I'm getting dressed. Make sure you stay warm, guys. It's cold as fuck. It's cold as a motherfucker. Purple box pulling back from the top. IWM SPX pulling back. QQQ pulling back. Didn't clear the divergence at the top. Okay. Fuck, I'm getting fucked on this VWAP. Oh my god. Man, how the fuck is that 145? Please. Do something. Do something, like, please. Do something. This shit wild. Fuck. There's 20 minutes left in this fucking goddamn 1 DT, man. Oh. I'll really just be happy with 679 again, like 679.5. I'll really just be happy with that. No greed shit. Like, I have so much fucking put into Friday right now. I'll really be happy with that. Nothing on IWM still. Oh, yeah. 20 minutes left. Power hour is starting here in 5 minutes. Oh my god. It's like fucking double down there, like fuck. Oh my god. We are right at 6,825. Literally where my fucking put is. Literally right where my fucking put is. 6,825 SPX. Oh my god. I'm really about to leave break even, or I'm about to make my money back right here. I don't fucking know. 20 fucking minutes left here. I was up fucking good at VWAP. I just didn't fucking leave. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me here. Unfucking believable. This shit sucks. What a hope ass fucking, like, what is this shit? They trapped fucking everything. Like, what is this fucking shit right now, man? Oh my god. $15 minutes left. 345, 0 DTs, all closed. Not even doing anything into 345. It's chopping here perfectly. Ow. I guess my put is literally on POC, like, IWM going lower and SPY is holding. Makes sense. Hour lottery. Okay, SPY and QQQ is catching up to IWM now. If this is real. What the fuck is this candle? Ew. That was the real top 325 on IWM. Ew. 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 So close. Yes. 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 Please. Yes. Yes. Please. All I need is fucking 2 more minutes, please. VWAP, man. Oh my god, I'm at 9.1k. Oh my god, please. Yes. Yes, please. Please run them pockets, please. Fuck. Time is 3:50. Power hour. IWM. Going first. SPX by QQQ. Oh my god, please. 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 SPX drop fucking more, please. Please. Oh my god. Come on. Come on. Fuck, I'm at 10k. Candles are coming in crazy spiked. Oh my fuck, I hate zero fucking DTs. That's what they're doing. Zero DT. Pinku Chanti, you got talent but too loudmouthted, just like me. That's a turn off for your audience. Then leave, bro. I don't give a fuck. You've been here for 2 live streams, so good for you, man. Go look for your scam ass fucking scam artist somewhere else. That fucking bullshit fucking scammer. Alright. All the people that watch the live stream never hit the like, and those are literally people like that, right? People watch for 1-2 days and complain and bitch. I'm sorry, but it's literally sad. Thank you for being here, though. When everyone else left, I'll thank you that, but man, I'm at 10.5. Fuck. Fucking nasty working. One more candle, please, VWAP. I'm done for the day. What a fucking dump. My toes are tingly as fuck. Oh my god. Man, I'm really caring about candles now. I just want one red candle here. Squeezing, trying so hard. Bears are. $355. What is this? Beginning of a waterfall or end of it? What the fuck is this? Small caps. I might be getting theta gamed here. That was literally nothing. I joined for 15 and I'm at 17.2, so this shit's fucking nothing, but wow. Time is to profit. Holy fuck. That's what I'm fucking saying now. Come on, baby. Come on, please, baby. What the fuck are you doing? 6,800. Come on. Okay. I'm out right now. $11,400. I'm out. Oh my god, I'm out. Everything. They dragged me down to 7.5k, dude. I added fucking 2. Holy fucking shit. I was so fucking busy at VWAP. Thank fucking God. Oh my God. Damn, thank God. I still have 2 into December 1st, but wow, thank fucking God. I had so much fucking on the line at 6.825 into Friday. I'm so fucking glad it did not flip on me and go higher. Holy shit. Wow. That shit was so fucking dangerous. I could have lost like crazy. Like, man, I was scared that shit was gonna go to 0. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Time is 4. Market is closing. Thank God we're at 6,800. Thank God. Have a Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Have a happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Oh my God. They went after 345. That's so fucking nasty. Literally at 345. After IWM went. After 0DT, everything closed. Like, what the fuck is this shit? So disgusting. They held it up all day long into 249. You know, I wanted to short at 249, 248 IWM into Monday, into Tuesday. I would have came up as a fucking chicken little, to be honest. But I mean, wow. Why? Because the fucking thing running and running and running and running and running. At some point, I'm not saying it's gonna dump. It's gonna pull back. At some point, this shit is bound to pull back, and that's what's doing right now. IWM. Oh my God, it's so fucking crazy though. All day long. This candle crazy. Look at this candle at 109 and 10. This shit is 110, 110, and they algo ranged it and came back to it. That's the most craziest part today. IWM 110. They could have dropped it at 110, but they fucking super spiked it. They could have dropped it at when 1225. When was 1225? Right here. Sorry, 110, 110 right here. Oh my God. That is so disgusting. Bro. Crazy hope thinking about this down there earlier, but they really just held it all day long on this and then somewhere here now. Unbelievable. Yo, they used IWM and bull trap the crap out of everybody. What the fuck, huh? Man. My Monday puts are running right now. Fucking wild, huh? Oh my God. I'm up $700 on my Monday right now, going up 1K, but literally barely because my Monday is I got in way early, and it was deep under one. But now it is pulling back to the SPX trend line. Dumped on everybody up there now. 3/3 using. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 cooking. Market closed. Wow. That is so fucking crazy. It's so crazy. They did it from 3:45 into 4 p.m. exactly. Oh my God. That is so crazy. I have 2 6 8 30 SPX puts into Monday. I think I'm gonna keep it. This is fucking so crazy. They did not break they did not clear the divergence at the roof. They used it as a hope factor the entire day though. It's so crazy. They did not break the roof. And this is lower than here, so it's technically saying now 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Depending on if that broke the low or not. It did not break the low tech. I don't know, it did. 680, 6811.61. 6, 8, 10 point. It did not. So technically still in a bullish cycle since 145. 4 p.m. did not break 145. Oh man. I'm very fucking happy about the ending. I'm very, very happy. Man, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking at 145 though. I was just mad happy. Thinking more and more, wanting more profit, and then I got completely screwed around. Oh my god. I left my 0 DTs, but my 1 DT, I don't know why I didn't leave. I was in so fucking big too, and then it just fucking completely reverted. Oh my god, that would have been so bad. Thank God, man. I'm happy as shit. I'm glad. Oh my god. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Enjoy your Thursday, man. I'm fucking glad. I gotta head out, but I'm gonna see for the next 7 minutes or 12 minutes what happens real quick. If they go lower, I'm leaving my Monday shit today, so I don't give a fuck. If they don't go lower today, I'm taking a chance anyway on this crazy assness. I'm gonna take a chance. The 4th day being bullish today, so look at the 30-minute. Man, look at the 30-minute. This is how sneaky they were. This shit is how fucking sneaky they were. Oh my god. I mean, they destroyed puts till 3:45 though. That's the thing. And then they destroyed all the overnight calls into Friday, into next week at 3:45, into 4. That's how they did it. Wow. I'm so fucking happy that I actually pulled back though, man. It was starting to kind of get to me mentally. It was starting to fucking kind of get to me how we're not pulling back at all. Oh my god, we were going. I don't even know if this is some crazy. Oh my god, we were going. Okay, now dead cat bounce or bounce? That's the real fucking question. I guess we'll find out on Friday. Week of the end. Thursday's close, so week of the close. Holy shit. I almost got cooked. Because I got cooked on 0 DT. I almost got cooked trying to make money back. IWM, you gotta be fucking careful of. Wow. My god. Wow. Look at how lucky. Look at how fucking lucky IWM. That everything was literally setting up for that, but we'll look at how lucky. Because IWM crazy bullish until 3. IWM crazy bullish until 3. And then 3 p.m. pullback. Oh my god. Thank god we were not at 682. Oh. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Or sorry, I'll see you guys on Friday. Thank god. Man. Oh, I low-key want to stay in these Friday puts because they're so fucking grinded down. But like, wow, man. Should I take a tiny ass profit or fucking risk it? I think I already. My God. Market showing bullish until 3, 4:15. Show bullish shit on this dump. And then we open up red on Friday, and then we go back up or some shit. I'll be fucking happy as fuck. I'll be up fucking green then. I'm like kind of gray area right now. Alright. I'm gonna go, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna enjoy my Thanksgiving. Thanks, man. I want to see the weekly real quick before I go. Oh. Down, rally up. So honestly, next week could be bullish too. I was low-key looking at this thing and thinking this could come in, but like, yeah, that shit happened so fucking fast. And now that it actually did come in, maybe we do get a continuation next week. But Friday would not be next week. Friday would be the end of this week. So some sort of pullback on Friday and then come back up and then be bullish on Monday into Tuesday maybe. I don't know. Gap fill. That would be cool to see. Or we're so bullish that we go gap fill already. The thing that exists up there into tomorrow. So not tomorrow, Friday. I keep saying Friday, but there's a gap here. So 6,853. That's what people have been targeting. That's what people are targeting. That's what people were targeting intraday and also into Friday. So we'll see. This is a major hope factor right here. This is a huge gap. Right? This is the why. This is the reason why we did the pull. Right? If this thing goes higher and goes in gaps for gap fills, that would be a what? That would be a bounce. Right? If that thing does not gap fill, right? Gap hope. Or we flip this and go to previous all-time highs. I don't know. The 30-minute literally says anything could happen now. There's a SPX gap down there. From the IWM push up, there's a gap here. 6,778. Man. Last week of fucking November. What do you guys think? Man. I got dragged into 0DT yesterday, man. Into today, too. Man. So Goddamn dangerous, dude. If I literally longed on IWM and IWM alone on Monday, I think I literally would have fucking went up 15, 20K. I don't even think I would have been stressed. I'm trying to go lower, like, but wow.